Afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the world exclusive Sunday tasting and standard Paul running late once again. So we're gonna pad here until the new man Duff turns up. Doesn't matter Nigel's back bar here. I think he wins the whole competition for it, maybe.
I don't know about that now.
What the best back bar?
Hey,
I think it's the best back bar between you and Causeway, probably.
Causeway stiff competition, like so he's got a good one.
I didn't run for his money on the shirts today, seeing as one yesterday with Anna, so I thought I'd fire one and have a bit of fun with him. So we enjoyed the past 2 days. Take 3 now, so we'll go. Audio not working now. Have we enjoyed the past 2 days, guys?
Oh yeah. It's been great so far.
I think you've taken part in quite a couple, I believe. I've only done the Cologne on Friday.
I've done the Cologne myself. That's the only one I've done so far. This is the second one. I had a few samples and tried to join in with the Redbreast last night, but I had nothing on my bar that they would have last night. That was awesome.
I was lucky enough last night I could join in with Joe and Paul. I had a bit of the Dreamcast left, as well as Paul and Joe built last night, an influencer pack, so I had a bit of it left last night to take part. But I was one, I think, snuck onto the radar that not a lot of people picked up on straight away. That was pretty impressive by the end of it. Being lucky enough for Belfast Whisky Club in the Duke, New York. I think you were there last year, Nigel. We done the tasting, the Sunny Malloys, the friend hand.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was an awesome tasting too.
I think that was the same night that Gareth Spence got the friend that hand opened.
Yeah, that's right. He bought a couple of bottles, didn't he?
I think he bought more than a couple of them, honest.
Yeah. I think there's a few guys bought bottles.
Yeah.
A few others too.
Hello. Oh, sorry.
Well,
can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Sorry, yes, he says. Sorry, the microphone on my laptop must be absolutely banjoed. So, how's it going with you guys?
Yeah, can't complain. Well, start this Sunday, 12 o'clock start with a number of cast-strength whiskies ahead of us. This could all be fun.
Yeah, it looks like an amazing lineup.
The only thing we're missing this year is no nightclubs, as me and Paul were mentioning last year.
It'd be a good thing.
Nigel, you were on the wagon with us last year as well, so you were for...
Yeah,
so the wee hours of the morning.
You're that influence.
Listen, I just bring the party. You all join along Tuesday. It's not my fault if I buy 27 shots of tequila and get you to drink it in the Heart Bar. It's all up yourselves.
Never ends well with tequila. Never ends well with tequila.
Yeah, Brendan Carney's in. I reckon we should hijack him already after him hijacking people yesterday, because Brendan's going to announce something later that is going to have a bit of fun, and some eagle-eyed viewers might be able to see it. So Johnny knows what to look for is the best way of putting it.
Oh, yeah. See it there. Those sounds good.
Lucky is can't zoom in, but we'll just leave that for a wee teaser for a bit, and then we'll let Brendan have the fun with that later, I believe. But Johnny, have you taken part in anything?
Yeah, no, we did. We much to our regret, we did quite a few things on Friday. So I'm just looking at my wife, who's out of frame and is still slightly hungover, I think. Just to throw her under the bus. But yeah, no, it's been a fantastic week so far. And I guess whilst we're filling time for Paul to arrive, I guess I just wanted to kind of say a massive thanks to everybody who's made this happen, because whilst the three of us on screen are part of the kind of Belfast Whisky Week team at the top, for want of a better word, there's an absolute cast of thousands who have busted themselves over the last 6 months really to make this happen, and just having been part of the event over the last couple of days, I've just been amazed at how good a job everyone's done, and how slick everyone has made this be. Because as we all know, that it's been very make do and mend in the world in the last sort of 6 months. But I want to compliment everybody involved. That this has been an unbelievable event so far, and I'm really looking forward to more of it this week. So yeah, big thanks to the guys doing IT, guys doing deliveries, the guys down south who did a lot of our postage and logistics. Big thanks to the guys at Ecklandville who let us take over their distillery space for 2 weeks to do all the kind of packing and bottling. Jarlath, I'm sure you never want to see us ever again. And yeah, if I've left literally dozens of people out there, but just from me and the rest of the guys here on at the minute, just a massive thanks to everybody, and a massive thanks to everybody who's joining us from around the world. And hello and welcome, I guess. Where are people joining in from? Can we see in the comments? Where's the most? We'll do the old Butlins. Like where's the furthest away people have come from? Oh, great! We've got Germany, Dallas, New York, Charlotte. Wow.
Yeah, so like fair play to Irish Whiskey Auctions that managed to get the parcels across to America. But just with all the shout outs you were giving there, John, I think big credit needs to go to yourself for the packaging that everybody's commenting on. You know, so yourself down Stereo has done one hell of a job. When we sat down, probably this time last year, just after Belfast Whiskey Week had ended, the ideas you come up with, as everyone can see in the packaging here, like, you know, it's outstanding. So, Johnny,
thanks very much. Okay, no, thanks very much, Jimmy. It's been a real pleasure to be a part of it, you know, so happy to...
Yeah, as we said, I think Paul's managed to rope half of Belfast Whiskey Club in that scene. It was one man's mad dream in early 2019, and I remember him turning around saying, we're going to do a festival in Belfast within, I think it was like a 4 or 5 week turnaround. He came up with this idea to do it, and we were all sitting going, yeah, good luck, and he done it. And then obviously last year was our first year, and you know, there was a lot that was pieced together at the points in time, because there wasn't a big plan. It was just, we are going to make something of this. And then we got together, the three of us here, Paul and Phil, and had a discussion, and we ran with it. And like, I'll hold my hands up. With me working here at Hinch now, I haven't been able to give as much time as I want to, but Paul has just went, you know, he must be living on Red Bull, haggis, Iron Brew. I don't know how the man does it. Like, obviously we seen last night, he had the chips to keep him alive, but I had a phone call from him 8 o'clock this morning, and he was out doing stuff, and I'm going, does this man definitely doesn't sleep out? So
I've literally had emails from Paul at every hour of the 24 hours of the day. It's been crazy. So
listen, the best thing that I can do is just reject his phone calls now. Just leave him to it. But I think that's Paul. It's standard. He annoys everybody, but never turns up on time.
Yeah, that's fair. We love and hate him in equal measure. But anyway,
yeah. Listen, Phil has just messaged me if we want to bring Phil in. I don't know if we can. One of the presenters maybe wants to upgrade Phil and bring Phil in and see what shirt he's wearing today. I'm trying to give him his runs for his money, but we'll see what happens. But I don't know. What else have you got lined up for the rest of the week then, Nigel? Have you got any more packs?
The experimental range, the one with the Buckfast, that coming up, and I have the world introduction to the world whiskies coming up too.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to them.
That Buckfast is just Willy Wonka.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. Like, so it is.
You know,
I'm a Buckfast fan, but it's going to be interesting to see how that's turned out.
Yeah, listen, it's one of those things. It's bonkers, but sure, that's what Belfast Whiskey Club is. Sometimes, you know, we have that reputation of being one of the hardest whiskey clubs to go to and present, because we score our whiskies in front of them. So we shall see what he comes up with next. You know, 2021. Any ideas what he could come up with for it?
It'll be like, it'll involve Iron Brew in some way, like more
Iron Brew and haggis.
More Iron Brew, yeah.
More Iron Brew than it's already had anyway. So yeah.
Listen,
I'm going to message Phil here just to tell him he can join us. I see that he isn't in the chat.
What was the standout for you, Nigel, in the Cologne tasting on Friday?
The Cologne, very interested in the peat pot still. That was great stuff, you know, for such a young age whiskey so far. Like, it shows massive potential. Like that,
yeah.
That'll be a great one 3 or 4 years down the line when that comes out. Probably the favourite one after that was the Pinot, the Bourguignon Pinot finished one. That was awesome as well.
Yeah, that was great.
So
looking forward to trying the festival bottle here too, to get here to tasting number 9.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how that tastes.
Brendan, are you? Is Brendan in the room? If you can leave a comment in the chat, see if Brendan's in the room. Just while we're talking about it, I'm gonna start messing around with this for a second or two, just for badness, because he told me to yesterday. Guy had me in a river trying to take pictures, but Have you always been booked up to Cologne and had a look around?
Yeah.
When
Yeah,
he says Ireland's smallest distillery,
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
literally on the shed.
it's three rooms on the side of a mountain. Yeah,
like one of the ones, I have a small enough car. I'm driving up this wee lane yesterday going, the car comes towards me, good luck, where am I going to go here?
that's fair.
I end up pull up and there's a 40-foot container at the side of the building. And I'm going, how did you get that here? And he goes, farmers can do anything. So, as I like to joke, the more men they can get whatever they want done, there's a will, there's a way. So,
Absolutely.
But
I think that's what's been so good about like Belfast Whiskey Week this year and last year is just kind of like showcasing that spirit of no pun intended about just how exciting and interesting and innovative and sort of like just exciting, I guess. Like Irish whiskey is at the minute. It's been amazing, and we've loved the journey, and just can't wait to see some of the new distilleries this year because there's so many more. Even just in 12 months, how many more have now come online since last year? It's amazing, So
because like a year ago yesterday actually is when Hints done their first tasting in Pug Uglies. So we're slightly delayed due to COVID and a number of other reasons, but I'll touch on that later, and we'll touch on it later in the week. So not long to go, and I'm probably going to be hijacked here. I can actually see the owner just walking past the window, and the door better be locked, or else that's going to get really out of control. So
I'm glad, Jamie, I've inspired you to wear like an awful shirt today.
Well, sure, I wore this during another festival recently, but I seen it yesterday and went, can't be outdone. Do you know what I mean? I'm going as grey as you are, and then I'm not having to wear the same shirts. The only difference between us, Phil, is I actually like Irish whiskey.
Oh well, I mean you like whiskey full stop. I mean that's the whole crack, I mean, hold on here. I'm going to take a phone call from Paul. Hold on.
Yeah, where is he? Is the question.
Paul, how's it going?
Still doing deliveries.
doing deliveries. Yeah.
I'm going to be a tease and basically start showing that off for badness. I think there's only like 2 or 3 people that actually might know what it is. Johnny's one. There's a couple others, but I noticed this at the distillery yesterday and went, I'll be having some of that. So we'll let him take the glory off it later. But we're not too far away from getting started. I mean, we had a look through the box to see if anything jumps out. I'm not going to be biased and say the first one's the best one. I'll say that one I'm actually doing.
No, I think the one I'm looking forward to the most is this Purge John's Lane Castering. That's going to be.
Trust Joe McGowan to steal the show as per normal. Yeah. Like, if it's not the beard and the outfits, it's the whiskey you provide.
Yeah. I'm lucky enough I have a bottle of John's Lane's, just a 12-year-old, the normal one, to compare it to, so I'll try them side by side to taste the difference.
I completely forgot to lift the 12-year-old with me to compare it, but when I go home later this evening, I'll be both, that'll be a nice Sunday night. Good luck with work tomorrow morning. Have a nice 7 a.m. start with a couple of people that are coming to see the site, so I'll try and be good. See what happens. See what the update with is, Paul.
We've been lucky enough to have a taste of number 3, actually, the Cologne Hungarian Oak, and it is superb as well. So looking forward to that. And then also number 9, the festival bottle as well. So looking forward to that.
I think a lot of people are going to look forward to that one.
Yeah.
Cosway, you're on mute.
On mute.
Yeah, that would be a good start, wouldn't it?
That would be.
Yeah. What does ETA or Arrival?
You can see how professional I am. Right. So basically, me and you are going to kick off with Hinch at 12:30, and I think Graham Cool's going to be coming in for Dingle at 1.
Perfect.
So we'll just slabber a wee bit longer until 12:30. Only I have to say, like, to see the presentation of the boxes is just stellar. Like, it is absolutely superb, and like the feedback that we've been getting, like from people, is unbelievable. And actually, what Paul and like Anthony have done with getting stuff over to the States and stuff as well. Like, I mean,
absolutely.
Somebody messaged me last night, and they were just like, they couldn't believe that a box had got to California in like 3 days. They were just totally stunned.
That's unreal.
Because they were saying that normally, like, getting stuff from the UK can take weeks. So, like, well done, everybody, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't even get a parcel from here to England for work within 48 hours at the minute due to COVID. So fair play to all the boys down there at Irish Whiskey Auctions that managed to do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
big thanks to Irish Whiskey Auctions for that.
Phil, you've taken part in a number. Actually, you presented yesterday, but getting the presenting skills, what like the taking part?
Yesterday it was good actually. Well, I hope it was good for the people who were watching. I enjoyed it anyway. Obviously we had Joe McGowan on first thing with Method and Madness. So that was good chat. Good to let people get to know Joe a wee bit more and like what he does and how he got into the industry and so on. And also just looking at like really what Method and Madness are doing innovation wise.
Yeah.
And sort of how that's snowballed within the industry then with other people maybe like following on a few of their leads and things like that. And then we had Anna McLaughlin on with Jameson tasting. So Anna's the new Northern Ireland brand rep for Jameson. And well, yesterday everyone got an exclusive tasting actually of the new cold brew. So it's had a slight change now. It's down to 30%. But
like bottle change as well. Revamped bottle, isn't it?
Revamped bottle and everything, yeah. So it's going to be priced roughly around the same price as actually like regular Jameson.
Yeah.
So that was pretty interesting. It'll be exclusive for anybody that bought the box as well. The cask mates, it seemed a bit like the polls were quite interesting. Like the stout cask mate done pretty well, but it seemed to be Black Barrel was just like hands down winner.
Okay.
And I can't really argue with that. It's a great whiskey, like so it is. So
yeah, that's one I'll definitely have to watch back. Unfortunately, I was out playing the Mourne Mountains yesterday, tried to catch the end of it, so we worked look back at it and see.
Absolutely. But the one that I need to watch back actually is Brendan's with Cologne because I was out delivering boxes to people whenever the Cologne tasting was on. So definitely want to get stuck into that. I'm very excited to try Brendan's rum.
It's really good.
It is really good.
Yeah.
There's a couple of wee things when I was up yesterday. Open a couple of lids, have a smell of this and have a smell of that, and see what I could get away with before getting shouted at. And listen, we all know the size of it, but what he's doing in that space that he's got is absolutely fantastic. So
yeah,
absolutely. So who all have we got in the chat today? I mean, can anybody in the chat tell us like what part of the world they're watching from or anything? Because yesterday we had people on from Canada. Whiskey Jason was on from Germany. We even had people from like County Down.
Excuse me.
So all world over.
Even have people from the North Coast. I'm shocked you have internet up there.
Well, I see like Shane McCarthy's in from London. We have John Daly from Whiskey Craft from Wexford, so hello John. Courtney McGee's in from Charlotte. Tim McKee from New York. Richard Dankovic, I hope I pronounced that right, from Dallas. Whiskey Jason's back in from Germany, so fair play to him. He's been an absolute trooper. He's been watching a lot of stuff. So who else?
Any all the way from Belfast, so far a bit away.
Dathia O'Connell's in from Copper Coast in County Waterford, so
You've already been called out by him, Phil, about where's your W.D. O'Connell, Brandon.
Well, hold on. 2 seconds. I can sort that.
Scroll up the thing and say. There you go. Glassware out. There you go.
There you go. Glassware right there, Dathia, if that keeps you happy,
He'll be a happy man now, so he will.
Right. So I suppose we're getting on to like half past here, guys. So
yeah.
I don't know if we want to crack on with the tasting. So maybe Jimmy, you want to tell us a wee bit about yourself and how you actually got into Hinch?
I'll flip it off now. It's no longer presenter for Belfast Whiskey Week. It's now Hinch Distillery. So like I'm the brand manager here at Hinch Distillery. I've been here just over a year. So most of you might know me as Whiskey Jack, and as Joe and Paul alluded to last night, that influencer turned money taker, shall we say, now working in the industry. So it actually just before Belfast Whiskey Week last year, I turned up to a tasting for Belfast Whiskey Club in the Duke of York up at McDowell's. I think Nigel was there. Don't think you were there, Phil, that night. But
was no.
Yeah, Michael Morris, very well known in the Irish whiskey scene, you know, ex-Coolie, ex-Quiet Man, was there to present the Pinch range. I turned up not knowing much about it, just knew the name and where it was being built. And standard me, I had my camera there that night and was asked could I get some pictures, and I thought, right, this is no problem. I'm speaking to Michael, and he said, you know, could you do a bit of work for us? And I thought, this is a conversation that's not going to go anywhere. And the next morning, very hungover at about 9:30, Michael rang me to say, could you put a presentation together to come out to Hinch Distillery on Monday and have a chat with myself and the managing director to see what you could bring to us and what you could do, achieve, that sort of thing. And out on the Monday thinking, well, we'll see where this goes. And within 3 months, rather than doing a 6-month probation, I had the job full time. And it started out as social media and a bit of everything. And now a year later, we're sitting as brand manager. And some of the stuff we'll try today and later in the week is projects between me and our head distiller, Aaron Flaherty, who have been, you know, new product development, being allowed to mess around, you know. We're open and honest. The distillery to my right here won't be open for another month or so when the stills will run, and then we'll be open to the public early next year. So we're open and honest to say that our liquid comes from 2 places, GND and Bushmills. And part of the reason that we have 5 blends on the market, well, 3 blends, a pot still and a single malt, is Hinch Distillery is going to be all pushing about single malts. That's what our profile is going to be. It's going to be triple distilled and double distilled single malts with a bit of pot still in there at the same time. So we didn't want to go out and source a lot of single malts and then confuse it when we transfer it over to our own. So we would like 3 blends, our small batch bourbon cask, which is 3 years in ex-bourbon. And then we've got our 5-year-old double wood, which is my personal favorite. It's 4 years ex-bourbon and 1 year virgin American oak. And then we have our 10-year-old cherry cask, which is a blend as well, but it is, you know, 10 years of age, and there's a 16-year-old malt in there, finished for between 12 to 18 months, depending on the batch, and Oloroso cherry cask from Bodega Garvey. We have then our pot still, which, you know, we're open and honest, it's from GND, it's 3 years of age, and we put it out there to see how we could do with it. And, you know, I tried it recently, that's now just over the 4 mark, and it's completely different. And then we have our peated single malt, which when we went to market last year with that, I reckon we were the second on the market with a single malt. You know, there was other distilleries there that had their peated cask finishes. We had Connemara obviously led the charge and has led the charge for years with the peated single malt. And we came in with it at 4 years, of just under 4 years of age, depending on the batch. And then we had the likes of, you know, who else came in there? The Silky came in with their one. You know, you had Dunville with their peated blends, but that's what we went for, those 5. And then recently, I think everybody in this room, bar maybe Johnny, has tried the Amarone and the Stout as new product development, and it's really just to show what we can do by manipulating the spirit with the cask.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're lucky that Terry, who owns a chateau in the south of France, has been in.
It's pretty handy to have that sort of your other hand.
Yeah, listen, he bought that on St. Patrick's Day 2000, and I went, yeah, right, he bought it on St. Patrick's Day in 2000. I went into the archives and went, yeah, he actually did sign for it on St. Patrick's Day in 2000. So he had always talked about, I'll come on to the Amory after, he had always talked about trying to make a distillery out at the vineyard, which didn't really work for him. And then he tried to build a distillery about 7 or 8 years ago elsewhere in Northern Ireland and just couldn't get the planning permission. So as you do, you own the estate, let's knock down the horse stables and the tennis courts and just build a £15 million distillery literally in your back garden, because why not? So it's all there.
It's an amazing investment that Terry's putting into the local area. I mean, having been privileged enough to get down to see the distillery being built at the minute, I mean, it looks as though it's going to be an absolutely cracking spot whenever it's complete. And fair play to him for having the vision to go ahead and do that in County Down. Yeah. And I think as well, it's quite interesting now as well. County Down is becoming a bit of a hotspot for distillation.
Yeah, I think the running joke at the minute is it's, you know, once Darcy's comes on board and ourselves come on, where we start commissioning, there'll be 7 working distilleries now in County Down. And the whole joke is it's the new distilling capital of Ireland. So yeah, listen, if we get one more, it'll be, records show that the height of it was there was 7 working distilleries in County Down. So if you got one more, you'd surpass it, you know. So does anybody want to move here and open a distillery somewhere else in County Down? Let's see what happens.
But I think the good thing as well about that, Jimmy, though, is that between everyone that's out in sort of Irish Peninsula and that sort of direction, Cologne, Copeland, Ecklandville, yourselves, there's also going to be like the Belfast distillery as well that's going ahead. Like,
Yeah.
It's going to be absolutely superb for like a tourist trail too.
Just see Graham there saying half the performers. Does anybody else want to put your glasses on and join us in here? But yeah, like we were supposed to open a long time ago, but just like most things, building plans don't run to schedule, and delays and changes for the better. And yes, COVID has come along. It has hurt a lot of our business in the international export markets, but we will get there. And it wasn't a bad time for us at the same time to sit back and reflect into Distillery as a group. This is now a chance to see where we can fix things to make it a lot better. And there will be stuff that's announced in the next month or two.
Oh, Jimmy's frozen. Right, Nigel, you're going to have to step in here for Jimmy because Jimmy's frozen. So you're going to have to be the Hinch representative. Only joking.
Battlefield promotion.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what.
I think mine's just frozen as well.
Was it?
No,
here,
no,
while we get Jamie to come on, I just want to get a few more like hellos and stuff out there. So let's see here, because I missed a few people there. So we had Madeline Schmall, hope I'm pronouncing that right, in Belfast today, but from Glasgow usually. Jonathan McCarthy saying there that the packaging and branding is awesome, so thank you very much. We appreciate that. All goes to Johnny. And now my one is frozen as well. Let's see. There's a few people on from the States as well, I believe. If I can get the... oh, there you go. Richard Dankovich has said there that it took less than 48 hours to get his box to Dallas, Texas. So that's pretty impressive. And hello in Texas. Thomas Goggle in from Germany. So met Thomas actually down at Whiskey Live last year for the first time. It's funny the people you bump into because we have a bit of interaction with each other on Twitter. So that's how we sort of commonly known each other. So the whiskey world is a small place. So thanks for joining us, Thomas. Hopefully you're tweeting away and giving us some positive feedback. Kevin Ramsey, he's all the way from Belfast, but he's a blow-in from Portadown. These things can't be helped. Kelsey Ackenbach from Chicago. And we also have Liam Pearson Liam from Cologne. So I have a good amount of people.
And Jamie just rang me there. He said to be back in a minute. They've had a power cut at the distillery, so they're waiting on the generators kicking in. So he'll be back any minute.
There you go. Oh, and there's Tony Kane as well. He's not too far from me actually. He's based out in Derry Keegan there, so he's only about 10 miles from me. So fair play to you. Yeah. Well, there you go. These things happen, don't they? That's just typical. So there's been any particular tastings you guys have enjoyed or anything so far, Nigel or John?
So far, well, Cologne's the only one I've done so far, so that's obviously the top of the list. But checked out the Redbreast ones yesterday evening. They were some great crack and some great information going about there. Wish I had the samples for it.
Aye.
An amazing line up there.
We unfortunately, money is the master, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
We're back.
That's the problem, Nigel.
Yeah.
What about yourself, Johnny?
We were lucky enough to snag a wee taste of some Redbreast 27 from last night, and it was a real pleasure. We were down doing a lot of the bottling over the last few weeks with a lot of the guys, and you kind of see the bottles in real life, and then you're like, oh, I hope it lived up to what it tastes like, and I gotta say it really did. It was a lovely thing. It was just you have a whiskey and it almost changes, like you almost it's so different than what you're used to whiskey tasting like, it was real compliment to the guys, and the kind of the port finishing and stuff. Like, it was really tasty. So but yeah, I think that there was a lot of competition in that tasting from a lot of the other red breasts, but as you say, Phil, it was just money is the thing at these. So
that's it. I mean, actually, the one that I probably would have been most interested in would have been the Middleton single cask that they had. The 99 single cask. So I mean, I've tried the Redbreast 27-year-old. I've tried the Friend at Hand 25-year-old, which, to be fair, which is probably I'm going to ruin a review that I'm going to put out soon, because it's just like, to me, it's like the ultimate expression of Redbreast that I've tried so far.
Yeah.
And then the Powers 14-year-old single cask from the Friend at Hand. So I would have been really interested. Hey, he's back! The shirt is back.
Yeah, the joys of being out at the sticks. The generators just kicked in. So let's hope Hotspot can host this. Otherwise, this is the joys. Where we are, we've actually currently NIE down on site, putting in our generator, or like our generators and all for tomorrow, because we transform over to normal power. So we shall see what happens. Like, so
happy days. Well, here, first question then for you, now that you're suitably ruffled. So, Rich over in Texas, he's asking, can you start off just by explaining what Amarone actually is?
Yeah, so Amarone is a wine. Basically, it's a wine cask, and our Amarone casks come from Massey, who would probably be renowned to be one of the best and leading producers in wine. It's a sweet wine, is the best way of putting it. So, I think I was trying to touch on it there before I got cut off. When I got the chance, we have a small number of these casks, and I found them in our inventory when I first started, and went, I wonder if I could mess around with those, and went to our head distiller, Aaron Flaherty. Do you know anything about these? And he went, nope. Terry had got these with the managing director at the time, and what can we do with them? So a small number of them, and I said, let's play around with them and see what we can do for it. And at that time, you had the Aaron Single Malt, who had the Amarone cask out there. There was a Teeling single cask, I believe, out at the time, but it wasn't big or known. And then we've been playing around with this. Phil, actually all three of us, I think, have tried this in the various stages. At our launch event back in November is where we first showed it off at a different ratio and a different cask strength. And then we've done it at the Summer and Whiskey Festival recently for it. Yeah. So, this is MPD, new product development. I can't see it being released anytime soon. It just doesn't make business or commercial sense to do it just yet. Yeah. But it's a good way for us to do it in events like this, to go, this is what we can do. We want to do something slightly different. Okay, it's still a blend, but when we go forward, we will be using casks like that. I can't say it now, but we have a big partnership for our bourbon barrels when we use it. It's a big household name in America that we are allowed to use their name on the barrels and highlight that we're working in partnership with them. And I'll probably be announcing that in 3 or 4 weeks' time, probably.
Sweet. Well, just before we get into actually nosing and tasting this, if everybody else who's actually watching or listening, please, the whole point of this is obviously to take part. So, get it in the glass, stick your neb into it.
Yeah. So
give us your feedback, give us whatever aromas you're going to be getting, give us your tasting notes. We're going to do a poll on all these as well.
No pressure.
No pressure.
I'm allowed to vote for 10. I'm allowed to do about 10 up there, yeah.
Well, Joe was voting for 10 on everything yesterday, so it's fine, so.
Yeah. So I just see Gareth mentioned this. I think Phil and Nigel, you've both sort of seen this in the early days where it was that real rose gold color.
Totally. Yeah.
At that point, it was about a 6-month finish, and we were really worried about how rose gold it looked, and would it put people off? And we just went, well, it's totally different. It might work. It has got a little darker. It's lost that color, but it's still got that peachy orange color to it.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean? So this time,
Can you explain just what the blend is first before you finish the Amarone?
Yeah, well, the honest, it is 90% 12-year-old grain and 10% 16-year-old malt.
Okay, so nice.
So, yeah, I've tried it at various blend ratios, and it's it's half a dozen one other, but it's good fun to take. We want to take people fans of Pinch Distillery on a journey with us to go try these, go a long way. And part of my job, which I'll be going forward and announcing it, is we're going to have sort of like a club, shall we say, where we are going to bring X amount of people to the distillery, 4 times a year to let them join in the product development. What me and Aaron come up with behind the scenes, we'll then sit in front of you and go, guys, listen, we want your feedback here, because at the end of the day, the consumer is going to be the one drinking it, and we want to know, as much as we can sit in house and go, we really like this and we think it's a really solid whiskey.
Yeah.
We want to know the opinion of the people out there as well. So this is coming.
That's a brave step, Jamie, too, and not too many people do that. And I mean, you've already done this on Twitter, and I know you got you got very good feedback for the Amarone cast. So, but Richard Dankovich is just saying there that he's just can't believe the legs on the glass, just how oily it is.
The reason for that, Phil, and you'll kind of agree, is I come from the other side of the table, where I was hounding distilleries along with yourself and Nigel out there going, give us what we want. We want transparency. We want to be involved, that sort of thing. A lot of cloak and daggers maybe from some people, but now sitting on this side of the table, I'm now allowed to push those things. Now, there is a bit of an old guard here, shall we say, that want to do it traditionally the old way, but you talk to them, a couple of days later, you have that small victory where you're like, yes, happy days, battle won and done, on to the next thing. Yeah. But listen, I've had these chats with you before about commercials and releasing stuff at cash strength and why it makes sense sometimes and why it doesn't.
Yeah.
And you would have asked me a year ago, I'd be going, just get it released. Sure, it's not that bad. Now sitting here looking at the financials and trying to tell the directors why we should do it.
Yeah.
Totally different thing. So yeah, guys, it's 58.73%. A couple of you might have tried it at 43. A couple of you might have tried it around the same one in November of last year. And it's 90% 12-year grain and 10% 16-year-old malt. The finishing time in this one is just shy of a year. On the 3rd of September, or on the 3rd of August, sorry, it will be 1 year finished in Amarone. So the call will be made soon what we do with it. I can't give you a release just yet.
I think the nose on it is, well, one thing I'm not getting is sometimes with the grain you can get a very floral, like perfumey, and maybe nail polish acetone type of thing going on, and you don't get that off this actually.
For me on the nose, it is that sweetness and red fruits, but
absolutely.
I know you said no floral. For me, floral does come through every so often. For me, I thought at 90% grain, is it going to be just too heavy? That 10% malt does add that bit of a mouthfeel to it, that it does come across maybe as a higher ratio of malt. But that's just, again, let's be honest, what Brian Watts is doing down at G&D with his grain is second to none.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. And it blows it out of the water what sometimes grain actually is. There is a really good quality of it there. But I believe that the quality of the Amarone cask from Massey make a big difference as well. I've never seen these things. These things are high to me, basically. I've got some good photographs of which we'll put out soon, but it's a dream come true to have a field day with these.
Yeah, Cassandra there, she's just mentioned that she can really pick up dried cherry from the Amarone, and I think she's right. I mean, as you say, Jimmy, it's just bursting with red fruits, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, part of our thing, you're going to get those noses from a wine cask, basically. And it's like, I make a joke and I'll say it. Everybody has an opinion. It's like an Arshall, everybody has one.
Yeah. Everybody's
going to get totally different flavours, and that's the best thing about whiskey. I remember sitting down with a Joe McGowan in Blake's of Hollow in a skilling, and I got this real note of something in the Blake's of Hollow single cask that to me went, I'm not going to even say this because it sounds so stupid. And Joe spotted me out of the corner of his eye and went, everything okay? And I went, I get something here that there's not a chance you should be getting.
Yeah.
And Billy Landon at that point jumped in and went, what is? And I told him, and he went, it's there, but I would never have found it straight away.
Yeah.
And that's where there's anybody in this room or anybody in the comments can come in and go, here's something I get. And we might find it, we might not, but that's the fun of whiskey.
Yeah. Well, Kenny Ramsey come in there and said that he's getting a slight bit of menthol, which I definitely would agree there. He's getting 10 stone fruits and some vanilla. Gareth Spence has picked out, the little pink wafer biscuits. So
that's a good call.
That's a good one, actually.
Are we just going to get it out of the way straight away that there's no red brick and there's no freshly painted curbstones in there?
No, there's none of those. Yeah.
No, not in this one, definitely not. Maybe later, but at the moment, not there. But so I think we're all in agreement that the nose has got that sweetness coming through. There is.
Absolutely.
I've been lucky enough to try the Massey Amarone, just in our partnership with them. They have sent a couple of balls across, and there is that influence there. So I would advise, if you could get your hands on some, go out and try some.
I think actually that's one of the things we were talking about with Joe yesterday was somebody asked in the comments about how to improve your palate. Both of us were like, well, you just have to practice, but also explore. So that's a good point you're making, Jamie, is to be able to fully understand the influence that the Amarone is going to have, go and buy a bottle of Amarone. Now, Amarone is not a cheap wine, but it's absolutely gorgeous. And it's definitely worth investing in like a quality wine like that, and then you can see how that influences this year.
Big thing for me now being this side of the table is really having to. People think I drink whiskey every day. I'm not. I'm doing a lot of other spirits to sort of get my palate up the speed of where flavors are coming in from. So, you know, I would have drank the odd glass of wine at dinner, that sort of thing, but now it's going in and trying these different wines to see what we could maybe bring in future. And I see a comment there from Jonathan.
Yeah.
Who's asking about the Porto cask. Yes, if anybody was paying attention to our social media 3 weeks ago, we would have taken 2 casks in from Terry's vineyard in Bordeaux, and we will be announcing very soon what's going ahead with them. I can't say anything at the minute. It's a project I'm working on, but watch this space. It'll be something totally different.
Happy days. So do you want to just discuss or take us through what you get on the palate then, Jamie?
Yeah, like for me, it follows through from what you get on the nose. I think the red fruits really are heightened from it. Floral notes are still there, but not to the extent that I personally get in the nose, and there is a sweetness. But you've got to remember this is 90% grain. For me, it's still full-bodied, and it is that confusion where is it more malt, or I know it's not. So that it just worked really well.
Absolutely, and actually, like you do get that. I mean, the texture of it is unbelievable. It's great. Like that's really, really oily and coats your mouth. And
there's a slight. There's a slight. I would have thought when I first tried this, it was going to be more fruity, that sort of thing on the finish. It's a slight dry mouthfeel for me. And if you try the Amarone wine, you'll understand where that comes from and why it disguises. No, it's 58%.
Yeah,
alcohol nearly. It disguises that coming through.
But I do think actually picking up one of those like, sort of notes earlier on, when you do get those kind of stone fruits, there's a bit of peach and apricot, and then you get some of the like really red berries. Like I get a wee bit of strawberry off that, bit of raspberry as well. And then, as you say, the thing I'm getting actually, Jamie, on the finish though is actually, although it is slightly dry, it's really mouth-watering though. Like there's still that juicy red, kind of like where you kind of just want to go and pour the rest.
Yeah, listen, if I really wanted to, there's a leader sitting across here from me. That'll just do me tonight and tomorrow morning work when I've got hair of the dog, basically. Listen, Don't get me wrong, it is that slightly dry mouthfeel, and then it starts to open up your palate, comes that bit watery, Saliva's like, yes, give me more. So
yeah,
there's a whole number of stages to
it. Cassandra's there saying you can also buy a Rapasa Amarone, which is the second pressing of the blend. Pretty much the same profile and less expensive. And you're right, Cassandra. Actually, I bought a bottle of that about 2 weeks ago. And it was about 14 or 15 quid from the local off license, and it was an absolutely beautiful wine as well. So,
you're not going to give them a plug? Your local off license?
Yes, it's. Should give him the plug actually, because
he'll be on the phone to me as well, complaining if he doesn't get a plug.
Mark and Paul Fairley have been very good to me, I have to say, through a whiskey journey. Yeah. So I don't know if anybody wants to fire in the comments any other tasting notes or anything they're getting. And
yeah, Nigel, what about yourself? You've tried that? Oh, definitely. There's a wee pool there, straight to the 10, because it's my little baby along with Aaron. It can't be anything but a 10, and that's not being biased. And if you boys don't vote for a 10 either, there'll be issues.
Well, I have voted, and it wasn't a 10, so you can slap me there.
Listen, remember I said you're coming up for a wee review? Scrap it. Nigel, do you want to come instead?
Oh, I'm down to
go. Johnny, you and Emma come on up, and Nigel Bill can just sit at home.
Sounds good.
So Nigel and Johnny, what do you reckon of the Amarone then?
Yeah, it's great. It's full flavour and like great oily texture to it. There's loads of summer fruits and vanilla and honey, and it's very floral expression on it too.
Yeah, Gareth has said that he's getting strawberry and oily mulled orange. That's a good one.
I reckon Paul is drinking this and it's just blowing his head away that he can't actually make it on altogether.
What were your
the way,
thoughts? What do you reckon?
you know the way the other night he cried during the Connacht one. I think he's got tears that are just streaming down his face with this at the minute.
Probably, Jimmy.
As he said last night, I'm the wind-up merchant, sure, but why not? You got to be professional, but you got to have a bit of fun in this industry as well.
That's it.
Just to be that guy asking stupid questions, is Amarone white wine, red wine? Is it a dessert wine?
Yeah, it's a combination. I would think of it as like, what's the best way? Phil, you would know the best word for it.
Amarone is like it's an Italian red wine, but it's the first pressing of the grapes that they use.
Yeah,
and it's a really bold wine. It's really like fruit laden, so you're going to get like your Morello cherry kind of notes off it, and strawberries and things like that, and blackcurrant, cassis, that kind of taste. And honestly, I mean, like you could be looking at anything from like 25 quid up for a bottle of Amarone, but it's well worth the investment. It's the type of wine that actually, it's a type of wine actually that if you ever speak to Mickey down on the wine rack.
Yeah, Michael McGrew.
Michael McGrew. As he said, the type of thing that you could pour a glass of that and just nose the thing all night.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna give a shout out to Michael McGrew. I've been lucky enough to know Michael now for 7 years when I was in my previous job selling alcohol and everything else, and he had a small, tiny collection of Irish whiskey at that point, and I just had a chat with him, and it's now become, west of the Ban, he is wine led and he knows his wines inside out, but what he's now doing for Irish whiskey, and he's one of the nicest guys you'll meet, he'll drop it off your house, everything.
Yeah.
But I've been privy to know what he plans to do next year with his off sales. It's literally going to be a full revamp, and he's putting a lot of money into it there. So it'll be one to watch out for.
Absolutely, Jimmy.
Is that on Twitter there, Dicey Cosway?
Just taking a few photographs here. So actually, there you go. Richard Dankovich is saying there that his wife actually wants a bottle of this. So you've got your first deal, Jimmy.
This comments like this, and the reason why I've done the tweet tasting as well, it just tells the directors and management that the idea that me and Aaron had is worth doing, and we can push things forward.
Yeah,
it's not going to be a big release when it is. It will be released. I just don't know when, and I'm pushing the cash strength to see it is the best way of putting it. But there's a lot more things we need to get done first. We need to get our distillery up and running. We need to get it open, and we need to get the 5 SKUs that we've got established again in those world markets that we lost during COVID. So it would be nice to sort of get those 5 SKUs out and maybe early next year bring this in as something that people buy into and then go, let's look at the rest of the portfolio. It's not just this. We have 4 other beer finishes that we're playing with. I think both of you, not Johnny, but Phil and Nigel, you've both been privy to try the stout.
Yeah.
Maybe our Imperial.
Yeah.
Round of applause. Round of applause, Paul. I'm just going to throw this out there. As Paul is the person that came up with Belfast Whiskey Week, and next Saturday when it finishes with 2 stacks and a friend at hand, I think we should all chip in and buy him a watch.
Yeah, I would absolutely. Yeah. Probably nothing too expensive, just a Casio or something like that. But we'll chip in and get him
something from Argos, basically.
How's it going, Paul?
He's too busy eating his chips.
Well, here, look, Jimmy, we're probably going to have to wrap this up now just to move on to Graham Cool. But I just thought of that poll has went. So 39% have went for 7, and there's a number of 8s, a number of 9s, and a number of 10s actually. And you haven't scored anything below a 5.
I appreciate it.
To be fair, people think I'm harsh, and given that a 5, I think they're out of their mind. But there you go. So,
I just quickly seeing a comment there from Jarlath, and when I take Jarlath's opinion on board, it's good. So that, guys, I appreciate the past half hour having the chat to you, and then the past hour having the pad for Phil at the same time. But I'll be here all day. I'll be here all day in the comments if anyone asks any questions, and sure enough, I'll bounce into some of these later on. But
definitely.
You all know where to catch me on social media, that sort of thing. So any questions, give us a shout. Appreciate it, guys. Cheers.
Thank you, Jimmy, and thanks for your time. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, so Paul has finally joined us, and it's good to have the captain of the ship steering us again. But I think we're going to move into number 2 now. which is the Dingle Distillery bottle. So hopefully we can get Graham Cool added in as one of the presenters, and he can join us here. The first thing I've noticed already is that Graham has been kind enough to give us some of the cask char in the samples as well, so that's an immediate bonus. So definitely looking forward to cracking this and having a wee chat with Graham. So you're all sorted then, Paul? Paul's gone silent.
I don't know if you can hear us.
I don't know if they can or not.
Oh,
we're going to hopefully Jamie will be able to answer Robert Faulkner there, and he was asking will this end up being bottled at cask strength, the Amarone cask. So hopefully Jamie will answer that for you in the comment section. Brendan was giving us good tasting notes there about he was getting orange rind with nutmeg and a wee bit of broken cinnamon stick. Daniel Moody, thank you again, Daniel, for joining us. You've been a good compatriot of Belfast Whisky Week last year, and you're sticking to your guns this year as well with us. He was saying there, thinking that the lightness and the sweetness of the grain component works really well with the richness of the Amarone cask. I would agree with you there. I think that actually the Amarone probably highlights the sweetness of the grain. So that's a good shout there too. So we'll just wait for Graham to come on board, and we shall try and pad this out.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
As best we
I
can.
can't.
we can hear you now.
I can't actually hear anyone at this point in time, so I'm not too sure.
See, he also commenting just in the sections here.
That's good. Cheers, Gareth. Thank you very much, Jason.
Yeah.
I actually can't hear Johnny or Phil or Nigel. I'm sorry about that, and I can't even see them. So I'm just wondering why I can't see them. Wonder if I do that.
Well, hopefully, I think I'm judging by the fact that people are commenting that they can hear us at the minute. So that's good. So,
Sorry.
Richard Dankovich is saying there that he would definitely like a cask strength release of the Amarone. So that's a thumbs up. Gareth Finn saying that was a great start to the box. Brendan saying that too.
Thumbs up.
Let's see. Sorry.
That's good, Kelsey. Thank you very much. Well, I'm glad you can all hear me, but I can't hear anyone. So I'm sorry if I'm talking over someone. Just wait. I'm going to just try and refresh myself and take myself out of this and then come back. Give me a minute.
Dead on. And there you go. Yeah, and Tony Kane saying that he can hear everybody as well, and Brendan saying, yep. Johnny saying yes. So
hopefully he'll be back.
Hopefully he'll be back, but yeah. We'll try and steer this in the meantime. And
yeah, you were doing a great job on a couple of tastings yesterday, Phil.
Oh, thank you, Johnny.
Caught those briefly. Yeah, looked like you were very comfortable, unlike myself. So you were doing a great job.
Well, I have to say, Johnny, that it doesn't particularly come naturally. I was absolutely bricking myself yesterday. Paul said, "Could you take the first two?" And I was like, "Oh, really?" But to be fair, like I think the thing is that once you start having a wee conversation, then that's what you just remember it is. It's just it's a conversation, and hopefully a bit of crack.
Totally.
You know.
At least whiskey is your comfort zone. So
well, that's it exactly. And the thing about this as well, it's good to learn as well. Like I mean, that's the whole point about this too. Is we're trying to like I'm trying to get educated by stuff that's coming out, and what people are trying to do. So like the more you know. So I see Nigel, you could do with opening a few of those bottles of whiskey behind you. You're looking too much like a collector rather than a drinker at the moment.
Yeah, they're starting to gather a bit of dust. They might be cracked soon.
Definitely.
Got more there on the top shelf, but
oh well.
Yeah.
Tim Cook's saying there that a new career for Phil, can see him sitting beside Holly every morning. To be fair, I wouldn't turn that gig down. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you could have worse people to look at every morning. She might not agree though.
There might be not so much whiskey at that time of day, but you know.
Well, that's true. I don't know if I'd be bothered really with some of the subjects you would have to listen to in this morning either. Dear.
Have you a few more tastings lined up this week, Phil? Or
Yeah, man. So like I ended up getting 8 boxes. So what have I got beside me here? So I have my computer's currently resting on the Buffalo Trace box. I've got the new Scottish Distilleries box. So actually pretty excited to crack that and see what's going on with the new.
We're doing that one too.
What else did I get? I got so I done the Connacht one. I had the Cologne one. Obviously the Worldwide exclusive. One I'm really looking forward to actually is the present box, with Chris Hennessy and Dathia O'Connell. I think that's going to be absolutely brilliant. With some guy. And then I got the Dingle Experience box as well. So looking forward to actually trying some of the components that are going into the pot still that we're going to try.
Okay.
I was really impressed. Actually, done a tweet tasting recently with Graham, and it was the deconstruction of the Batch 5 single malt.
Okay.
It was like superb, a very good whiskey. So it'll be interesting to see actually how Graham steers Dingle in the future. Obviously, a man of lots of knowledge with his years in Glenmoray. So, and I have a couple of other boxes. What else did I get? I'll just check my calendar here.
We can see Paul, but we can't hear him.
I was because I wasn't talking.
Oh, there we go. Yo.
So I've got the introduction to English whiskey as well. I wanted to see what some of the English distilleries were doing.
Yeah.
You lads holding the fort down well, are you?
Oh, we're trying our best, Paul. We're trying our best.
It's like Sky News, like during the disaster. It's just like stretch, It's.
Do you know? I've just noticed, Johnny. You're looking rather sharp.
Yeah. I know. I got my first haircut in like 18 months. So yeah, it's just been well timed. So.
Excellent.
And listen, Nigel and Phil and Johnny, thanks very much. And I take it Jamie's just buggered off. I mean, I take it he said his piece.
We said his piece, and we were just waiting for Graham to come on.
Super.
So we didn't know whether to keep Jamie in as sort of a presenter or just let him get on and enjoy the box.
I think it was good that he got his chance to talk about Hinch all day. I'm sure that's what he's back. Well, do you know what? This is good, right? So if Jamie comes back on, that'd be nice, and we'll say a couple of wee things. Hi, Jamie. How are you?
I'm not bad. Listen, do you have that wee present I give you to wind a couple people up on behalf of Brendan?
Do you want me just 2 seconds?
I wouldn't show it all, but just show parts of it to start teasing it out for Brendan.
Let me 1 second. I'll go and get it. Here with me.
Yeah, you're going to get it. Phil,
guys, hang on a minute.
Okay.
I don't know. Someone has clicked video. Right, that's fine. So we have Graham on. His mic is active. Hopefully. I don't know what's going on there. Right. So Graham's mic active. Hopefully he can start talking and we can hear him.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Graham, are you there? No. Yes.
Yeah, we have Graham. Yep.
Yeah, we can. Just need to activate the video.
You're very quiet, Graham. No, we can't see you. You're very quiet. Are you having problems with your camera?
Yeah, I think.
Well, we can hear the lovely voices of Graham and Faye, but we just can't see you yet.
Can't see the lovely faces.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll pad it out until those guys get sorted, and then I'll exit the stage right. But Paul, do you have it handy?
Yeah, I can hear music. Why can I hear music?
It's just what happens when you walk into rooms, Paul.
I can hear music, which is great. I think we're just getting a wee bit of music there. We can take that away, but yeah. Do you know what?
Do you want to crack it and try it?
Right. So am I going to just partially show this?
Yeah, don't show what it actually is, but give a wee tease. Just a wee.
Oh, you've put into the seltzer market, you blinking tubes. Right.
If Brendan's here, he should jump in.
Right.
That's enough, Paul. Put it away. Put it away. Put it away. I was lucky enough to try this yesterday and basically ended up in a river taking a couple of photographs. So,
yeah.
Brendan, this is how my day is going to go now.
Here. This is.
On that note, I shall exit stage right and leave you.
Oh, stay there, Jamie. I just want to say a couple of things. So stay here just for a second before we bring on Graham. And genuinely, I know he's probably waiting patiently to come on and talk about Dingle, and we'll give him as much exposure as possible because we love Dingle. So, but I want to say a couple of things just so our audience have this on record. That so it's on record. The guys that are on the screen just now, last year at the end of Belfast Whisky Week, which I tried to run myself. I then decided, look, I need other people to try and come on board and try and help and put a bit of legitimacy towards the project for longevity, for for this to be long term. And although we have great volunteers who are doing great stuff on the admin and great stuff on the sending out the products and stuff, we've got Johnny from Studio Stereo who has done all of that beautiful packaging, all of that beautiful design work for the entire festival, which is genuinely, if there's going to be someone to really thank for that, and any of that whole design work, it's down to Johnny. We've really appreciated it. I really, honestly fell in love with the last year's design. This year's design just blew it out the water. I'm a big fan. I know people have been saying this. Oh, it's like Brook-Laddie. I don't care. I love Brook-Laddie. And if Brook-Laddie, if we've got any connotation to Brook-Laddie, that's fair enough,
I'll take it as a compliment. So
we've lost Phil there, but listen, we've got Nigel, Jamie, and Phil have really been they were massive supporters of the festival last year, and I wanted to encourage people to get involved this year and to help me drive this forward. And they're great sounding boards, to say, should we do this, should we not do this? And it's been great to even I suppose maybe to maybe even say, no, we're going to go full steam ahead. We're going to make this festival. We're going to make it happen. But no, it's been great to have these guys supporting, and it's good, obviously, for their own, I suppose, their own blogs. They're all bloggers. I know Jamie's now moved on to working for Hinch, but Nigel has a great blog. It's always worth keeping an eye on. Phil's stuff is good. He is known as the most boring person in Irish whiskey land or whiskey land in general.
Most jealous.
Whatever he is. But he brings a smile to my face. I think, he's very comical. I like the honesty. If that's something about this group of guys that we have in front of us, it's just honesty. I mean, Jamie, you're a wind-up merchant. You love wind-up.
Listen, Paul, as I said to Phil earlier, I can be professional when I want to be, but this industry entitles me to have a bit of fun at the same time, being that person out and speaking. And that's just my personality, that I want to have a bit of fun. Whiskey doesn't have to be completely taken serious 24/7. When it needs to be, it can be. And that's where Belfast Whisky Club gets its reputation for the best, but maybe the harshest as well. So
just had someone at the door. Give me 1 second. Someone's chatting. I think it's a punter.
Is that your delivery?
Yeah, it's probably a Belfast Whisky Week box.
Oh, it's Paul. It's a delivery of some obscure bottle of whiskey that you never thought you'd get your hands on. But listen, I guess
whilst Paul's away and saying nice things about all of us, I guess we should also say very nice things about him, because, as I've said, everyone involved with Belfast Whisky Week probably has a love-hate with Paul right now. But at the end of the day, it's amazing what Paul has put together, and we can't say enough about him. And hopefully, I'm seeing in the comments there, hopefully he will cry again, because it like, hats off. Like I am so impressed with what he pulls together every year. And he walked in last year to our studio with 2 weeks to go to Belfast Whisky Week, as it became, and said, I want to do a whiskey festival. And I said, great, Paul, that sounds lovely. But I and do you know what? He made it happen. And this year again, I a year where the world has fallen apart, Paul has somehow actually managed to make this year's festival better for it.
I remember getting the phone call. Paul. He was in a mad panic, probably in his car driving somewhere for deliveries for a Friday night Belfast Whiskey Club. And the question was, should he move it online? And I went, there's a big doubt about it. You know, there's a lot of people doing online stuff. And in this short of time, can we get everything moved online when everything was geared up to be in person, in a bar? And as mad as he is, and as late as he is with getting emails out to me when to be on camera, here, aren't we? You know, it's again, I think showbiz, there's going to be technical issues, but we've got there and we're having the crack.
Well, that's the thing, guys. I mean, I remember whenever, like, me and Jamie have had this discussion, like, at the start, whenever Paul decided this was going online, and we both just thought, that man's as mad as a box of frogs. Like, there's not a hope. Like, to be fair, like, you just pulled it. You've managed to pull it out of the bag yet again, Paul. And to see, like, what all the boxes that. I mean, man, do you see the response we're getting? We've mentioned it earlier on. The response we're getting from people over in the States and over in Germany and over in different parts of the world, that you've managed to get boxes out to them in like record time. Like, I got a message from California last night from someone saying a box arrived in 3 days. Can't believe it.
Yeah.
And like, superb work between yourself, Anthony down at Irish Whiskey Auctions.
Unreal.
Unbelievable.
I think what's been really good. I mean, I'll explain what happened this morning. So we had a great session last night, and I think that, you know, last night just epitomises what this festival's all about. It was about just pure banter. It was about a brand ambassador who had so much love for his product and was able to relax in this environment and speak freely and have fun. And I think that this morning I was out delivering at 8 o'clock this morning, all around the country. I was in, where was that? Today I was in Antrim, I was in Bangor, and I was also down in Craigavon. And you know, I was out saving lives today. I'm going to say this right on camera. I was saving lives today. But I was saving lives. There was a fella, I was driving down to Craigavon, and God rest him, he was drunk on the motorway, walking. And I phoned 999 on the way down, and I said, listen, someone get to him. On the way back, thankfully, 2 police cars and an ambulance had made sure he was safe. But here, out saving lives, out delivering whiskies, this is what the festival's all about. It's about, it's about entertainment. It's about great crack, I can now see Graham, which is great. Graham, how are we?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah.
Graham, you've got the 5 of us just now.
Wow.
Is there anyone you want? Who would you like to present? You've got Nigel, Johnny, Jamie, and Phil. But look, we're just
to make it fair, I have this Brandon behind me, so
I know you can. Jamie, thank you very much.
Guys, appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
See you later,
man. Listen, Graham, we're just finishing up this little wraparound. But yeah. Listen, Phil and Nigel, thank you very much. Nigel, if you want to stay around, you can stay in this room. You can stay for the chat. Phil, if you want to stick around, you're more than welcome to stay with yourself, Johnny. But Graham, I think if me and you just go at it, we can do that.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Cheers,
chat to you later on, Paul.
Yes, excellent. See you then.
See you later, man.
So this is it. This is what I have been waiting for specifically from Dingle, and I do mean this. Listen, Dave, is Dave just a legend? You mentioned Dingle, and it's automatically equated with Dave Cummings. It's Dingle is Dave Cummings, and Dave Cummings is Dingle.
Yeah, his lockdown hair and beard.
Has he got a lockdown hair?
Yeah. You don't know where the hair stops and the beard starts.
He's just a character. Am I right? He is just a character. There's Brendan making a joke. Do you not tell me Dave doesn't own Dingle? No, listen, do you know what? The first time I met Dave, I was just struck. He has this air about him, doesn't he, Graham? So I'm a massive fan of bigging up the brand ambassadors who pay attention to things. He has an air about him. He has this ambience. It's great. He's you know what? He's been a big fan, and he's been a big supporter of the festival. He's been a big fan of what we're doing at the Whiskey Club. It really has been, and we are really appreciative of what he's done. And when he said you're going to come on, I went, "That's okay. I'm good with Graham. That's perfect." Do you know what I mean? Because we're going to have a fellow Scot, and we're going to have a good chat. But I do want to just say thanks, and I know he's not in this chat directly, but I want to say thanks for everything that Dave has done. So and now you can freely talk about your product. Freely talk about it.
Excellent. Well, apologies for being late to the game, but I'm here now. So hopefully you've got your Dingle sample in front of you and poured. So what we have today is Dingle, or what will be Dingle's 4th pot still release, which will come out before the end of the year. So this is the first time it's been aired in public in any shape or form. And what makes this one a little bit even more special is this is the first time that you'll have seen Dingle pot still at cask as well. So something a little bit unique there, and one for the real enthusiasts to get their teeth into. So as I said, yeah, fourth release. Cask strength 59.9%, just fell slightly below the 60%. So obviously, full of character, full of strength at that, and you will probably need to reach for the water just to calm it down slightly. But the wonderful thing about cask strength is you get to taste the whiskey as it is, and then you can do what you like with it. You can add as much or as little water.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see it. And so 4th release, Dingle Distillery started in 2012. So we're starting to use whiskey now that's sort of almost 7 years old. So in my book that's really coming of age and can stand up against other whiskies of older age. It's got enough character then at that age to hold its own. So it's nice to put it out there and get feedback as well on it. And people have followed the Dingle journey so far. It's been an interesting one where one of the first of the newbies on the go. So people follow what Dingle's doing with interest. So it's always good to get a new release out. So this is, as I say, pot still is around about, this year, 30 to 40% of our annual production. Previously, the stock I'm using for this, probably we're producing only about 10% pot still, 10 to 20%. So the older Dingle pot still is still pretty rare. And, that reflects in the size of the release, where this one will be the biggest release so far. It'll be 8,500 bottles.
Right.
Total 500 of those will be cask strength, and the other 8,000 will be at the usual 46.5%. And for this release as well, the first time we'll be sending 1,000 bottles to the US. So
wow,
we sent Dingle single malt there. 25% of the single malt batches goes to the US. So this is the first time that we've really had the quantity to justify sending it across there, because it's you'd love to be able to send everything to everywhere, but unfortunately, the economics of releasing and getting it sold is the hardest bit. I always say it's very easy to make whiskey and construct whiskies. I would hate to be at the other end, having to create markets and sell it. It's it's hard work at that end. So
it is. But do you know what, Graham? You have a cult following. If we're going to be honest, there's a cult following with Dingle, and it has been that you were the new boys on the block bringing new Irish whiskey, and people have witnessed that journey. I believe we got some Dingle packs for the Dingle session out to the States. I know for a fact that we have some of these packs that we're drinking just now are in the States. They're also in different other parts of the world. So I know you don't have the markets and maybe the brand ambassadors in those countries and all those things going on, but we have brought Dingle to the rest of the world for you. I think that's very important that we're doing that. People will want the product, no doubt, if they like it, and they'll be like, "Oh, how can we get it?" But I'm hopeful that I'm hopeful that that you will expand into those markets, that you will get to a point where quantity is right, that you can get the right quantity. I mean, 500 bottles of a cask strength single pot release. I think that's great. I think that's good, Graham, for that to happen. That you keep that somehow within this, these releases you've had going through the different batches. That there are things that people understand, that there will be big quantities coming of liquid. There has to be, because if you want to be in Asia, if you want to be in America, you have to produce lots. But what's nice is having small releases, small batches that people can go, oh, I want to drink that, and I also want to collect that, and I want to have that as my, as something I can be proud of, because there are people who will continue that journey with you, and hopefully long into the future continue those journeys with you. And it's nice for people to be able to come back to these, especially one-off releases. And that I'm very again very excited. I'm going to go and grab a glass actually, because I need to drink this. It's not a case of wanting to. I need to drink it.
I need to drink. Yeah.
It's a need, Graham, and I've realised.
Don't say that to certain people; they might take it the wrong way when you say you need to drink. But I understand. No,
you understand exactly what I mean. There is something about, you know what? There's something about special times and situations. Like, and I'll be honest, on Friday night, one of the brands we were working with, I got to taste something. It was the first time that someone had really, it was touching. And people said in here, "I hope you don't cry again." I did cry. I cried then. But this is to me, and again, it's harking back just to the relationship that we've had with Dave. Is when I gave Dave a brief for this year's festival, which was months and months and months and months ago, he was the first brand ambassador to say, "We'll do whatever we can," and I was like, that just, I'm telling you, that says so much. He was the first. He definitely was the first brand ambassador to come back and say, "Paul, we just want to do whatever we can. We want to be there. Bells, tassels, you name it, we want to do it." And I was shocked when he came back to me just a couple of months ago and he said, I thought it was even a month ago, and he went, "We're actually going to do this and we're going to do this." And I was like, "Hold on. You're blowing me away." He says, "No," he says, "Graham wants to, he just wants to go all out." And I went, "If Graham wants to go all out, okay then, who's to stop Graham? If that's the case, if that's where we're at." So this, I mean, in this festival, we have the batch 5 single malt, which has just come on the market. Yes. We have the batch 4 pot still going to come to market, and then we have the batch 4 pot still cask strength, purely exclusive to this festival. Yeah. That to me is, it's mind blowing for a distillery to use a platform like this is mind blowing. But I think actually what we've got, even from the first 2 days of this festival, is so many people from around the world getting involved. Every person who has one pack, doesn't matter if they bought, maybe it was the pre-1970s pack, or maybe they bought the, English tasting pack. Even if they bought one pack, Graham, they have access to the whole festival, which means you have people who are, they maybe don't have this pack. Although we sent out approximately 100 of these packs, they might not have this pack, but they're in here for the chat.
Yeah.
They're in here they want to hear what you have to say about it. So I'm going to grab a glass. You can talk away to the crowd. I'm going to grab a glass and we're going to sip this. We're going to analyze this and appreciate it.
Okay. So I'll speak a little bit about the whiskey and how it's constructed. So as I said, around about 6 pushing 7-year-old age of spirit. There's 2 cask types within the Pot Still 4 release, and they are ex-bourbon casks and ex-Oloroso sherry casks at a percentage of mix of 75% ex-bourbon and 25% Oloroso. All first fill casks, all full maturation casks, so the new spirit went into them at day one and obviously came out just now for producing these samples. We haven't constructed the final batch yet. We won't be bottling until October. So this is a good representation of what will end up in the final bottle. So again, just to remind you, we're drinking the cask strength version, which is 59.9%. Tend to fill into casks at 65% dingle. That's a good strength to fill into. You get the interaction with the wood and a quicker maturation, and also with these being first fill casks as well, you're getting the richest of flavours. So although some people might think 6-7 year old whiskey is quite young, it does punch a little bit above its weight in terms of maturity, in terms of flavour. I'm going to have a wee sniff of it just to remind me of what it's like. So feel free, if you have it in your glass at home, do dive in and let me know, or let us know in the comments what you think. But first things, colour wise, I think you can see a nice rich colour, golden colour. It's getting 75% ex-bourbon, so that's obviously going to have is the biggest component, but the 25% Oloroso sherry is just offering that darker colour to the liquid. So it's just that it's a lovely sort of warm gold colour to it. Cask strength as well. You're getting the colour at full strength as well, which is always nice to see.
Great, isn't it? Colour is great, fantastic looking.
It's a lovely colour, a lovely inviting one. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I think it looks like a. It looks like a.
Do you know what? Graham, it's nearly that gold of the ring from Lord of the Rings. It's that kind of golden kind of hue, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a warm colour, and I think that's testament to the bourbon casks as well. They're picking up a nice tint as they go along. Obviously, Oloroso sherry, you've got the darker notes from it. So yeah, colour terms, it's a lovely, looks lovely in the glass, looks lovely in a dingle glass as well. If these are available at the distillery, then like to buy them.
They're quite smart glasses. And again, I was talking the other day, we can do a swap, Graham. I'll send you down some of these glasses for the week, and you can send me up some dingle glasses, and we'll have a wee swap.
Quite nice. I like a stemmed glass. I had some.
Yes.
For those who don't know me, I was previously at Glenmurray in Speyside, and there was an old style Glenmurray glass, which was a stemmed glass, and I had a few of them. But over the years, there's an attrition rate with whiskey glasses. It's not the best hobby for protecting your glassware, as we all know. But I think I'm down to just one of them, so it's kind of locked away and only to be used for the first drink of the night and not the last one. So, but now I've got dingle stem glasses, and it's a nice one. A nice big. It's probably a bigger glass as well, so you tend to pour a little bit more in just to get.
It looks like you put a decent measure in there. Definitely.
I was trying to think the last time I drank whiskey this early on a Sunday. Graham, that's a logistical thing, So if we hark back to what we're trying to do here. Last year Dave surprised us all. Okay, so we used a bar in Belfast called the Practitioner. Lovely, it had just been redone, it'd been revamped. It's a lovely setting. It's right in the heart of the students, kind of Holy Lands, Botanic area, Queen's Quarter, and look, Dave really surprised us. Dave turned up with, I think it was like 8 or 9 whiskies from Dingle, and all these different cask strength variants that were going to be coming out in different oak casks, and we were just like, oh my lord, blown away. And I think that we did that. It was a sensible clock. I think it was a nighttime event, maybe 8 o'clock at night. And when we tried to look at the logistics of a festival online, we were like, how do we do this? How do we get as many? Because what we don't want to do is have Dingle at the same time as Bush or the same time as Jameson. We want people to have their own platform and have their own time. Now, there's a couple of overlaps, but they don't overlap insofar as that they don't overlap against brands, really. Actually, they don't overlap in terms of audience size. So if we look at one of the distilleries, they specifically only want to have a very small amount of people. They don't want to have this atmosphere. So at 12 o'clock, I thought, do you know what? What does the world look like at 12 o'clock? So I thought, what does America look like at 12 o'clock? What time do they have to get up at? What time, what time are the Australians going to bed at?
I was thinking about the world. I wasn't just thinking about Belfast and Ireland. I was thinking about the world and how does the world interact. So yes, we're drinking at 1 o'clock, but also people will come on at some more time, and they'll have these packs and they'll be able to drink, in their leisure at their own time. And that's the good thing about the online thing, isn't it? I doubt very much, Graham, we would have maybe this type of tasting in a bar setting, normally. Yeah. Although last year, what I did was we had the lunchtime events. And we had a lunchtime event because it was an opening events, and it was just like maybe 2 or 3 drams, and there were an introduction to some of the brands, introduction tastings. So if you came off your lunch break in Belfast, or you were a tourist and you were just floating around the area in the Cathedral Quarter or wherever we were, and all those great bars we were in, lunchtime actually during the summer, if you're in any other city around the world, it's festival moments anyway. It's the summer, it's the festival. You're a tourist, you're out exploring. So, I know we're doing it at home on a Sunday at 1:30, which is great. But
I'm not complaining at all.
No, we can't. And listen, this is cast strength, but I tell you what, Graham, it's not overpowering.
It's not.
You've hit the nail on the head here. The nose is great. The power of the alcohol is just about right, and that taste. I mean, am I right in saying I'm getting like chocolate or something? It's like
I think on the nose, I think the bourbon casks kind of lead their way. You've got the spicy and you've got the vanilla. To me, it's like there's several desserts there. Sticky toffee pudding is coming through, and maybe a bit of butterscotch and ice cream and even maybe something with cherries in. It's on the nose. It's a lovely fruity, creamy sensation. But and it certainly there's no sharpness there.
No,
it's a rounded nose, and even if it's let's say 60%, let's round up. It's certainly not. It's not giving you that impression. It's hiding that quite well, which is nice, to see. And then on the taste, I think once you delve into the taste of the whiskey, then maybe the Oloroso sherry cask is starting to come through, and that's where you can pick up these dark chocolate notes and maybe a darker fruit character to it as well. But I poured this probably half an hour ago, and I've had a few sips at it, and the initial first sip is you are getting acclimatized to quite a powerful whiskey, but once you get beyond that initial taste, you can sip away at this at cask strength without too much of a problem. So I think
the first taste of this, again, when you go directly into a cask strength, you expect it to be overpowering. I mean, you expect there to be lots of alcohol.
Yeah.
I just found this actually just very quickly opened up in my mouth. It just was in, and it was opening up, and it didn't feel like the alcohol was overpowering, and what was really good about that was it then didn't affect the taste.
Yeah.
Sometimes we get that, don't we? When we have that, particularly in young whiskies. I know we're talking about the age of this, and you spoke about that, and I was listening to it when you talked about how young this is, and will it stand up? In a lot of young whiskies, the alcohol is necessary sometimes to give it a little kick, to give it a little push.
Mm-hmm.
The flavors here are just great.
I think
when this is taken
as well, if you add water to them, you can kill them. You can thin them. They just don't have the strength of character to hold themselves together when you dilute them too much. So younger cask strength can work that way, and obviously with this being pot still as well, you get that creamy mouthfeel, which does help. It's a little bit of an anaesthetic to the mouth and the taste buds, so that you can taste the whiskey as well. Huge in maturity when you move from 3 years to, let's say, 6 years. That is a very important time in a whiskey's development. Once you go beyond 6, 7, 8 years, then it's really you're just into your own preference after that. How much wood you like in your whiskey.
We talk about. I mean, certainly we've tasted most of the Dingle range, in the club, and with the members here. And one thing I always go back to is this idea of new pot stills, because we've got pot stills, and pot stills have been around, and we've got prime examples of what pot stills are and what people think pot stills are. Okay, and it's that's impression that's been given. So the new pot stills that are coming on board, there's really there's a flat playing field for these new distilleries with their pot stills, because it's it's a race to see who creates the best tasting one. Yeah. And I thought actually I use I'm not ashamed to say it, I use the pot still 2, batch 2. I use it continuously for tastings.
Right.
That's a bottle I will say, do you know what? If we're going to look at new pot stills, batch number 2 is phenomenal. Mm-hmm. Okay, people will say, but it's really young, it's all this and it's all that, blah, blah. No, if we want to see this progression, which we are seeing, we want to see the progression of the pot still from Dingo.
Yeah.
To number 2 is a step up from number 1. And it's a mark step. This is a mark step as well. We're I know Phil, you 100% disagree with me, but he said he hated batch 2. But look, and that's fair enough. But this is a marked step again. This is a step. We can definitely see a change in the taste profiling here.
Yeah.
I think someone's mentioned the desserts, but I got the chocolate and I got that. I also got, even on the taste, I know maybe you're talking about some of the darker fruits, but I was getting something that's like a little bit like a grapefruit.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of tang, that citrusy tang. I really like that.
Yeah,
I'm actually really pleased that we've got this, and the strength is important. That it is not overpowering. It is, and for everyone, I want people's reactions to that. That it's not this overpowering liquid that maybe people would find offensive.
And I think that for me, it's the filling strength that you fill into cask at day one with your new make is important. And that's why 65 for me is preferable to be lower rather than higher than that, because if this whiskey had been filled at 70%, it would still be mid-60s or above, and that really is too much to handle for any palate. So
been there, done that.
It does help to start a little bit lower, and once you get into the 50s, then you can certainly drink whiskey at that strength and enjoy it.
We've got some great questions, and so I'm going to just try and feed those questions through to you, because we've got some really good questions. The question here I wanted to pick up on is Robert, who's one of our amazing admins at the moment, doing great admin work. But he has a quick question. He just wants to know about the difference between batch 2 and batch 4 in terms of production, and also that leads on to another question that was asked by Dahi. So Dahi's asked, look, any other cereals on the mash outside of barley?
Yeah, okay. Batch 2 was a similar composition. It was bourbon, Oloroso, and Pedro Jimenez casks. So you had the 3 cask types, which probably at that age did help, because you're getting a bit of flavour from each different cask, and it does help counteract the youthfulness of the whiskey. But so whereas pot still 4 release is just purely bourbon and Oloroso sherry, because it is older. As we get older, we can start to really get down to almost one single cask type in the final composition. So in terms of the mash, cereals wise, at this stage, the pot still is made from 60% malted barley, 40% unmalted barley. But this year we did throw some rye and some oats into the mash, some of the mashes this year. So just to switch it up a bit and see how that works as well.
Yeah, so we're going to see them in the future. We're going to see them, those single offerings, are they? They're going to be single offerings, or
we did a couple of weeks on a mixture. We did rye on its own, oats on its own, obviously in the mix.
Yeah.
Definitely legal pot still, not illegal pot.
Oh, GI compliant. Compliant.
Yeah, well, yeah. And we did rye and oats together. So yeah, from memory, it straddled a couple of weeks. So that's a few thousand bottles in the future, single casks. So,
that'll be great. That I think you're in a good position, Graham, to be able to do something like that, aren't you? That
Yeah,
we
our annual production is big enough now that we can do different things. In the early years, production, was low, but now we're doing 2 shifts. We're working pretty much all year round, 50 weeks of the year. So we have got capacity there to try different things, and this year we tried some peated single malt as well for the first time. So that was interesting as well.
I want to know. Obviously, you're from Scotland. Whereabouts, Graham? Are you born? Where are you raised? Where are you been dragged up?
Yeah, born in a town called Elgin, which is they kind of say it's the capital of Speyside, but then anybody
capital of the malts, Elgin.
Anybody from Dufftown would totally disagree with you, but
no.
It's the biggest town.
Logan number 12. Logan number 12 is all the same. White Horse, no power.
Yeah. So Elgin's up there near Inverness, between Inverness and Aberdeen. My history is working wise. I worked at Glenfiddich, Balvenie and Canindie initially for 11 years. Started off in the bottling side at Glenfiddich and then moved into the distillation side and ran the distillation for the 3 distilleries there. Then 2005 moved to Glenmurray, which is in Elgin, so moved back to my my birth town, and worked at Glenmurray as distillery manager for 14 years until I decided to take an interesting career step and move to Ireland.
Is that all it was? It was just the opportunity of a distillery in Ireland to go and work, on something new. Is that what it was, Graham? Is that just what it was?
It was. When I read the job description for Dingle, for the distillery manager, master distiller at Dingle, it was all the things I liked about my job, and none of the things that I didn't like. So it was just too good an opportunity to pass. And Dingle being at a very interesting time, the age of the whiskey, and hopefully I'll be here to see Dingle through from 7 years old up to let's say hopefully 20 years old. So it's something I could never have done in Scotland because most of the distilleries are way beyond that point. Yes, there are distilleries, but no, the lure of Dingle was the interest in the job itself.
Oh, good. We actually, we have a tasting coming up later in the week, which is an exploration of new Scottish distilleries, and I think you touched upon their Canindie. So that's deemed as being a new distillery, even though it's a tag along. But it's there are a good number of distilleries now coming through Scotland who are in the infancy. And I think fair play to you for jumping across the water and heading on down to the most southernest point or whatever it is in Dingle in the middle of nowhereness, to such a beautiful part of the planet, to take on such a challenge, because you are fighting against big boys. And you've got the ideal brands. You've got the Midlands and the Powers, the Redbreast, all these other ones. These are all big. These are big pot stills. That you have to challenge against, and all the different malts that you've got coming. It's a challenge. It's a challenge, but you're ahead of the game against the other new distilleries. And that's good. So people are obviously coming to you. I know there's guys in this chat who are from different distilleries, who maybe work for different distilleries, who maybe and they've come down to Dingle. They want to see the progression. They want to to learn as well, because it's new liquid, but it's good liquid. It's surprisingly, once you get it right, make it great. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think that it just takes a little bit of time to get it right. And I suppose, people release whiskey. Sometimes it's a money-making exercise. Sometimes it's, it's just because they have to, due to storage facilities and everything else. But, releasing whiskey when it's right and when it's proper is very important, particularly for the consumer. That if we're going to go and purchase something, Graham, that we want to know that it's good enough to purchase, that it's good enough to take it home and drink and to share. And if I'm going to buy a bottle at £60 of Dingle whiskey, that is it good enough against that £60, maybe 15-year-old statement from one of the bigger boys? So it's about getting it right, and I think that so far that you've kept the pricing yourselves, you've kept the pricing right. I know that the secondary market went a little bit crazy, Graham, didn't it? And your cult following took your brands to new heights. A couple of £1,000 for some bottles. Wow. At one point, I believe, and people can quote me, but I believe I was the first person to sell the full set at one point when there was a full set. I think I was the first person to sell the full set on because I had duplications and I had tasted the whiskies. I think sometimes people get a wee bit annoyed, but I drunk all of the Dingle whiskies, and as I say, I would continually use certain ones for tastings across the board, But I think you've done rightly. I think as a distiller, you've done right. It's up to it's up to the consumer now to make judgment and pass judgment on the product.
Yeah, it's difficult. We've no control over the secondary market, and it wasn't here at the time, but it really did. It exploded with Dingle, but I think now the attention has obviously shifted to other distillers now that are coming through, and they're having their day and they're seeing it. So hopefully Dingle, people can now get to know Dingle for what it is, and it will be accessible. We're moving towards probably more having a core expression Dingle or expressions which are available all year round, and because we do need repeat business, we need repeat purchases by people to sustain the distillery, but also on top of that, we'll have smaller releases which will be more limited, and that will be the interesting and bits where we can play around a little bit with what we're doing.
But that keeps it interesting, Graham. It just keeps the interest there, because I suppose when you look at some of the big boys who have, and they rest their entire brands now on releases that have stayed the test of time. That it's only now that some of them have started to manipulate that a little bit and come into the fore and say, maybe we do need to do something different. Let's look at different casks. Let's look at different, variations. How do they partner up with stuff? So I think, do what you're doing. Keep it steady. Keep it rolling. But having those little bits of interest, those little changes, little deviations, that's going to keep the exciting punter going.
Yeah, keep the interest.
I want to try that. I want to try that. But as long as they lead back into the core range, as long as there's a familiarity within the spirits that lead back in there, that's going to be very key to the success of Dingle.
Yeah, what you don't want to do is confuse your customers, and it can get that way. So I think you have to have the pillars or foundations that you work on, that you build off. And yes, if you go and do something a little different, you explain how and why it's different, and people can then connect with that, and also with what you're doing in the more big markets.
There's some questions here, and it just leads on to that. It's just really from that, but so it's not deviating. We're looking at single pot still and pot still. What's the production percentage time devoted to either? Through the year, or I think we're taking months at a time for some, and then we're revisiting. Yeah,
we run our pot still in one campaign. It's easier to do it. You've got the low wines and the feints to keep at the end. Yeah. And then go back on the single malt. So we do roughly between 30 and 40% of our annual production is pot still, and obviously the rest is single malt.
Good. Okay. And there's a question about. We talk about the composition. The mash bills. The question here would be, and you don't have to be put under the spot, Graham, but if you want to answer, you can be. But what's your thoughts on the current GI position? Do you have a thought process as to maybe, does there need to be a conversation just now about a relook at what can be achieved here, because we've got so many distilleries now who have the ability to try new things, to have their own unique tastes. What's your position on it?
Yeah, I think probably pot still does need to be looked at. It's very restrictive at the moment and probably doesn't reflect the tradition of pot still when you go back in time. So I think a bit more flexibility there would definitely help. I don't think it would damage the whisky industry in any way. Pot still is unique to Ireland. It's the one thing we've got that's different from everywhere else. So we need to be protective of it, but I think there's definitely scope to play around a little bit more with the mash bill and introduce other unmalted cereals in different percentages, so we can try and replicate what would have happened in the past.
Excellent. No, listen, Graham, totally. I'm just wondering if there's anyone else that wants to ask a question of Graham, because I've really appreciated you coming on here and talking about this. What I would say, there was a poll that went up there, Graham. I'm sure that at some point there'll be an end to that poll, and you'll get to see what people's thoughts are. But although we score within the club, I'm not overly fussed about scoring these whiskies directly. What I would be saying is that we gave everyone enough of a sample, 50 ml samples of all of the bottlings for people to go back and for people to explore this continuously over the next couple of days and really get to grips with the products. There's a couple of people saying a couple of quick things. What's the first thing? Okay, Jason from Malt wants to know. So Jason Julia from Malt wants to know, what's the first thing that Graham changed when starting at Dingle? What's the first thing you changed?
The first thing I changed, to be honest, I haven't changed an awful lot. I think first thing I worked on was analysing the maturing stock that we've got and starting to come up with criteria for what we were going to produce in the future and what sort of cask policy we would want going forward. So that's what I worked on. Probably up till then, the casks had been bought in not a random fashion, but we would fill lots of different types of cask. But it was more trying to make sense of that and planning going forward so that we have whiskey available for the next 5-10 years that we can release. So really probably just putting a bit of direction into the maturing stock side of things.
Good. Okay. Omar has asked a quick question. He said, might have spoken about it already, but how is the peated malt coming along? That's
quite a polite question from Omar. Usually he's a bit more rude than that, but fair play, Omar. Peated malt is coming along well. I stuck some of the single malt peated spirit into, we've got some small casks here, 25 litre tubs, into there 6 weeks ago, and took some out yesterday with a group at the distillery, and it was well received. It's got lovely colour, even in 6 weeks. So yeah, I'm happy with how it's working. It'll be a few years, obviously, before it'll see the light of day, but yeah, starting off quite nicely anyway.
Well, I'm glad that Omar asked the question, even though he might have been slightly cheeky. But but it's good. It's good to have those kind of questions being asked. Andy O'Day has an interesting question. He's just saying, listen, how's pot still being received in Scotland now? I tell you what, I've got a lot of friends in Scotland who drink whiskey. A lot of them, if they're drinking Irish whiskey, already drink pot still, so they're already drinking those redbreasts and the drinking powers. But those who do not drink Irish whiskey really don't know what pot still is, and they really don't have a clue.
I don't. Many people know what pot still is outside of Ireland, really. I didn't know much about it before I came. I knew a bit, but I certainly didn't have any real knowledge or in-depth knowledge of how it was made and how it was pulled together. So no, I think pot still. The phrase pot still in Scotland is quite a generic term, and you'll hear it mentioned about a Scotch whisky when you purchase malted barley. In Scotland, it's quite often called pot still malt. So I think Scottish people wouldn't pick up that it is different unless they really know. But I think in taste terms, it's an interesting taste and really should probably appeal to Scotch whisky drinkers, because it has that edge, that spicy edge, which probably is more akin to a double distillation Scotch whisky than
exactly, because I think the perception, and I think that I can answer it as much as possible, but the perception, until I tasted my first ever Irish whisky, which was the 15-year-old Redbreast, before I tasted, I'd just been drinking, Scottish whisky. But the perception, I think, in Scotland is that Irish whisky is this smooth, triple distilled, really easy drinking whisky.
Yeah.
When we start to look at the pot stills as being, oily, heavy, really peppery, because most of the time they're being used, sherry barrels and stuff are being used, really, that is a complete deviation from what people are going to be knowing, or normally tasting. I think it's something that, for Ireland to compete in the world with pot still, it will do it, and it probably will take over parts of the world before it take over anywhere in Scotland. But it will be the challenge, I think, for the Irish whisky industry to keep on pressing and knocking at the door in Scotland to say, listen, try this. Just keep trying it. Keep trying until you understand that, this was deemed the whisky of choice before Scotch. This was deemed the whisky of choice. That more whisky, pot still whisky, particularly coming out of the north of Scotland, north of Ireland, was being sent around the world. That it's that we've had those great, and Finan will talk about all those great mash bills, that were being used in the Cumber distilleries, and it's just, I don't know. I think it stands alone. Pot still just stands alone. It's a beast on its own accord. And Scottish people, any of my friends, any Scottish people, they should just embrace it, have a taste of it. Don't be frightened of it. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's. I think that we've got a great bar in Glasgow called the Pot Still. I mean, it's.
That's right.
All they should sell is Irish pot still whiskey now. Let's tell them to clear out all those great malts they have. And we'll just put that in. I'm wondering if there's another quick question. One here from John Daly is asking a quick question about: are you holding back some of your specific releases for long time maturations? I.e., are you going to hold back some of those releases for 10 plus years before you think about releasing?
Yeah, definitely. As I said, that was part. One of the first things I did when I joined was to come up with a model for maturation. So I'm allocating some stock for 10 years, for 12, for 15, and 18 plus. And it's at the moment it's kind of thumb in the air, but you do have to have that whiskey available. There's no point in us releasing a 10-year-old dingle if we can't sustain it, because it just doesn't make sense.
I was going to ask a daft question then. So this is just daft, but it's just popped in my head. What's the thought processes on a blend?
In blend of
is there going to be a mix of the dingle single malt with single grain from somewhere?
That's not on the radar at the moment, but it may be.
It's a random question, but it's in my head. I'm thinking longevity. We talk about you're talking about the maturation process for these barrels going forward. I'm just thinking that Irish whiskey, as in the grand scheme of things, has been built around, certainly over the last 50 years, on its blends.
Yeah.
Rather than age statement single malts or age statement pot stills, those big blends that have come from those two major outlets, have sustained the industry.
Mm-hmm.
Really have kept it alive. So I don't know. I just think it's interesting. I'm just looking at Cologne, and I know they don't have their spirit to the state where they can put it out themselves, but that idea of looking at blends has been a way for them to talk about their product. And I just think that you've got pot stills, you've got your malts, you will have the ability to create blends maybe in the future.
yeah, whiskies. It's all about keeping your options open, and keeping have as many permutations as you can, so that you can adapt to whatever the market is doing at the time. So never say never. We've got single malt, we've got pot still, we'll have peated as well. So yes, we'll probably release a full-on peated version initially, but it's not to say that we don't then have a kind of scaled down peat version of Dingle as well. But it's just a subtle edge rather than full on. So yeah,
massive fan of peated whiskies, and I'm very curious to taste that. When you finally decide to release it, that'll be great. But I always think that people. There's a lot of people we talked about it last night. There's just a lot of people who don't. They just don't get peated whiskey. They just don't get it. Yeah, I think that you're always going to get that. You're always going to get people who just don't even bother trying it. But we had people trying peated whiskey last night again who just don't drink it. We had one fella saying, "Oh right, this is different. This is not expected." So I think it will be nice to see that. And there's a lot of people here I know who cry out for peated whiskey, who want to see more peated whiskey in the Irish whiskey category. I've had lots of fun, Graham. I really do mean that, and I've certainly learnt a lot more. But the whiskey in itself, that it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for me to not go back to this later. The smells have been great. The taste has been great. The feedback's been really good. I'm looking forward to it coming out. I know that there'll be a scramble. Someone asked a question about the secondary market. Look, the secondary market, there was just this. It's just appreciation of brand new whiskey. We want to have it. We want to keep it.
Yeah.
But we know for a fact there's going to be a run on the bank, as they call it. It's the run on the bank, isn't it? When everyone needs to go and get it. That if there's only 500 bottles, there'll be an outrage if you don't get it. But you guys have done it a little bit more. There's been a little bit more of a, what's that word? It's nearly been quite fair. You've put it out into local shops. If I remember rightly, it went out to local shops, local retail. And it wasn't just something that the elite or something that people in the know just got. It was, listen, we're putting out 500 bottles of a cask strength. Go find it. It's in the wild. I appreciate that. It's honest, isn't it? That's an honest approach. That's really good, So fair play to you, Graham. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. It's been a pleasure, and to say, fine chance to have an early dram on a Sunday. Any excuse.
Any excuse. Graham, thank you very much.
Me drinking on a Sunday.
The boss has come in and caught me drinking.
Excellent. Listen, Graham, thank you, genuinely. And we'll get speaking soon again, no doubt.
And thanks for your hard work as well. I just want to say this was one of the easiest ones for me to do because I just sent you whiskey in bulk and you did all the hard work. So, big thank you to yourselves, because bottling up little bottles and sending them all over the place is an absolute nightmare. So
it has its challenges, but you know what? To be fair, we've had really great teams of volunteers who've come and helped, who've made it all happen. But and actually, the lads, Jarlath, the lads up in Ecklandville, number one, super helping us. But also then Irish whiskey auctions for doing some courier around the world very quickly. We do talk about this. This has to be said again, that we managed to get a product from Ireland across to America with 18 hours. And it literally, if there wasn't a time delay, it looked just like they got it 3 hours later. And that's what it looked like. It was just like, there you go. It's bringing the world, to Belfast.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm glad that we could do it, and I'm glad that we could make the packaging and everything else just fit right. And I hope your brand stands out. The labels, I think, it just has that, infamous dingle on it. It just looks great. It stands out. And we're looking forward to your overall tasting when we look at all the products at the moment.
Yeah, that's thank you.
We've got a breakdown of product. So listen, Graham, thank you.
Cheers, then. Cheers to everybody.
Cheers indeed. Cheers.
Cheers.
So yeah, wow. Up next. Oh, he can do that. He can click out, or some of our admins can help him. That's perfect. Brendan Carty. Brendan Carty, the man without a plan. Is that right? He does have a plan, does he? I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get on. I'm just. Who needs a cologne when you've got a dingle? That's the question. I know you can.
That was powerful. That dingle was lovely. Absolutely
Isn't
brilliant.
it?
Yeah,
Do you know
it's nice to hear Graham as well. Lovely guy. Just.
Do you know what's really good? It's really good here, Brendan.
Let's have a bit more.
Brandon, you know what you're going
I'm on mute.
No, you're going to. I can hear me reverb off you.
I can't figure out why because
your speakers are doing it. It's okay.
Strange. Hopefully it wasn't like that the other day.
Put your pods in.
Do you want me to try a headset? Would that help?
Let me just. Yeah, would you?
Just try one thing.
Jamie, I hope not. I hope it doesn't go all sideways. Hope not. Here, we're just going to keep talking about Dingle and we're going to ignore Cologne. He's just right. He's just right. No. Not really. Nah. Here, just take it out. You know, take it out.
The echo. Sorry about the echo, folks.
No, but just turn your volume down a wee bit.
Yeah. That better then?
That's better.
Okay, good lad.
Okay. Brendan, let's just talk about Dingle, eh?
Yeah.
Let's ignore Cologne for 5 minutes.
Fair enough.
How good is that?
I just love it because I never got to taste that much Dingle apart from at the whiskey club. I was never lucky enough to get a bottle, and I couldn't afford to buy one in the second-hand market because there's too many gobshites around. But it's good and it's lovely to be on the journey because I tasted the earlier one and then you get the progression and you can see how it's getting better. And now you can hear there are a few of the recent changes where they're using peated and more traditional style mash bills and using the discipline that they have and the know-how. It's just I think it's just a very promising future for Irish whiskey. I'm delighted,
No, you know, it's good. It's good when you've got other distilleries who are willing to try something new. They're willing to maybe follow other people, but take the lead. So Dingle are taking the lead on lots of things, and so they have done for all these new distilleries. Cologne. How many times can you say Cologne within the next half hour? I'm not sure, but Cologne. That's Cologne. It's number 3 in this pack. Okay, it's number 3 in the pack. Yeah, number 3. And Brendan, do you know what? Fair play to you. You're tasting the other night. On the first tasting of the festo, we went down a treat, Ellen pipes and all. And I'm just like, I'm blown away by what you want to do. I mean, you're everyone says I'm mad. I'm not sure if that's the case. I think the maddest person in this room is yourself. Here, hold on till I go get my boxing gloves on and pick a fight with everyone because that's what Cologne's doing. It's
I don't mean to.
You're doing it right.
You're doing the right thing. Then
you're doing it right.
There's nothing wrong with defending yourself, but
no.
But so we have ruffled a few feathers by accident as well. We got a nice email from the Scotch Whisky Society.
Yay! Mentioned that.
It was a lovely email, and at least they had the decency to contact us directly with the problem that they had, and that was resolved very quickly. So they thought that it might have been confusion to the consumer, and maybe detrimental to our industry that it actually said Isla on the bottle People might deem it as being Scotch, which is fair enough. So we're never going to do that again. And I can understand that. So apologies there. That's fine, and everything's good now. That's the end of it.
No, and that's very interesting, though, Brendan, because you know what, there's rules in place, there's regulations in place, and not just in the whiskey world, but across the world, different industries.
Yeah,
and it's just nice to have a wee tap on the shoulder and say, listen,
yeah,
you might not want to do that, because if you do that, you might end up somewhere else. And I think that SWA, fair play to the SWA guys, that I'm sure that letter, is comforting to know that, look, they're looking at it, they've given you, and I believe they gave you really good advice as to how to remedy that very quickly. If you want to write in the bottle, they actually gave you a phrase, am I right? So
exactly, yeah. That's very good of them.
Here's the problem. Here's the solution. Let's run with it. You know what I mean? So
if they wanted to do the wrong thing, they would have maybe contacted the Department of Agriculture in the Republic, and they would have enforced our local authority, to enforce law on us based on EU law. And then they would have had to be present during our next bottling, so that we don't do the same thing again.
I know I'm opening cans of worms. But
that would be the. I don't know, if you do that, there's obviously a lack of integrity and a lack of security in what you do yourself, and you obviously show that you've got agency with particular brands, But if you do what the Scotch Whisky Association does, then
I think.
Thank you.
It just there's scope for learning here, Brendan. There's going to be scope for learning. You're a brand new distillery trying to do stuff. You will make mistakes, and when you make mistakes, I hope that people support you in rectifying them. That's important. Okay, so I'm always going to say that. I'm always going to, I will tell you if there's a mistake. I'm sure other people will tell you if there's a mistake, because we're looking out for you. That's a mistake, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, one of the biggest things was your mistake that you made a couple of years back when you said to me, Paul, I'll never release, I promise you, I will never release a cologne without my own liquid in it. I will never release anything other than my own liquid. And I remember my conversation very quickly turned around to you and said, don't be so silly. If you want to have your brand out there, if you want to have your brand established before that liquid is ready, then you will make an effort to talk about what you're very good at, which is all of the product that's coming, but also the ability as as someone who can manipulate the casks, that someone has vision, someone has looking at their product in years to come. How does that look? And you did then make the step of saying, okay, I will go and get myself some liquid, and we'll do something fun, and we'll do something exciting. And it has been, this Bonded Experimental Series has been a journey of fun, and everyone's gone, the next one. It's just like it's exciting so far. And I just smell this and it smells of pish. So what have you done? This is just crap.
Shut up. Shut up.
It's
this is Belfast Whisky Week, right? Like you said, is there anything you can do for Belfast Whisky Week? And I said, what are we not allowed to do? So we just threw the kitchen sink at it, and we showed a full hand along the 3 tastings that we're involved in. And I think we were allowed 1 tasting in this box. So we give what we thought was our best Bonded Experimental Series. So this wasn't really meant to happen, this one. We were meant to finish it after 6, but we're going to close it with this one in 3 releases time. And it's pulled out of the cask now, and it's ready to go. And we think we can finish it on a good high. It's the same blend ratio again, and it's that same idea, cask strength with, non-filtered. Or you guys filtered. I see you took some of the tar out of the bottles, which is fine. But look, it's grand, and it's lovely stuff. But the story behind this one,
we didn't filter it at all.
Oh, did you not? Maybe it was just my bottle. But again, it's got those lovely notes of the other ones, with that mixture of grain and malt. But it's only got about less than 25% malt. So it's got the Cooley malt, it's got the North Antrim malt in there, about 20%. So it's got the 12-year-old malt in there mixed with. And then it's got the 10-year-old grain. It's actually more. It's 11-year-old by this stage, but it's lovely stuff. And well, it's just Jarlath's just said there, it's Zoltan in a bottle. But you're right. So I don't know if anybody knows Zoltan, but he's an independent bottler, and he's an Irish Eastern European madman. He's brilliant. He's really lovable. not you can't agree with his ideas in social politics, but aside from that, he's a brilliant guy. He's brilliant fun, and he's a brilliant contribution to the Irish whiskey industry, and he's playing at such a small level. So he had a cask of Dingle, which was gorgeous, you know, and all of these were being aged in this Hungarian oak, and he was torturing us for a cask in the Hungarian oak, and I was reluctant to do it because he's a very good salesman. So he came around in the end, and he threw into the bargain another cask. And you know what? He's right, because these casks are made not by, you know, the way there's Hungarian oak in Ireland right now. They're made by Cooperages out there. This is made by these guys in a tiny shed in the middle of nowhere in Hungary, and they fell the trees themselves, they dry the wood themselves outside, outdoor drying over, and they look at the trees. Everything's pieces of timber are eyed by eye, or picked by eye, and the staves are chosen. And then they work up these casks, and they're chunky and they're beautiful pieces of craftsmanship and art. They're the most beautiful casks I've ever seen in my life. So he gave us one for him and one for us.
Just a quick question, because I think you maybe can answer it while you're having your spiel. Is it someone just a quick question? Is this virgin Hungarian oak?
Exactly, virgin Hungarian oak, straight in, medium char, and these casks are just even the bunghole, the bung that sits in the bunghole at the top, is this beautifully crafted, solid piece that, you know, takes 5 minutes hitting it with a hammer to get it out.
Yeah, Peter Barber's asking. I know the answer to this. I think he says, "What's next after the experimental series?" I think we know that answer.
Yeah, there's two options that we're going to do, but if I told you, Peter, I'd have to kill you, I'm afraid.
Yep. Secret right.
Can't say. But I think it's, again, what we tried to do was just to show cask influence. I know we're a distillate-led distillery, so the distillate is crucial. For so long, I think Irish whiskey was being made by casks, but at the same time, casks are massively significant. And we just want to show, we want to pair the liquid with the casks and show the difference the casks can make to the same liquid. And we want to really push the boundary. So we got a hybrid cask, the Chocolina one with the acacia heads, which was some poke out of it. Our last release was the peated cask. It was a spent cask. It was really old, so it offered a lot of those old wood notes. Whereas this one's virgin wood, which is, it's just an explosion of wood spice and full of cloves, stuff that are nearly, reminiscent of a brilliant pot still.
Yeah.
In fact, we have a pot still sitting out on this, and it's Sultan's cask, unfortunately, and it's the best cask we've got. It's just...
No, it's not the best cask.
Probably. Well, oh, sorry, no, it's not actually. Don't worry, we're not allowed to talk about the other one yet, are we? It's a pre-release exclusive, so.
No, here, Brendan. Brendan, where's the cat? Question is, where's the cat? We don't need to see the cat today.
He was here the whole time, but
he's away on to get his cat. You can't go wrong. This is cat number 2, I think. I don't think it's cat number.
This one gets sheltered because the last one got squashed by a tractor twice. Yeah, this one gets a bit more sheltered. Like, what's the crack?
You try not to laugh, but it's not funny. It's the way you say it.
I keep forgetting it's a girl. Yeah.
Squashed by a tractor. Absolutely terrible. Remember I met your wee cat. Oh God, love your wee cat. Like, it was just, you know what? Tragic wee life. You know what I mean? That I had before I even get the tractor.
They're both rescues, you know. I meant to be up improving them, but this one's get spoiled. But they're good. Every distillery needs a cat, and they do come in handy.
Every distillery needs a cat. You're quite right. You know, you have to. Pest control is super important.
It is indeed.
There was when we were down at Ecklinville, there was 2 cats and at least 2 dogs at certain points. Not I mean, so yeah, really, really good to have the animals about.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
Here, holy moly! Was not expecting the taste from the nose. I hope that's a good thing, Gar.
Mm-hmm.
And someone else says ditto to that, but yes,
we were dead happy with it now. Yeah, it took a very short period of time to age as well, you know. Yeah.
So how long is it? How long is it in the Hungarian?
Probably about 2 months.
2 months, and it literally just zaps it with spice, doesn't it?
Yeah. You have to remember. I just think it's the quality of that County Antrim single malt. is what gives us the oiliness. Because it's nearly like a single malt in itself with the amount of oiliness, but you're getting the aromas of the grain coming through. But it's that grain, it's just attacking that virgin oak cask and ripping out all that lovely wood spice. And
it really is. It's literally as if the spice has just gone. It's really just. But 2 months is great. I mean, I think like there's going to be talk throughout this week about there's going to be talk about this during the week about terroir and about all these great things that are happening. But you know what? And I did say to you, Brandon, from day one, cask manipulation, cask management, cask, whatever way terminology you want to talk about it, the usage of casks to influence the whiskey, base spirits, whatever it is super important. And you know what? It's hard to ruin really good whiskey, but you've done something different here. You've taken good whiskies and you've blended them, and then you've given them an even bigger kick with some great cask choices. So I think what's great about this series is that we're looking at the same spirit. That it's not we're not chopping and changing. We're looking at the same spirit. We're finishing off in different periods of time, with different casks. And we're getting some great whiskies. We're getting some great product at the end of it. And do you know what? You've got a cult following now, and we talk about Dingle having this cult following and this madness, the rush on Dingle, whiskey. But Cologne has its own little cult following. It has its own little.
It was going over a while. It did start in Belfast Whisky Club, and I think the credibility that you guys have, first of all, your advice was fantastic. The credibility that you guys have, and even the influencers within the club, like Nigel, Phil, etc., and then Jamie, for example, they all pushed it. And then the South really got on board there, which was great as well. And with some great enthusiasts, like John McDougall, which is his alias in
Passport John.
And then we had a few just whiskey enthusiasts that seen the potential from America, and they came and visited us, like Matt Morrison and his crew, and they were great crack. And anybody comes into our distillery and tastes what we've got just leaves the farm for life, because they're converted instantly, And so they went overseas, and a few of them were chatting between them, and they set up a wee Facebook group of cult people who enjoy it. It's called the Cologne Cult. But I have no real control over this. So people are saying to me, "Why am I not allowed in the group?" There's people applying to get in. And Garrett's like, no. And he's kicking people out as well.
That's 100%. I'm sitting here looking at some requests, for the group, and I'm going, I'll let him deal with that, because actually, you've got to be selective of the people who are joining certain Facebook pages, because we're talking about the Cologne in the raw state. We're talking about Cologne. And the people who are enthusiastic about Cologne are talking about it personally. They were giving personal interpretation. What you don't want is people to ruin that. Social media is very good at ruining brands, and it's good at ruining people's reputations, and it's good at hijacking things.
Yeah.
The guys that help run the page are we're looking out for the brand. We're looking out for it. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're making it quite clear. Matty and Ian are top lads, not making sure that we've got something right here. And it's actually for those who really fall in love with this. PM is we might let you in, but it's
not me, but yeah. But I think it's crucial as well. There's a sense of responsibility to people who bought our product to date. Because right now, sales are good, and we could release another one, and it would do well, and it would help our cash flow issues. It would be brilliant, But at the same time, you realise that you've got a responsibility to people who buy your whiskey, who aren't the most, cash rich. So you have to make sure you're releasing it in certain ways that they can buy it again, because they deserve to buy it. They were there at the start, and as well. And you have to respect even new people who are coming along who bought one and they want to get the next one. You have to respect that too, because we're not aiming for the bourgeois in Japan. We're going for honest, just normal people like ourselves. We do keep that in mind. And,
I think, Jamie, your question will not be asked or answered here just yet. Ignore him, Brendan. But Richard has a good question. Where can you get a case of this? Chances of getting a case are going to be pretty slim. But they do go out. They do go out to local, and again, let's bring this back. They go out to local retail. They go out to local off licenses in and around the Warren Point and Newry area, which is super important, and it keeps the industry going. It's keeping shops going. But then it's out on Irish malts. Am I right? It's out on Irish malts. You're going to see these expressions out on Irish malts. And look, it's like I know how Brendan has gone from the person. People think I'm crazy trying to run a whiskey festival all by myself in terms of I was hand delivering stuff this morning. Brendan has done this. Brendan has created the blend. He's matured it. He's packaged it, he's labelled it, he's sealed it, he's signed it. He's then gone and sold it. He's gone out there and he's been the person going door to door selling the product to retail. He's done every job within the facility, within everything within the one distillery. There's not many people that can do everything or has had to do everything for it to succeed. It's a lot of work, Brendan. You've put a hell of a lot of work in. And the guys that have supported you, Shane, Liam, and many more, and whoever it is that's helping, doing things in the back. There's a lot of people there who have helped you.
That's definitely, without doubt.
90% of all that grafting, and we're talking about we're talking about lifting kegs off we're lifting casks off the ground and putting them somewhere. Stirring. But yes, you've got your it's a lot of it's you.
It is. I just have to say that I am completely indebted to the team. I wouldn't be able to even want
Pierce and stuff. Yeah.
Shane McCarthy, founder of Ironcraft Beverages, Liam Brogan, founder of Ironcraft Beverages, also are co-founders of Cologne. And they, the monitoring systems and all are crucial to them. How do you get out? How do you get stuff out there? And even bouncing ideas off like we do with yourself. And you're right, Anita, for the ideas, but Pierce Carr, the distiller, Pierce, he's not a man for the camera. He's a good personality, I'm sure you can
get him on the camera. I love Pierce. He's great crack.
He's up there now helping bottle two stacks.
Hey, did you hear me? Did you hear me earlier blaming you? Was it earlier today? Was it yesterday? I was talking about. I was blaming you for me missing out. You know what it was? It was actually on day one. I was talking to the lads from Connacht.
Yeah.
And I was talking about me helping out the Dublin Live, and then I missed. When I was talking to Joe McGowan last night, I said I missed Joe McGowan's one of his famous Whiskey Club NI shows that he does. You know what I mean? And it was one of these ones where they went around the whole of Loughney and looking at birds of prey and stuff and drinking red brown and having lovely 5-star meals. And Brendan and his best mate there, Piercy, ruined my chances. Keeping me going in Dublin, keeping me going. So
we went on the drink, but that was a messy. Basically, you were drinking and talking on your feet for 3 days, and that was it. And then we went out, and you were basically like a zombie. You were sleepwalking around Dublin City, and then you roll into your house. You don't know what's going on. I've never been as bad as that in my life. And then you were looking at your watch going, you were meant to be at this amazing tasting walking through forests in like 2 hours.
I literally got back. I literally walked to the bus stop, got a bus, got to Belfast, and if it wasn't for the fact that I looked like I just looked unsheveled, disheveled, it just looked awful. I probably would have made the tasting, but I had to go home and do my makeup, and it was never happening. It was never happening. But no, Pierce, and who else is there? So we've got Shane, we've got Liam, we've got Pierce. Who else is there? Who's helping Brendan?
Yeah, and there's Hugh Feenan, another distiller who's in furlough at the moment. So he was there he's been there with us now for a while as well. But that'll be the main team. So the Irish Malts crew, and they're brilliant because they've got the business know-how. So they got funds in, from their friends that are friends of Cologne. Like the Houlihan's and Mandich and Strain. So the Mandich are friends of ours in the States, Strain is friends of ours from South Armagh, and then we've got the Houlihan's here, the Aussies who live in London with Shane. So, you get that good network, sport network, and they know how business works. So if shit ever hit the fan, they would be in there and we'd get rescued. That sort of thing. There's always a safety net.
Yeah.
But, and that's what you need, you know. So.
Do you think I mean, Brendan, just because I have you and I'm just being able to, tear at you, do you think you're inspiring people? Do you think you're inspiring people to think about, to think about small distilleries? Because I mean, the distillery's tiny, it's micro. It's not, it's not huge. It's something that is literally now running out of a barn. You know what I mean?
And we've run out of space, and we're looking to get a little shed up the hill or down the hill, just to, as an extension to the bond, and the options are there. So
better roll down the hill than up the hill.
Exactly, I think you're right. And then the Two Stacks lads came in and took up the last metre square that we had. So, which is great. But no, you just have to enjoy it. Take the challenges and figure out along the way, and you learn. It's brilliant. So we are enjoying it, and we're glad we set up the distillery. And I suppose it's like that old Eminem song. There's a lot of people are coming up now and wanting to do the same thing as us, create these small distilleries. We're getting a lot of people asking us, can we do consultancy for them to help them do it? And I haven't time to bless myself at the minute, so we'll see how that goes. But, there's a lot of interest. But the main thing is, if we're setting an example in the industry, we want it to be for integrity bottlings. That's what we need to do. The current legislation doesn't allow us to do that because it's corrupted, and unfortunately, that's just the case. So hopefully, the industry starts to turn in a better way, because that's what people want. And if Irish whiskey wants to champion themselves as world whiskey leaders and world industry leaders in the spirits world, that's what we need to do. We need to move towards integrity. We just have to, and we can seize this opportunity now and be world leaders. Like, Scotch is amazing, and it's sitting right beside us, and we can get ahead if we do these things. And get more of a market share, and it'll be brilliant.
I think you know what I mean. There's definitely a level of honesty coming from your product, and be that. And if I can talk about other products that you have, be that the gin, be that the potchin, be that something that you talked about there. You released the rum, you released your rum, and now these whiskies. And now you have something just over your shoulder, which I have really no idea about, but I've been told that I have to talk about it at some point, which is
Well, you get that well done.
Do you know what?
It only got canned 2 days ago.
What happened? These are now selling in Tesco.
They get canned 2 days ago.
They're not. I don't know if they are in Tesco. That's a joke. I don't think they are in that place that's red, white, and blue shop. Just don't know.
But
no, they're not.
The thing about these is, Johnny Lloyd, who done the Belfast whiskey design.
I don't even know who Johnny Lloyd is. Who's Johnny Lloyd? Anyone know who Johnny Lloyd is?
Was the guy with the moustache and lovely new haircut that graced us with his presence at the start of the show. And he done this branding, and it's and it just shows the simplicity again. And it says there's no sugar, not many calories, it's 70 calories is alcohol. It just tastes like a light wee drink. So seltzers are probably going to ruin Cologne street cred in terms of honest to goodness hardcore distillery in the hills. But at the same time, we have to keep our doors open. And everybody knows, we've got a boyfriend or a girlfriend who likes lighter drinks. Maybe that's what they like. And there's a market.
Are you talking about me, Brendan, there where you say like lighter drinks? I like my cocktails,
Yeah. But you do, you like cider through a straw. So we all do it sometimes. And, everybody needs something to drink with a Weetabix in the morning, and there you are. Maybe smoky like a ball.
There's guys on just now who are just having their breakfast. You know what I mean? And their breakfast consists of cask strength Irish whiskies. Listen, I just want to come. I just need a straw. You're right. Everyone who knows me knows I drink my drinks through a straw. That's for good. It's good. People look. There's lots of great comments, and I just want to filter them out and get them chatting. Today's all about this box, and it's all about these guys coming to the fore and saying, "Listen, this is exclusive to the festival. It's exclusive to the party. Anyone getting these boxes are tasting something, which is just great. It's just great. Cologne stuff has got. Cotter says some poke from it, top-notch stuff. Didn't expect such a spice, says Finnan. Oh, sorry, it's not Finnan. Sorry, it's Vanilla. Apologies, Vanilla. Daniel Moody says it's a cracking nose. Brendan, cracking nose. Getting filtered coffee note on the taste. Yeah, do you know what? 100%. And you'll be. Yeah, do you know what? Totally. Kesley says, thank you, Chris. I realised a new finish that I'm in love with. Wow. Kelsey has a beautiful husband. Don't fall in love with the whiskey too much. Let's see what else are we getting as well. Unbelievable on the nose, spicy notes for a short time. We've got absolutely new to cologne. So Kenny says absolutely new to cologne. Couldn't stretch to the peated bottle, unfortunately. This is a stunner. Such density of the wood. Yeah, for such a length of time. Nigel Taylor says, and I don't know where he's getting this from, but he says, are you going to release the blend that you used before finishing to compare to the rest of the experimental series?
That would have been a good idea. Maybe just to attach a small bit. We've none of it left, unfortunately. We never might be able to get. Yeah, I don't think we can. You know, we had a little bit of that. Ackland doesn't help us out massively in providing us with, the 20% component of 2008 single malt from Kenny. It's delicious. It is absolutely delicious. That's the way a whiskey should taste. Triple distilled, but it makes a big difference there too. But it's still full of oils, and those lovely apricot notes it just gives you an open canvas to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And but what we've done, we've stored a bit of that away, and we're considering releasing it on its own at some stage. So we got it in a lovely cask too. But we would have put this in the whiskey box as well. It was only a late idea. But everything else we had was in the whiskey box. Gone into the Belfast Whiskey Week.
Good. Well, that's good. I'm glad we drained you dry. That's good. Listen, Brendan, we're going to have to move on because I've got other people that we need to go and talk to. But I just think it worked really well. I'm going to go and grab myself, if the admins don't mind, to put on a little bit of comedy.
Yeah.
Or if Brendan wants to keep answering some of these questions, I'm going to go and grab myself a little bit of water and a wee bit of substance, and then I'm going to come back. Okay.
What time's Red Earl on it?
Sorry?
What time are Red Earl?
They're coming on. Ernest should be coming on just now, so he should be coming next.
Excellent.
Yeah.
No, good stuff.
So he should be in the.
It's good to see the Munster boys putting a good Ulster man on the front of their label.
Oh.
That's what it is. The O'Neills.
I'll let you have that discussion with them.
O'Neills have to come down and rescue them.
Ernest is up next. So listen,
good man.
Thanks very much. All right, excellent. And listen, I'm just going to nip away just for a second. So Brendan, if you want to just keep answering the questions, I come back. You go ahead because there's a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Have a wee drink. Well, let's be a second.
Just wanted anybody else feeling tipsy at this stage? I know we're only in whiskey number 3, but if you consider it, we were working this morning, so got an early breakfast, went to work, dropping out some samples to people, checking out a few things in the distillery, and then you jump straight into your cask strength whiskies, and you realise that it's actually past lunchtime and you've had nothing since breakfast. So cask strength just goes straight to the head. So probably in the same boat. So we'll jump on to John Donnelly. You don't have to drink at all. That's the whole point. This is the closest thing to summer holidays any of us are going to get. But Dahi's a wee bit pushed as well. But Rob, you'll get more of this. Yeah, I think this won't be the next release, but it will be in a couple of times. Robert just jumped on Belfast Whiskey Week and he said that he's got Ernest ready to roll. So, Rob, do you want to jump? If you want to stick Ernest on, and we can crack away together as well, just until Paul comes back from getting his sandwich, that'd be grand. I don't mind bantering away with him as well. But few reactions. Sorry if I'm getting a bit cheeky. It's just morning drinking goes straight to your head. Gareth Spence is holding out the cologne branded wellies and flat cap. Oh dear, that's more of a dingo thing with the boys down there. The Danny Healy Rays and that. But yeah. Kenny Ramsey, you're talking about visiting the distillery right now. we're doing our best to take on people when we can, but just because of the furlough thing, the tours are really cut to a minimum at the moment. We're going to open them up now in a couple of weeks again, you know. Well, Ernest, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
How's it going? Good.
Yeah,
I enjoyed the bit of banter there. Thank you.
That's all right, a wee job at the end.
Yeah, there's going to be another Northern compatriot in our next release. It looks like Red Earl's father-in-law, Hugh O'Neill. So anyway, we're going to have a bit of crack with it. So we'll be back up to your neighbourhood. Thank you very much for the technical advice you were giving my business partner, Colin. He was chatting to you on the phone. Very appreciative. Thank you.
No.
Yeah, well, I know you're pleased by people asking you for your advice because you've got a beautiful distillery there. So thanks for being so sharing of information.
No, but I think it's very important that people help each other out as much as possible, you know, and definitely, especially. It's great in down here, for example, Ecklandville have helped us out a good bit as well. You know, if there's just any advice, conversations, even directing you towards consultants and things like that to make sure you're doing things well. So, yeah.
I've never been afraid of asking people for advice because all they can say is no. You know, like,
exactly,
the older you get, the less you really care about that kind of rejection. And I don't think anyone has ever said no. You know,
no.
It's a great way to learn, especially when you come to the game late, like I have. Being able to access people with experience on all the ranges that's just great. But also, I'll be honest, it saves you a lot of time and money because it would be heartbreaking for us all to make the same mistakes. You know, like I have to learn individually, like, you know.
It doesn't cost anything to have a phone call. It'd be a different thing if you had a sit-down meeting or whatever, because things can be so busy. But a wee phone chat is brilliant, you know, and it's a good way to make new friends too.
I know. And then when you end up meeting at trade shows or at different things, it makes life easier too. But no, thank you. I appreciate it because it's a steep learning curve.
It is. How are you getting on then?
We're good. I suppose I was watching yourself and the Dingleman Graham before and stuff like that, and I was slightly intimidated. And I suppose what saves me a little bit is I'm very upfront that I'm not the man to talk about esters and malt bills and phenolic compounds and all that kind of crack. Even though I am trying to study them and get my head around that. I'm lucky my partners have a good head for the sciencey stuff, but like there's three of us in it, and we come at it from a different side. Now we were all started off as barkeepers and then ended up our own bars. So I have 2 bars in Cork, and I'm selling whiskey for nearly 20 years, but it's a very different way. Yeah, so it's a bit different, and I've seen the emergence of it, certainly in Cork anyway, and I had a bar done for a while as well, into cocktails, females drinking it, like totally different. Just turn off my phone anyway in the background. Totally different demographic than was drinking it before. And I've never really had, I suppose, I don't mean to be disrespectful, what I call an old man bar. So I never, as a kid, I suppose I remember, you know, guys having a pint and a drop and stuff like that, but that was never customers we kind of had with city centre bars. So it was always people, a lot of people would have gone on that kind of whiskey journey with me, I guess, discovering it and trying it. And then we have a lot of American tourists, so it's very interesting to see what they're interested in. And even if you meet them at the start of their trip to Ireland, if they're just off the plane, or even if they've been here for a week, what they're interested in is very different. Just from visiting different Irish bars and distillery tours, they get really curious, you know, so they get off the plane and they want to, it's all about Jameson. But then they're happy to go and try the Redbreast. So they're still in the Jameson journey if they've been in the distillery, but or get more experimental. Particularly Dingle is one they seem to want to try if they've been in Kerry. So it's cool to see that. But I suppose it's a different approach to a different journey than a lot of you guys have been on. And I think what saved my bacon, as I said, is being upfront about it rather than getting found out, which is it's not a game to be pretending in, because you wouldn't be long being found out. Because guys are so passionate about it, they really know it backwards, like, you know. And I think they're delighted to share that knowledge with them when you ask the questions.
That's that idea of integrity. We need to jump. We need to be absolutely. We need to set our foundations now for a distillery with integrity, for a distilling nation with integrity, and export that abroad, and that'll stand by us. Because people are getting more intelligent. People are food aware. The food law is massive. People want to know what they're eating. Like the biggest worry about Brexit is, you know, crap meat with injected stuff coming from, you know, America over here. And those practices being used here. So that's why we love the EU, is for the food integrity. It's the same with our alcohol. We want to know what the hell we're drinking. And the guys who are involved in Cologne as well, Liam and Shane, they're releasing a beer with the blockchain technology on it, just to educate the consumer about what they're drinking.
Very cool.
And, that sort of thing, it all just ties in. And I think the industry's moving that way. And these new wave of drinkers, that's what they want to see.
And I think, from what I can see, people are being innovative yet respectful of the tradition. It's a fine line, and I heard you mention earlier about some of the rules and being a bit restrictive, and they're frustrating. Like, there's different things that we want to try and do. We set up this thing called a blending room where people can come and blend their own whiskey. So you're using really good Irish whiskies. We get them from Brian Watson, the Great Northern Distillery. So they take 2 great whiskies and blend them. But if they blend them on a non-GA site, then it's not Irish whiskey anymore. Things like that. No, it doesn't really matter because it's not for resale, but it's people get a chance to blend their own whiskey and take it away. Just figuring things like that out and the trade-off.
Whenever they leave the distillery as well with that in a bottle, they would have to then pay for its duty as well, and that would depend on the strength of the whiskey. So that would be confusing.
We pay all. We paid the duty up front to get over that. It's expensive. But it is. It's a little thing where it's a project that I a space next to one of the pubs, and I suppose how it came about is when we were going on our own whiskey journey and trying to figure out what we were going to put in our own whiskies. I was just fascinated by the blending process. I'm sure lots of the big guys have them, but in the Great Northern, they have this spectacular lab. There's people in the lab coats, and they have a million different finishes and ages and all these different things. Yeah. Just the 1% of mixing this and that makes a phenomenal difference. And I just thought that blew my mind. And I knew, I suppose, not being a distiller and not having had, not having a time machine to be able to say we started this 20 years ago and here's something we laid down. Blending was always going to be the thing for us to get into it.
Exactly. It's a massive learning curve as well, isn't it? And I just learned about those whiskies and how to mix together and the reactions that they do. And
yes, but
it's brilliant.
Yeah, it is, because it's very it's fun messing around with it. And I think that while it's not easy, you can definitely make mistakes, and not all blends end up being pleasant in the things you mess around with. If people just get a chance to say, I really would like to see how Peter and Terry mix or whatever it is, and off they go and let them off. And I think lots of people have whiskies that are favourites, and they say, I wish this was just a bit smokier or a bit earthier or a bit sweeter, whatever, and then they have the chance to do it. So I'm fascinated by the blending thing, and I enjoy it. And it's also accessible for businesses like us starting off, because look, if we don't have a distillery, we have to bring value to the game somewhere. So that kind of is giving us a way to get involved.
Yeah. There's 2 whiskies that I mix together all the time, and it's where is it? Well, it's the Clonakilty. There's the 2 of them there. I find mixing these 2 together is just class.
So Clonakilty, what's the other one?
Clonakilty Cask Strength, which is the grain, and then Lagavulin distillery exclusive Cask Strength. When you put the 2 together, it just explodes. It's just brilliant.
Okay. Phenomenal.
But even playing about in your own home. So I think blending, I hope blending will grow. I think there's Causeway just came along and said blending is an unappreciated art form, and it really is. Like, blending should be more encouraged. Paul, I'm just on holding the fort for you, man.
I really appreciate that, Brendan. And it's up to Ernest. If you want to stick around, you're more than welcome. It doesn't matter.
I'm happy out. Yeah, I'm happy out.
I'm going to get a little toasty myself. All right. Super up.
Thank
you. Enjoy.
Hey, Paul.
Listen, Ernest, how are we?
I'm great. I'm good. I enjoyed that chat with Brendan, because he'd given us he chatted to Colin, my business partner. I just contacted him through LinkedIn about a month or 2 or 3 ago, before this was ever lined up. I said, look, I've been following your stuff, extremely impressed. We're aspiring to have a small distillery at some stage, and to be honest, yours is one of the cooler ones I've seen. And I was chatting to the guys. What came on my radar originally, I think, is through Irish Malts, which is a great website. John said, look, you got to check out these guys. We're selling their releases, and they're doing really different things. And they're kind of on the scale that maybe you can aspire to. So I just messaged Brendan. Brendan said, yeah, no problem, call me anytime. My business partner, Colin, would have a better technical, and Tom, the 2 of them would have a better technical side and be more into distilling than I would. they get the old chemistry and science side of it. So he was just extremely giving of his time and just sharing information. So it's and I would say that it's very nice that even just on this chat you can see it's that kind of, it's a small industry and people are just very helpful, which is a great buzz, especially for guys starting off. We're have planning permission in for distillery at the moment, and like whether we even get enough money to get the first one open. When I say the first one, if we get it wrong, I don't think there'll be money to fix it. So to be able to say to somebody, what about this, what about that, have you bought equipment from these people before, that kind of stuff is very helpful. So anyway, how are things with you? Enjoying the festival?
Do you know what, Ernest? I'll be honest. I just had someone asking me a quick question now about that. It's just been non-stop, Ernest. It's been non-stop, and that's been great. I just want to come back to why you're even involved in this. You reached out to us. I mean, and again, that was very humbling for an independent bottler to see this as being an opportunity to come and first of all launch a specific. Although I don't believe this is maybe even going to retail, is it at all? I think this is just
we just had that's I think you pretty much have everything that we have.
Absolutely brilliant.
I hope it goes down well.
Well, do you know what? So, we've got you tomorrow. We have your staple Red Ale product. That's going to be an introduction to Irish whiskies tomorrow.
Great.
But for this to come here as an exclusive just for the festival, I think that says a lot about you and about where you want to be going. You're really ballsy, to be honest, Alan. It's really ballsy. The label on your bottle.
For a punt, I think it's got to be different because there's guys who are at it longer, are better equipped, better resourced, have better innovation, all sorts of things. So I think you just got to get out there and try things. And if you make a mistake, reverse and try something else. But I think like this is a great way for us to get liquid on lips for people really into whiskey.
Yeah,
and try and pass that test with people,
No, very much so. Here you go. So Cosby has the Red Ale alongside the cask strength version. He says the nose is really different.
So I think what the main thing that makes it different is the Rioja cask, which is the third casking or finish of it. I think Teelings did a Rioja cask. I could be wrong somewhere along the line, but it hasn't really been used. And I suppose, look, I tried to read up lots of blogs and follow different things, and a lot of people seem to feel strongly about the colouring. Colouring and filtering seem to be two things that came up a lot. And while it's not possible to avoid them, or maybe even desirable, we said, okay, again, very aware of not having our own distillery, so credibility is going to be even harder to come by. So let's try and avoid those two things if we can, and see how the product will turn out. So obviously, the beauty of a Rioja cask is that it really helps with the colour, and also just gives a more complex, richer flavour that's a little bit different to things that are out there. So I'm guessing maybe that's what's coming through in the nosing. But it's I'm reading the comments as I'm chatting. Okay, nice, good. So it had the desired effect in it, which is good, and obviously the cask strength one, you're getting even more of that.
Yeah. I see where he's coming from. That there are some strong fruits, big red fruits here. This is really nice, Ernest. And do you know what? I haven't tasted all one yet because we had the chance when we're pouring all of these for the festival. Sure, you had the chance. I mean, if you want to take a wee nip, take a wee nip. And I didn't want. I've not done it with any of them.
Okay, good discipline.
Yeah, very good discipline. But I just wanted to keep myself right, and I wanted to keep myself for this purpose, that we were that we were experiencing this together, that I'm in this journey with lots of people at the same time, so and I just think it's just honest, isn't it? We just want honest conversation, honest feedback, and I've been honest so far with everything I've tasted. And again, it was the first time I tasted to go back. First time I tasted the Dingle, first time I tasted the Cologne. So again, first time we're tasting the Red Earl. The inspiration with this Red Earl, this idea, is this the first label, Red Earl? Is there going to be second labels? What's the progression? What's the line?
We the three of us in it, Ernest, Tom, and Colin, and we all either have or had pubs in Cork. That's our background.
Right.
Tom has lived in Kinsale for donkey's years, which is a really cool town not far from Cork City, and it's famous for good pubs and really good restaurants and that kind of stuff. So it's got kind of a food and drink buzz about it anyway. And about I don't know, 7 years ago, probably at this stage, 6-7 years ago, maybe longer, Tom this idea to build a distillery in Kinsale. We certainly had very little knowledge of the industry, no money to do it, no idea how it was going to happen or whatever else. And that's kind of how the journey's kicked off. So like a lot of guys, we did our homework, realised that we were short in expertise and money and all kinds of other things. We got the ball rolling as much as we could and then said, okay, what am I going to do in the meantime? And Kinsale Gin was born out of that, which has been a good little project and paid some bills and has been a learning curve. So that kind of cemented the Kinsale connection. And then with the whiskey, we just said we'd do something different. So the idea is it's called the Battle of Kinsale series, and there was 3 big characters on the Irish side in that. There, so you have Reg Hugh, the Red Earl. So he's the first one. So that's what it's about. So he was an Irish leader. And there's a few interesting kind of nice things. He's the Earl of Tyrconnell, so the Tyrconnell whiskey connection is kind of a nice one in the background. And it has a bit of a legendary status in history. He was very young as a general. He was caught earlier and was locked up in Dublin Castle, escaped, lost his toes to frostbite, escaping. So they think they are.
I'm laughing at someone's toes falling off, but it's funny.
Well, it's funny because they're excavating in Spain what they think is his burial site at the moment, and they'll know when they found him if they find the corpse missing 2 big toes. So that's why it's relevant. And just by fluke, when about 3 weeks ago, the week we released it, there was an article in the paper. They thought they'd found his body, and then they hadn't. But it was just freak that there was this discovery of what they think is his burial site. But the Irish forces lost the Battle of Kinsale. He retreated to Spain to try and get more from King Philip, another army to have another go off it. And the story goes that he was poisoned by an English assassin, but near the Rioja region, and he's buried there. And there's a big statue to him there. So that the whiskey being finished in the Rioja casks is I suppose there's a marketing part to it, and then there's the kind of more bringing something to the whiskey side of it, and they just tied together nicely. So that's kind of that's really a Fisher-Price version of the Battle of Kinsale history. There's a little small bit on the back of the bottle, but it's something different, and it's a nice little story to be telling. And I suppose, look, I spend more time behind the bar counter still. Like that's still the gin and whiskey thing is nearly taking over. But at night anyway, certainly I'm behind the bar counter or working in a restaurant that I have, and it's really accessible story to tell people.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll see. No, it's funny. I was very curious to see what tourist reactions there was, particularly, I suppose, just for nose to see how the product might go down to America, to be honest. But of course, there is no bloody tourists at the moment. So it's
we're making tourists right now. Do you know, Ernest, everyone in this festival from outside of Northern Ireland is a tourist.
Yeah.
So we're making tourists. This is cool.
Ernest I'm laughing at the comments. Ernest new range of Ladybird books in Irish history. Look, if we'd said
I think that's a good shout.
Yeah,
it's a good shout. Here, here we could really write it. Ernest, tell me this. The Red Earl, the label, the Red Earl. Yeah. It's not. We never had an Irish, whiskey called the Red Earl before, did we?
No, I hope not. I don't think so.
No, but stop there.
Yeah.
So it's innovation. It's something new. It's something different. We're not stealing names or brands or hijacking names or brands. We're doing something a little bit different. We're saying, here, this is a story. So that idea of the backwater story is very plausible because it's a story. It's a historical point in time of reference, and then you reference it towards your whiskey, and you're creating complete tangent. This idea that we've got Rioja and Rioja. We've got the place. We've got the barrels. where we're going to put the whiskey into it. We're going to have that connection. So those connections are fundamental to this. They're fundamental. Where can you go from that, though? I.e., who do we talk about next? How do we talk about next? And what barrels can we manipulate next? What liquid can we manipulate? You know, I think this story ties in really well, is what I'm saying. And it is a good story.
Well, I hope so, yeah. So down the bottom of let's see if I can know this. So down the bottom of the bottle here, it says the Battle of Kinsale series.
Yes.
And so the idea is that's going to be 3 releases in that. No, I suppose being blunt, if nobody likes Red Earl and nobody buys it, it's going to be a one-hit wonder, I guess. Why would you release, the sequel if nobody goes see the first movie? But thankfully, look, we're off to a good start. It's a nice soft launch with COVID carry on, and it probably would have been a soft launch due to our limited resources anyway. But the idea then is to follow up. The next one is going to be based around Hugh O'Neill, who would have been Hugh O'Donnell, the Red Hughes, the Red Earl's father-in-law. So from up your part of the country, kind of.
Yes.
And I suppose that there'll be a different casking, a different wine finish with that. And then I think it's going to be a 3-card trick. That's the plan. And that just ties in well then for a little, to have 3 different things in a series for, tasting boards and comparables. And I hope so. But the idea is that there's going to be a face in each bottle. And I think the 3 of them will look cool on the shelf if any stock off free.
The third face, does it have to be a hero?
Does I'd like it to be. I'd like it to be.
I'm one of these guys who, look, I've grown up, with comics and stuff. I've grown up with, some great sci-fi or great fantasy. There's been loads of great stuff. I always get it that heroes are always winners. They're always that's what you aspire to. But sometimes there's really good villains, And who are the villains of the Battle of Kinsale? Who are the villains?
Well, somebody's after reading my mind there in the comments, telling Moody, I thought you were nominating yourself for the 3rd bottle. It says Paul wants to be on the 3rd bottle. I thought that's where you were going.
No.
I'm only joking. I laughed when the comment came up, and I was gonna take the piss at you about it. So you have a couple of contenders for the 3rd one. You have a Spanish general who would be the equivalent of an Earl in Spain, so that there's that angle to it, and it keeps up the Spanish thing. But there is also there was an Irish a traitor, for want of a better word, and look, I think this is part of the legend more than the history. But he is apparently gave the battle plans of the Irish to the English in return for a bottle of whiskey. So I mean, this is real Wikipedia history now. But but there is all sorts of little tangents you could go down. And Kinsale has all sorts of it has got 2 spectacular forts in James Fort and Charles Fort. There's lots of there's plenty of depth there if we go down that road. But there's when you start doing something, it's so there's all sorts of tangents have come from this for us, and we. So just before you came, I was saying to Brendan, I really enjoyed the blending process of it. So about learning about it, so that if you ever have the chance to go to Great Northern Distillery, the head distiller is a guy called Brian Watts, really interesting guy, a Scottish guy, and they have a lab, and they have a million different finishes and ages and all these different things to go filling around and trying to find your whiskey. And I just thought, I was very green to the whole blending thing, and I just became fascinated by it, and I really thought it was a way for us to add value. And I saw Louise from what's the name of that? Yes, yeah. So she did kind of a crowd-sourced blending thing. Yeah. I was just really impressed by it. Very cool. So I'm taken by the whole blending thing. So we, so parallel to that, next to a pub I have in Cork called Sober Lane, we built this thing called the Blending Room. And it was meant to open on Paddy's Day, and obviously the world ended on Paddy's Day, so it never opened, but it's built and ready to go. So we have whiskey there of 12 different finishes, and it's the our very first group actually are coming in next Tuesday this week. So it's called the Blending Room, and the idea is that people can come in and blend their own whiskey and take it away. And I found it interesting, and I hope other people will. But I suppose what I'm saying is that you go on this journey, and while we kind of have mapped out these other releases in the Battle at Kinsale series, you don't know. Like Kinsale is twinned with Rhode Island, and you'll have to excuse the verbal diarrhea and all the talk, because it's exciting to. With the lockdown, we've had 4 months of ideas floating around and figuring out where this is going to go, because all plans are out the window. So Kinsale is twinned with Newport in Rhode Island, which is a really nice town, and there's a really active connection between the two towns for restaurant swap chefs and all kind of things. So we had a big plan to launch the whiskey in the States. Didn't want to go down Boston or New York or Chicago, so we didn't have the resources to take on the big guys. And we said, we'll go somewhere where we have some bit of a competitive advantage. And then COVID happened. And then, while I hope the Rhode Island plan will happen, it's certainly kind of shelved at the moment. But I had been building up a friendship with a Chinese man who exports all kinds of things to China. And I showed him, and he said, "Oh, I think this is a great product." So our biggest order, like when I said Red Earl's new, but bigger than any gin order we ever did or anything, just went out to China last week. So it's not there yet. What day is today? Sunday? This week. So it left on Tuesday or Wednesday. And if you'd asked me before, I'd say, "No, if we'll ever send anything to China." But if I'd said that it was going to be available in China before it's available in Dublin, nearly, it's a bit of a topsy-turvy time. And if the thing sells there and the feedback comes back with different things, I suppose what I'm saying is, who knows who's going to end up on the next bottle, or will we, start a different series or whatever.
I think you should do inspirational Irish whiskey enthusiasts.
There's no shortage of them.
There's a million in this room.
Yeah.
There's a million.
What I'm saying is, we're kind of, I don't mean we're being pulled in all directions. It's a good way. We're letting ourselves being pulled by all directions and trying not to go down the shiny penny. The goal certainly would be, what attracted me to this was, I have spent nearly 20 years working in bars selling other people's product. And I love the idea of making something ourselves. Then when you go and realize what's involved in building and running a distillery, it's complicated, it's expensive, and there's lots of things going on. So you say, okay, let's try and get there one step at a time. But I love the idea of basically what Brendan's doing from start to finish, making a product and selling it, but be involved in every part of it. And when you're missing expertise or whatever, pull somebody else in. And look, there's 3 of us in it, so we're all very different. So we cover some of the bases, but we're having to go off these different. So we're meant to open this blending room on Paddy's Day. Had all this whiskey ready to go, and the lockdown happened, so it was suitable. So we set up a thing. I think I might have sent you a link to Whiskey Gift. It's called whiskeygift.com. So it allows people to blend their own whiskey online. So there's 12 different finishes there. People can blend it, and so it gets hand blended then by us, and we send it out to them. And it was a lockdown inspired business. It wasn't a planned one. It probably wouldn't happen, except for I have a friend who's good at online commerce, and he helped us build the site. And also, I'll be honest, it was built. It's called Whiskey Gift because I thought we knew Father's Day was coming up in June. We started kicking around the idea in March, April. We said maybe people will give gift vouchers to their father to make some whiskey if he's into whiskey. But most of our customers so far have been people who are into whiskey themselves. So I saw Omar was on chatting there and getting a bit of grief and slagging earlier. So he got a bottle. I don't know if he liked it or not, so I might be throwing myself under the bus there, but I think he did. And a few other people who are here did it. I'll send you a link. I'll say to it, and I'd be delighted to treat you to a bottle, Paul. But I suppose it's as I said, we're learning, and we're certainly making mistakes. But I think it's just a really exciting time to be doing these things, because people are just up for change and they're willing to. There's people who've been in this for 100 years or 200 years and have really good whiskey stocks and have lots of resources or have lots of knowledge, and we're not those guys. Maybe competing is the wrong word, but it's nice that people are willing to give us a shot and give us feedback and kind of let us get involved and ease our way into the industry,
I think that's just right. I think what you're saying is just right, and you, at least you're acknowledging that there's people doing it and they've been doing it a long time, and you are novice to this, and you're just starting to tread and find what's going to happen, what's going to work. there's a lot of comments in this. You've got a lot of chat. There's been a lot of people obviously really interacting with this drink and your branding. And I just want to pull a couple of things out. One, so these are inspirational stuff. People think it might work well, that the branding will do very well, and the liquid will do well in America.
I hope so.
People are saying that, people are also saying it's like, it's got a great story. It's got a great background. It's got that. But if we actually talk about the product and what people are saying, it's peppery and floral, red fruits, depth, very slightly, very slight sourness.
Reading the comments, you're saying them, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's great. People are in here saying it's surprising. Very nice. Going to score it well. What's the makeup of the blend? I mean, have we touched on the actual percentages of grain and malt?
Yeah, and I will. I'm happy to chat about that and answer the questions I can, and anything that I can't answer, because I'm definitely not an expert. I'm happy to figure out and come back or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was going to drag Colin or Tom. So Tom is camera shy. He's probably the most knowledgeable of all of us. And he went back to college and studied all the sciencey thing. And he's unlike me. He's not a bluffer. He's far more thorough. And Colin is somewhere in between us. But he's camping with no Wi-Fi, so that's why I'd like to.
Right.
But I am.
How dare he camp during Belfast this week? How dare he?
Yeah,
how dare he?
Disgrace. It is disgrace, and that's a pity actually, because he freaking loved whiskey, and his partner is from the north, so he spends a good bit of time up there. So would be psyched about Dunvilles and all that kind of buzz that's going on there and that kind of stuff. And I said he was chatting to Brendan recently, but anyway, so it's 90% grain, 10% triple distilled malt. It's funny, somebody said about aged longer. So two things. One, the stuff going to America will be aged a year longer, as the requirements was 4-year-olds. So I'd be curious to see if the extra year did it. And also, when we were aging it, finishing it, should I say, the time of year made a massive difference to. And this is probably obvious to look lots of you guys, but I was shocked at the difference the weather conditions made to, and I suppose atmospheric pressure is probably the wrong word for it, but between the end of last summer and say go through winter, and how long it took to say, leach or take the colour out of the casks and stuff like that was a massive difference. So and sometimes 2 weeks it was bang on in that last one, and another one's 2 or 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, and it still wasn't there. So the trying to figure all those things out, and I think it's probably okay to have some. This isn't going to be Jameson for a million reasons. So while consistency is important, I think that there will be varieties there, and that's because we're going to be doing the thing in batches. So and going as people, I'm trying to answer some of the questions that people said. But for any other questions, sorry.
Yeah. I keep looking at it, but I want to say something that we've got Phil there. Look, Phil, he's a hard man to please, but he came out and said the cast strength palate is really creamy, jammy red fruit, some pepper heat, and a floral note to finish. He's given you really nice tasting notes here.
Yeah.
Daniel then goes on and says that the raspberry swirl ice cream dominant on the nose, with the alcohol rather pleasant indeed. I'll be honest. As I said, I haven't had the original. This is just a cast strength. If the original, if the 40, is it 46%? What
40 even?
40, yeah. So if it has any of these tastes, any of these smells, and any of these tastes on the palate, I'll be very impressed. Great. What's good about blends, Ernest, for me, is that blends should be approachable. They have to be approachable. See if a blend is harsh and is has violent connotations in the mouth, you're not going to go back to it. It needs to be very approachable, and it needs to be the right kind of price, and it needs to have multiple uses. But I'm assuming, based on this taste here, that it's not for highballs, that it's not for cocktails. This is a sipping blend.
That's the idea.
You want people to appreciate. I'm impressed. I'm sure there's a lot of people in here that are impressed.
And I'm really relieved. I'm relieved because I knew that there's in this group there's nowhere really for hiding. So
you can't hide.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think anyone, and I would criticise people directly to their face, and I have done, and people would know that I'm not an expert on whiskey. I'm not an expert on just about anything in life. I don't think I've been an expert on anything, but I have an opinion, and the opinion also sometimes is held by others, which means that sometimes I speak on the behalf of others. Particularly when I've heard other people's comments, and I would criticise labels. If a label doesn't look right, I'd say that's awful. And I would say if it doesn't taste right, it doesn't smell right, it doesn't fit right with the category of whiskey that you're looking at, that there's lots of things to say. And that's not me being negative. That's me being, well, listen, actually, it's probably better that you maybe change that or maybe better that, because that's what I would, as a consumer, prefer.
You want that feedback, though. I mean,
yeah, but you want that feedback. So don't be frightened to come and get that feedback. Those that put stuff out there, those that put things, whiskey into bottles and just say, enjoy that, and we don't care what you think. That's the wrong attitude. Be careful. Be careful what you put out, because people will have an opinion on it. The label for me is great. I just love characters. I said that earlier on. Brought up with sci-fi, brought up with fantasy. We've got a guy with a cape. We've got this guy with a cape. He is powerful looking. He's a powerful looking guy. He's got this beautiful moustache. He's got this whole moustache. It kind of reminds me of me. He's fighting a good cause. But the branding of the story, that's brilliant. But listen, what comes next? When people buy the bottle, they bought the bottle maybe because it looked good or it was the right price or has a good story. But it's about the taste, and whether or not you go back, and go and purchase it again is what's going to be important. I like the fact that, and me and Phil have some very similar opinions, and this one's a very, this is both of us are close to our heart, which is cask inconsistency of batch releases is actually wonderful. There's no harm to
just
that.
reading that, just reading that.
Yeah, do not be worried about that. That just shows the honesty of the production, the honesty of the fact that we're not trying to manipulate it to the point where it has to taste exactly the same continuously. And if you're going to be honest about it, then that's great.
And look, we've so far stuck to this not chill filtering and not colouring thing, and just because it seemed to be what people wanted, and
yes.
I hope that will always be possible. But that certainly handcuffs you a little bit in regards. I think then if you agree to not do those things, well, then you just have to accept inconsistency, because they greatly remove your ability to tweak with something.
Yeah.
You say, and I think that people who are into their whiskey seem to know that there's a trade-off there that they're willing to make. They say, yeah, I think exploring things is, it gives you.
But it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off that the Scots have been doing for so long and get away with it constantly.
Yeah.
Whereas the Irish have managed somehow to have consistency because they have been careful, meticulous, and they have literally streamlined as much as they can. And the industry needs rough edges. It doesn't have to always be smooth lines, crisp lines. It doesn't need all of that. It needs to be rough and ready. The products need to be different. They have to be different. They can't all be the same. They can't all taste the same. If we had the same taste and blends, just with different labels on it, with different branding, that's not a good look. It's not a good look. It's not a good place to be, is it?
So we need your board. Yeah.
So we need, and the one thing that I get from Scotch whiskey is that that non-chill filtering, that non-colouring. Every batch release and those age statements, single malts, even that you can see over the years differences. Over the period, different releases within the same year sometimes that we're getting differences, and that is good, And I think, listen, fair play to you for what you're doing. There's a lot of lovely comments here again. People saying that if this is, and I really like that, if this is a whiskey which comes out at the a decent price with the same tasting profile coming through on the standard bottlings, it's going to be a good whiskey. It's going to, people are really appreciating it. You've got people saying here, honestly, they love your honesty. And that's been good because you've come on, just, willing to answer any question, and just being honest.
Would you mind if I asked a question and use your opinion and your hive mind? We went with 40%, and I suppose I'm wary. I'm taking in that people think the cash rent is going down. Well, we went with 40% because excise duty really hampers your ability to price competitively and do a stronger percentage in Ireland. And we knew at the start definitely we didn't have the resources to be doing different strengths for different markets. So you'd ideally put out maybe 44, 46% one in a lower duty country, and also you don't want to be seen to give you an inferior product to your home market, Ireland. So we said, okay, 40%. We think the liquid stands up at 40%. We hope so, but certainly, I don't know. What do people are? Just even are the guys here? Are they automatically more drawn to something that's 42, 44, 46 when they're looking on the shelf, or is it just do they take whiskey as it comes?
Yeah, we've got some answers there. 40% whiskies are a gateway to allow people to enjoy the whiskey. 46% you hit the enthusiast.
That's what I hope. Sorry, that's what that is 46%.
Yeah, non-chill filter, please. Is what people are saying. I think. I'm here, Phil. I'm glad that you agree with me. Again, look, we have some bromance there. He's agreeing with me regarding the fact that Irish whiskey has literally managed to be this smooth, straight line at certain points. But I think people are saying here, no, if it's between 46%, it doesn't matter. I would like to think whoever put it in the bottle made a call for a reason. And we spoke earlier on with Graham from Dingle. And we talked about the percentages that I think he's at 46.5%. It's not 46%. It's 46.5%. People put out whiskey at different strengths for one reason, because when the person creating the blend or person creating the master distiller. Or indeed then the master blender is putting the product out in the bottle, wanting people to drink it at that point, at that stage, that it's not being manipulated.
Yes.
Now you put out blends, Ernest. People will put out blends for a purpose, i.e., it's for a highball or a cocktail or it's for something.
Yes, yeah.
But you put it out for a sipping whiskey, and if you put it out at 40% and it's sippable and that's where people can go to and taste, then that's for a good reason, and I think that there's people who appreciate that. It's just that there is now this, I suppose, expectation of the higher ABV.
Yes,
allows you to, as the individual, to manipulate, because and I can't remember who I was talking to, but we have this preconception. A lot of whiskey drinkers do that that you have to add water somehow. Or maybe that's the novice who really just goes, "Give me a whiskey. But here, I'll maybe have to add ice here, or I'll have to add water here because of it." No, what you've put in the bottle is what it should be drunk at to start with. Then you have to manipulate it if that's the case. But it's the taste first of all. It's the taste.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and apologies now for. I feel like I've used the group a little bit, but that's invaluable feedback, because where else am I going to get this?
Use the group.
Yeah, but it's that kind of hive mind. Okay, superb feedback. Thank you. And thank you to the people commenting, because it's it's the only way we're going to learn and figure things out.
So that's some of the best whiskies that people taste are 40% whiskies. So it's you do not be frightened with it. There you go. Sure. My introduction to whiskey began with cans of Bulmers, and that wasn't even 4.6%.
The comments are spectacular. They're the highlight.
Good on you. Listen, Ernest, we've had plenty of chat, plenty of banter.
Well, I really enjoyed that.
I hope you've had a good opportunity to talk about your brand.
I'm delighted.
And listen, I've really appreciated that. I love the fact that you came on board and you contacted us. You wanted to be here. This is your choice.
With all the big guys, geez, honoured. Yeah.
Really, we really appreciate it. I'm looking forward, hopefully, seeing this series progress, seeing what's happening. We definitely have you up in Belfast for a dram or two, and hopefully next year as well, being part of the festival will be great. For you to be here physically and your man that's camera shy. We get him in here in a room, and he doesn't need to be in front of the camera
because he's
in front of
it's been a good old journey, and we've tried lots of different things that haven't worked everywhere else, and he'd be a great man for the nitty gritty whiskey chat, Yeah.
Good. We've got one of our cheeky admin staff has just said, "Thank you, Ernest, for being earnest." Now that's just.
Here's Robert. I like it.
Listen, great passion, great crack.
Including me.
Thank you very much.
Everyone. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Cheers. Yeah, that was good, eh? Sound man indeed. Keep horror lit. I am all about keeping horror lit, or whoever lit that you can keep lit. I mean, keep horror lit, keep air lit. Is it not keep air lit? Is it keep horror lit? Keep air lit, Liam, I think is what it is. Up next, hopefully he is in the room. We're moving on. Do not open number 5. Do not open number 5. We're not using number 5 just yet. We're skipping. And we're going to number 6. We're going to number 6. We're going to have Joe McGowan. Hopefully he is here. And hopefully we can bring Joe McGowan in at this point. And if Jamie's Quarters is listening, Jamie, hopefully you're able to do what I asked. Hopefully that is progressing somehow, because I have not had that missed call which I was expecting. Hey, Paul. Joe McGowan.
Say my name and I'll appear.
Thank you, Jamie. That's dead on. Fair play. Drum roll. Have you got a Brandy t-shirt on, Joe? Have you got a Brandy t-shirt? No powers?
No, I'm just wearing a shirt. I do have a powers jumper somewhere, but I just went for a nice, smart, plain shirt,
Joe, run upstairs, get your socks and put your socks on.
I mean, I'm wearing Jamison socks.
What? Jamison socks? We're talking about powers here. We're talking powers. We're talking.
No, actually,
we're talking number 6. Make sure you've got number 6. Do not bring another bottle to the table. Okay, this is the powers. All right, powers.
Yeah. So we're going to do a cast strength version of powers John's Lane.
Joe, I don't know where to start. I don't know where do you start? Where do you start with this, Joe? Joe, do you know what I think we should do? We should just start by just talking about what John Powers is all about and ignoring the fact that we have a cast strength version here.
Okay, yeah. For me, Powers seems to be one of those brands that, like, there's a certain loyalty to it in people that drink it and love it. Like, I mean, I think you probably saw that even in the reaction when you posted about having the cast strength. Like, people get really excited about it. I know certainly, like, in the whiskey community, like, there's a few people in particular. I think I touched on them maybe yesterday, but like guys like Dave, guys like Omar, who like, they love all Irish whiskey, but there's something about Powers that really draws them to it.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is really. I mean, I suppose there's the history and then there's also the liquid. So maybe it's just a combination of both. But I know, like, Powers, I've been working 4 years in the job now, and I started working with Powers, only Powers. That was the only brand that I worked under, and it's maybe for that reason I'm always, like, really happy to talk about it and kind of revisit it. It's still my favorite of our brands. It's the one that I enjoy the most, and it's definitely the one I drink the most as well.
Out of all the Powers, I think, yeah, I mean, obviously we touched last night on that single cast from the friend at hand, and if it was a little bit cheaper, I would constantly be drinking that. Yeah. But the John's Lane is so approachable in terms of cost and everything else. It's been my number one Powers, just to drink.
It's the John's Lane is the only one that I see people say, between it and Redbreast, they might be persuaded. There's people who love Redbreast and that's what they drink. That's their single pot still. But then try the John's Lane and go, actually, that might take it for me. Yeah. And that's what you want. You want it to be a hard decision.
We're going to have banter. I think we should have a bit of crack. We've got Omar has chipped in already. It's good to see that Omar's chipped in nice and early this time around. That's good. He likes that. He likes to chip in. Powers has immense history. It's the whiskey that I have had the earliest memory of, such a fantastic selection of whiskies. Omar, do you know what? I've said this, I keep going saying it, 15-year-old Redbreast was the first one for me. But when I've been introduced to Powers, I've been certainly drawn towards the Johns Lane particularly. But we're very lucky. I think we're very lucky because we have all these great pot stills. We have really good pot stills, and we've been very lucky to have the Powers for so long, like so long. And Joe, you mentioned it last night. The history, the absolute heritage that this brand has is powerful with its name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it absolutely does. And like, the thing is, a lot of it is still there. Like, obviously, the Johns Lane distillery has been closed since the 70s, but you get a chance to go down to Dublin. You can spend a few hours. You can go to the National College of Art and Design, walk into the courtyard and see the original pot stills. And like, I've been down half a dozen times to do that, and do the tour, but every time I see them, it still takes me back. Like, they're just sitting there. Obviously, they're a bit decrepit. They're a bit worn. They could do with a bit of TLC, but like, they're still there, and they're pretty impactful.
We've got some comments coming through already, Joe, but there's Paddy. Everyone knows Paddy. Paddy says, look, we all grew up on Powers. Whiskey was Powers. That's interesting. And Dahi, Powers was the one I saw my family drinking growing up at race meetings, funerals, coursing meetings, you name it. It's still what he, what he keeps in stock. I think, first of all, in Scotland, I'm not sure if Powers has a big presence. In fact, I would suggest it has a very limited, presence at all.
And to be honest, for a long time, it was just a domestic brand. Like, it was outside of Ireland. Even now, you look at the States, which is obviously our biggest brand. It's still very small. Like, but it was a domestic brand. It
was a domestic brand, but Powers had independent bottlers. Yes. So Powers then sent out an independent bottlers. And so we have one of those independent 30-year-old Powers that went out to the Italian. Actually, I think it was in Italian, but it was for Americans, I believe. Italians in America. But, it very much says about Dublin. Am I right in saying it's just Dublin? Everything
was a Dublin whiskey. It was a Dublin pot still as well.
Yes.
Like, that's what it's known for.
Let's talk about that area. I mean, I know you're really enthusiastic about that entire area, and it's got its own history now. It has its own wee trail. It has its own wee tourism, specifically just for Powers. That's there. There's so much. There's just literally so much to talk about. That's real history. That's real. You couldn't get any better than that, could you?
For anyone who doesn't know, so the Powers was started in 1791, and it was started by an innkeeper. James Power, he was the father of John. John later took over, but he had a stagecoach inn, which is in the Liberties area of Dublin. So the Liberties were called the Liberties because they would have been at liberty from the laws of Dublin. So they were just far enough where you could open up distilleries and you could open up pubs. And he had a stagecoach inn, would have distilled a wee bit of whiskey, which would have been common, and then decided to eventually open his own distillery. Built the Johns Lane distillery on Thomas Street in Dublin, and began producing pot still whiskey. And really, like, Powers became a massive global brand at that point. Like, I touched on it yesterday, but if you ever get a chance to see them in the archives, we've got receipts of Powers single pot still Irish whiskey being sold in Uruguay, in South Africa, in Bombay, like all over the world. It was an international brand, and some of the marketing and some of the branding that the guys did was just really ahead of the time. Like, they were very much about, being really impactful and really lovely, bright, colorful artwork. And like I said, it was just an international brand. Now, we still have all that history, so you can actually see like a lot of the artwork. Like, there was a great one from the Chicago Fair where they basically constructed a massive tower out of bottles of Gold Label, like huge, like 50 feet tall. It's crazy.
You have Powers. The problem is when you have such a big brand as they really are. They're trendsetters. They're trendsetters. Am I right in saying Powers is a trendsetter? You know,
yeah.
I might know very little about whiskey, but I know that Powers is a trendsetter. You know what I mean?
What I always find funny is people think of Powers as being like an old-fashioned dusty brand, and I totally get why it is, but like they were anything but. Like the guys at John's Lane were really quick to embrace the industrial revolution and really quick to adapt to technology. And they were the first distillery to actually make miniatures, so they created the miniature in 1887. And some people don't realize that. If you're ever on an airplane and you get a wee miniature of gin or vodka or whiskey, just remember that was Powers were the first ones that did it. Even to things like making their own labels, like they used to grind down copper to color the labels of Powers Gold Label because they couldn't get the same color of ink. So it was the most expensive labels produced at the time, but it was that kind of attention to the detail, that they were all about. And then obviously bottling their own whiskey as well. So not just creating a miniature, but being one of the first distilleries in Dublin and certainly in Ireland to actually bottle their own whiskey to take control over it. At a time when whiskey would have been bonded, it would have been more common to just sell it by the barrel.
Yeah. No, trendsetters, unreal. And even now, I mean, we've moved to a new package, and Joe, I'm not overly convinced. And I did say in the last with Ernest there that I'm critical of lots of different things, and sometimes it is about labeling, sometimes it's about.
Just in case anyone hasn't seen it.
Yeah.
So it's not without controversy. There's no denying it.
Super controversy, but two things. One, the positive is that we've got that big P front and center. It's Powers. It is Powers. You make no doubt about it that this is Powers, and it's forward thinking like that. The only criticism, and I have said it, and I'm sure people will allow me to be critical at this point, because the only thing is, on the gold label, it's not gold.
Yeah.
And that, do you know what, Joe? And I think that's. I hope I'm the only one that has that criticism, because apart from that, the liquid's not changed. So why criticize anything else? Because the liquid's not changed. It's great liquid.
Yes, and I totally get the criticism, and I understand it. And we touched on it yesterday, but it's the fact that people are so passionate and critical about it. Like, that does mean something. It shows you that the brand is cared about, and we have to be very careful with it. So yes, I understand it rocks the boat a wee bit to change the label, but the unfortunate truth is, as much as we all love Powers, like the real whiskey enthusiasts, it does need a bit of a lease of life, if it's to survive. And that's the harsh truth. Like, we want the brand to survive and thrive and, keep releasing Powers whiskies and keep making single casks. And for that to happen, it just needs a new look. It needs a new lease of life, and it needs to be more recognizable in some of the more important markets like America.
I think you're spot on there. Listen, Joe, there's some banter going on in this chat room, and I'm just looking at it going, these guys are as much fun as we're having here, chatting away and discussing it. But we've got people who are doing side by sides. Now, we've got people in this chat room who do not have this in front of them. God love them. I feel sorry for them. There might be a little bit left over that we might, because they're now bottled like this. Unfortunately, everything that was given to us is in these little miniature bottles. So we do have a couple, and I mean a couple of these left lying about. When I say lying about, I mean they're going to be drunk by me unless I decide to give them over to some people. There are definitely enthusiasts out there that need some. So we shall sort something down. I will hunt you, Paul, beat you into giving you one. You've heard it now. Omar has now physically threatened me online, just for one of these, but I'm happy enough to take a good beating. I like it.
But it is scarce, because remember I gave you the bottles for it. And I didn't even take a drop of it myself. Like, all of it went to you, so I haven't even tasted this yet.
But you know what, Joe? But Belfast Whiskey Week is an emotional week. It's a roller coaster for me, right? It's up and down. It's people asking lots of questions all the time. Has this been done? Has this been done? Has this been done? Have I got my packages yet? And do you know what was really funny this morning? I generally, when I went out delivering this morning at 8 o'clock, we had a great show last night. And when I got up this morning, I went, I've got to go places. So I went out and I did my dropping off of boxes. And I had a call come in. Now, I'd already said to Phil and Jamie and Johnny and Nigel that, look, they're in this also. This is not the Paul Kane show. This is the Belfast Whiskey Week, and it belongs to everybody. And which is why we have different presenters coming on and doing different, different sessions. I said, listen, lads, you go ahead, you crack on at 12 o'clock. I'm still out, I'm doing my deliveries and stuff. I got a phone call at 5 minutes past 12. And I hope the guy's online now actually drinking this, because see if he's not, I'll be raging. Phones me at 5 past 12. Here, big man, where's my box? And I said, funny that, on Wednesday, I told you to go to a place where you could go and pick it up, and I actually thought you'd gone and done that. And he went, nah, I didn't. I was like, okay then. Give me 25 minutes and I will find you. I will drive this box, including this beautiful Powers, to make sure that you have it, to make sure that you get it for this tasting. And that's the roller coaster. It's like way down there, I've gone, someone went to work. Way up here because we're about to taste something super emotionally charged. So I'm like, it's just a high, and it's just such a high at the moment. And look, there was a couple, 100 odd boxes went out, give or take. You know what I mean? And they went out, to people who all around the world, Joe. So there'll be people who are not tuned in right now who have boxes, and they'll be sleeping, or if they're not sleeping, they're working. So the idea of this festival was that we still thought that lockdown would be a real problem. Now, lockdown is lockdown in some really weird disguise. I.e., you can't go to the bar, but you can, I suppose you can now go and, play football, or you can go, the swimming pool or something, or go to the gym, but you can't go to the bar and have a pint. So we can't be in those physical places, but people are now back to work, which means at 3:45 in the afternoon on a Sunday, some people are busy. You know what I mean? Yeah. Whereas we thought they might, but here, they can revisit this. They can drink this in their own time, and they can. And what we want is the feedback, because I tell you something, Joe. Depending on how good this is, I mean, I'm going to assume it's good, but there might be a cry, an ultimate cry, for people to say, "Please make this. Please produce this. Put it in a bottle and get it out there." And I think I said to you when we talked about the criteria of what I wanted, and this was the only part of Belfast Whisky Week which would have been online. This was the only part of Belfast Whisky Week which was meant to be online during the festival. And yet everyone's now online, and this has become part of it. But it's it's definitely for me, it's like I don't know. This is something special. I expected when we had that initial discussion that you would have given me something from a Method Madness. Potentially, this is what's going to come. What I mean? When we release a new Method of Madness at Christmas time, we'll put it into Belfast Whisky Week. A little bit like what we do at different shows around the country, that you're saying, this is coming. But when you said, Paul, tell you what it is, I actually had a wee conversation with Billy Layton, and Billy Layton blew my mind and said, we're going to give you a cash check, John Slane. I was like, really, what? I don't know if that will ever see the light of day, because this is something very unique. So, very, very, very impressed. And I've not opened it yet. I'm going to open it. I want to hear that noise. I like that wee. Oh, I like that. That's good, eh? That's a good noise.
That is fine.
We don't have the cork, but we have that, and that's good. That's
the next best thing.
It's the next best thing, and here we go. Oh,
Jamie asking me if I've tried this. Jimmy, no, I haven't.
No, he has not. God love him. God love him.
I was very tempted when I had this box.
This is honesty, because I've not tasted it. I didn't do any of that sipping while we were pouring and stuff. None of that malarkey. I didn't do any of that. And I was all about savouring it and waiting until we had it in front of us to do anything. So, yeah. I think I've read some of the comments, and they've kind of teased me, because people are like, it does this, it does that, it's doing this, it's doing that. And I'm like, if it's doing that for these people, what's it going to do for me? You know what I mean? What's it going to do? But Joe, nowhere near my nose, and I can smell that.
Yeah, as soon as I cracked it, I could smell it. So I mean, John's Lane at 46% is a big whiskey.
Yes.
So I'm only assuming that at cask strength, this is going to have a bit of weight behind it. I think somebody had said in one of the comments there that they were getting more of the leathery notes, and like on the nose, I would agree. Like, it's dusty.
It is dusty, isn't it? but it's not a super old product.
No. So 14 would be the youngest. There is older whiskey in here. There'd be some a few years older than 14, but nothing very, very old.
Oh, Joe. Right, that's it. Done and dusted. Good night, guys. Where are we on here? You can all leave. You can leave my living room. That's me. What is that? What is that smell? I feel so sorry for anyone trying.
It's super earthy, but like Phil has touched on it as well. There's a wee bit of like a lightness, like a citrus as well.
No, but I got that. See from this distance, Joe. From this distance, see where the glass is just now. That's what I got. That's why I was like, "What is that?" There's something there which is not what I was expecting straight away, and it is.
Funny enough, Andy's saying licorice. I'm actually getting a wee bit of like red licorice on the nose, which I never would have got from the 46%.
This is an entirely different beast, John. Joe, isn't it? It's an entirely different beast of a whiskey. Oh my lord! And I'm going to have to try it. I'm going to have to drink it now.
Sasha.
Rip Sasha, indeed. Wow. Oh my god, that's big. And it's big.
Yeah. It's immediately sweet, like the sweetness. I don't know if
Stop.
it's maybe...
Stop it there, Joe. Stop it there. I'm going to say something. Tell me if it's really random. Do you remember those those little dried fruits, but they became sweet crystallized fruits? You know, the tiny wee, there's like a pack, maybe like 3 or 4 different fruits in it. And it was like
the ones you used to get in the paper bags.
Do
you remember the sweets Frosties? You used to get
Yeah.
They look like fruit pastels, but they're hard.
They're hard, yeah. Right. That is nice. Oh lordy. Joe, we can just sit in silence just for a minute, can't we? I want to know, has anyone opened this yet? They were like fruit jellies, though, but they were hard fruit jellies with sugar on them, like real sugar, and it's kind of like they were hardened. And they were like, they were just like these. They were shaped like little fruits, but they were hard. They were really hard sweeties. That's what it reminds me of.
I'm definitely getting some kind of sweet shop character, like immediately that really like intense red sweetness, like red apple or someone else. I get Frosties like those the wee hard sweets. I'm telling you.
Kenny Ramsey, you're a gag. Someone's asking Frosties. You don't know what not Frosties. They're not the Frosties that you get from the cereal. Frosties sweeties. They were great. They were absolutely brilliant.
I don't know if you can still get them.
Oh, I don't know if you can. They were good sweets. The slabbers are tripping me with this one. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well, this is good. Joe, tell me this, right? We've got, and Phil has it right now, and I think Cassandra does as well. But we've got a John's Lane. We've got a John's Lane cask strength. Joe, on the spot, what's better right now?
I mean, like for me, having anything at cask strength is kind of preferable. But that's my personal bias. I still think John's Lane at 46% is an amazing whiskey.
Beefy.
Yeah.
Beefy. Yeah. This is taking an element. It's not. You know what? There's an enhancement, a complete enhancement, but it's nearly everyone. I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong here, but it's maybe 40, 50, 60% enhancement of the John's Lane. There's something which leaves John's Lane here, and it's just pushing. Stop. We're getting totally different flavors, really. From this, because of that cask strength, because of that extra amount of alcohol. But it's the oiliness of it. I don't know. I mean, it's certainly. I think it's.
Yeah, I mean, like it's thick.
Look at that. I don't know if you can
waxy.
see that. It's waxy is indeed. It's just stuck to the glass. It's stuck. It's just stuck to the glass. It's not coming down, Joe. It's not coming down. It it doesn't want to go back. It doesn't want to go back into the bottom of the glass. It wants to stay up there.
You could eat this with a fork.
You could though. You could. It's very, very. Oh, that it is. Yeah, it's a sweet meal. That's what it is.
But I like that people like to chew this.
I've got a poll in front of me. I don't know if you have the same. I have a poll in front of me. I'm very, very tempted to click something right now.
I haven't. I've restrained myself. I think I'm a bit biased.
Do you know what? There was people on the other day who were scoring their own whiskies X. I mean, we're not going to complain about that, but what we would say is we'll take that into consideration. Do you know what I mean? You've got to be proud of your own products. You've got to be proud of your own product. But this is really nice, and I hope that I don't know if Billy has access to this, but we'll make sure that Billy has, Joe, at some point access to see this and can witness what people are talking about. But I think what's important is that whether or not this is to be released or not, Joe, is that IDL have literally bent over backwards. And I know that your whiskey, look, first and foremost, Joe McGowan is Dylan Bass, brand manager of some serious, heavy brands that IDL own. Yes? And you are the champion of Whiskey Club NI. But you're a standalone figure when it comes to, when it comes to all these brands in Northern Ireland, who you can say, he knows what he wants, he knows what he's about, he loves the whiskies, he makes everyone feel the whiskey and the love. I think that everyone down in IDL obviously expect and respect your opinion.
I appreciate that. Like, I think I'm in such a fortunate position that we have such strong brands, and I don't mean to say that to any other companies to say that their brands aren't great, but there is something about Powers and Redbreast that people do seem to really love. So, in that sense, my job can be quite easy sometimes because, I knew coming in here that everybody was already excited about this and was going to love it.
Buzzing. Yeah, buzzing. Do you know what? I just wish, Joe, that we had so much to share. But imagine that this is not mass produced. Imagine it's not put out at all. This is it. This was the last time, the only time, the one time. That was it. Do you know what? Fair play to Billy Layton. Fair play to IDL for allowing this to creep out of the stock. Fair play, because do you know what? It is uber humbling that Belfast and Belfast Whisky Week, has had the opportunity to do this and share it with as many people who wanted it and send it around the world, So I really, I'm humbled by it. I'm thankful for it. Thankful. And it's not, and Joe, to highlight, there's people in this box. There's other people in this box. Other people want to highlight something special about their brands. We've had Hinch showing what they want to do. Dingle showing us what they are doing, what they can do. Again, Cologne thinking, we're the innovators when it comes to, the looking at blends and kicking out stuff. And then we've just had Ernest on there, a brand new label, brand new.
Brilliant, really good, by the way. I tuned in the whole thing.
Very passionate. Yeah. And then we've got Dunville's later on and Connacht later on and we've got Double Liberties who put stuff into this box as well as our own product. This is IDL. This is IDL offensively in people's faces, really telling people, do you know what? We've got good stuff. We've got great stuff. We've got stuff that, to be honest, come at us because, keep chasing us because actually, and with no apology, this is something special. Do you know what I mean?
Well, we want to give the people what they want, Paul. And I think when Billy, he sent me a few options. He said, we could do this. He said, we can do the John's Lane cast strength. And to be honest, I barely even considered the next three. Because I knew, like, I'm a bit selfish because A, I wanted to taste it at cast strength, but B, I knew the kind of people that would be taking part in this, and I knew that they would want to taste this at cast strength as well.
No, you're brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And here, if Omar's still on, if Omar checks his private message, so it's just up on the right-hand corner, you've got public, you've got Twitter, private. If you check in there, I actually messaged you for a bit of crack. But do you know what? There's a lot of people, and there's been, I've just had a message the other day, and we've actually got a box of this heading out, I think, to Argentina. This is how far this stuff's going. There's people, generally, there's people from everywhere who, whether or not it was just the John's Lane that sold it to people, I don't know, but people from the very outset, when we mentioned the brands who were going to be in here, when you know the ideals and something like this, you're going to expect something. And I don't think I've not been let down here. I've not been disappointed. You know what? You've gone above and beyond. I'm glad, Joe, that you've picked out. All right. So, Omar, do you know what? Just message me personally on Facebook or something. I'll tell you what I said. Oh, he's found it, maybe. Has he found it? Has he found it? Let's have a look. I don't know. Don't know if that's working. Anyway,
I was, because Omar did message me, and he was trying to get his hands on some of this. And
should have was.
I felt bad because I know so many people who either missed it or didn't realize it was happening or just want to try it, and unfortunately it's not possible. But I'm glad at least we got to try it.
I think you know what? Yeah, exactly. We made up the boxes. There's a few that I'm talking about. I would hate to say that there was maybe 2 or 3 left that didn't go into the boxes because that was just extra. And when you're pouring, you just want to keep pouring. You don't want to stop pouring. So I don't, and if need be, it's only, what is it now? Sorry, what was that? £1,000? Did someone just say? Look, we want to share the whiskey. It's not about money. It's about sharing the whiskey. Quite specifically, it's about getting out there. We had a prize winner, Joe. We put every whiskey from the entire festival. So I don't know how many whiskies that was specific. It was over 230 whiskies that are being used in the festival, and we got that out to a guy called, you may have come across him. He's in a lot of the chat rooms and stuff, about whiskey. A guy called Martin McKenna. From down from Monaghan, and he was so. I mean, generally was so overwhelmed. He was just like, he won the prize. We put it out on our partners with Irish Whiskey Magazine, and we did a competition, and he won the lot. And he was on the phone to me, just roaring, absolutely roaring, just absolutely laughing away, going, "There's no way I've won this." And I was like, "No, you won this. Not through me. I didn't fix it. I didn't see it. It was done randomly online with a hell of a lot of people online to make sure it was done properly." And he was just like, "No way, no way." And he says, "Does that include the world exclusive box?" And I went, "Yes." And he went, "It's like, that's it." He says, "Unreal." He says, "I don't know if I'll get to drink all those whiskies at any point throughout the entire year." That's what he said. But he says, "I'll be making a beeline to that box, to make sure that we're drinking it." So we got that sent off down to him. He's down on his holidays down in Galway. We managed to get it sent down to Galway for him to make sure he has it. But look, there's a lot of people who are lucky in the States, lucky around Europe, who got these boxes, and particularly, we went across to Scotland, went across to England, and a lot now went down south. So there's a lot of people with this liquid. I hope they go back to it. And Joe, I think we're going to keep on talking about that's all I've taken just now, Joe. Look,
yeah, I'm going to restrain myself to not.
I did not have to people out there to appreciate that and enjoy that, because I know for a fact tonight at come 10 o'clock when we start to wind the festival down with some. Listen, last night, whoever was on last night, tell me this. Was the music not just absolutely brilliant? When we finished our set last night, the DJ just made it all happen.
He was great. He was really good.
Great. But we're going to do the same again after this session here just now. It'll run a little bit. It'll then finish, and we'll have the new session later on. And again, we'll have some music. But I know for a fact tonight, I'm going to have some of that, John. There's no doubt I'm going to be drinking that. Although if I could throw some down to Omar, like if I had strong enough throwing arm, I would do that. Anyone who's Omar, hold on. There's people down in your neck of the woods round the corner from you on the other street who might have a sample of this. Wink, wink. I think they might do. Maybe you want to go and speak to them, and then maybe they give you some. And people are winding him up. That's such a shame, Omar. You don't need to be wound up. You don't need that. You don't need that panic. Joe, tell me just before you head on, and I really want to just say thank you very much. You're back in tomorrow to talk about another powers, which is, let's get this right. Yesterday was Whiskey Club NI Day. All about the major brands that we're pushing just now, which is the Meth and Madness range, super. It was the Jameson, including that cold brew, including really staple Jameson whiskies. Then you had the Redbreast, including the Redbreast 27, which is now standard. Those 6 Redbreasts that are core Redbreast products. Unreal. And you know what? We filled more sessions yesterday. We could have done 6 or 7 Redbreast sessions because, quite frankly, everyone and their dog wanted to do a Redbreast session. We could have done exactly the same for the other brands that you had. We could have kept filling. Whiskey Club NI Day could have been 10 sessions long.
But you know what? I was thinking this yesterday. Like we did Redbreast and we did Method Madness, but then next year we can do something completely different. We'll probably do Redbreast again because people seem to love it so much.
Yeah.
But like we could do a Method Madness and do different whiskies, or we could do the spots, or we could do a Pars. We do a Pars single cask. There's.
But listen, by then, Joe, you're going to have. So by then, Joe, you're going to have potentially your blue spot. That's a potential that you're going to have that coming onto the market. So then you've got your variant greens, you've got your yellow, you've got your red, you've got your blue. You've then got single cast stuff. But Joe, I think we have powers here today. The powers tomorrow, and we had powers last night. Yeah, the single cast powers. But we've got powers tomorrow, which is the powers gold. And again, you can't be disappointed by that. You just can't.
Like people think that I drink Redbreast 21 all the time or Middleton all the time. Like gold label Pars is my bread and butter. Like that's my whiskey of choice most of the time. Unless I'm drinking John's Lane cask strength.
Yeah. Listen, Joe, it's been a pleasure. I hope people have enjoyed, Joe. I hope, do you know what, Joe? It's hard for anyone in here to say anything negative because it's everyone. I think you would get beat with a stick by the crowd in here if someone said something negative. So everyone would turn on. It's like a lynch mob out there. There's, do you know what I mean? There's it's been great comments. You know what I mean? It's been great.
No, the crack is always good. And it was going to be hard after yesterday to top it. There was a lot of great whiskey, so I'm glad we could do something pretty special today.
Yeah, do you know what? 100%. And the amount of message I had yesterday, Joe, just saying that it was the best tasting they've ever been to. The best tasting they've ever been to. I'm like, they're not even there. It's online. They're like, it's just the best tasting. You know what I mean? Right. Just ever. So you did really well, Joe. You came across great. I really appreciate it. Today, you've done it again. You've inspired me, as you always do. Listen, thank you very much.
No worries. Well, listen, it was great crack, and I'll see you tomorrow, Paul, for some gold label.
See you then. Take care, Joe. Thank you.
Cheers, Paul. See you there.
I hope everyone just really enjoyed that because that was just, for me, that was just that powerful powers. There's people I know who are not on live right now because I know that I can see their names aren't here, and I know when they go they get this at the later stage, and people hopefully in some of those chat rooms are saying to people, listen, I can't believe you didn't get this, or I can't believe you got it and you aren't drinking it because you're working. God love you. I don't know what the poll says. I haven't looked at the poll result. I might go and have a look at that, Andy, but do you know what? Did someone just say you've saved it? It should have been saved for the finale. Hope the rest isn't anticlimax. Richard, do you know what? Do you know why it's not? It's not the last one. That would then suggest that we're expecting it to be the best one. Now, this is it's not. It shouldn't be about that. It sits rightly where we have drunk this. It sits rightly. It has its place, and I just think it's You know, remember, we didn't know when we did this and we created all these packs and we had the, you know, the running order. The running order was done before the actual liquid came to us. So, look, anything could have come from IDL, anything at all. The expectation level was just do whatever you can, and we appreciate it. And what has happened is we've struck gold. Everyone who's got this has struck gold. This is great, you know. So I'm looking now. I'm genuinely looking into the crowd. Hopefully Jarlath is there. If Jarlath is in the crowd, I'd like to see him. I'd like to come, you know, for him to come on board. I didn't see him talking very much in the chat. So if Jarlath's there, can we get him to come on, and we'll go with the Dunvilles. But you know, is it hard to follow up? I don't think that's what this is about. This box is not about what's better, what's not. I guarantee you that the last bottle is the best bottle. I'm only because it's our festival, but it's you know, if we're going to be biased, but we don't have to.
Paul, am I coming through?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Do you guys share my camera, or do I do it? Do you guys access or?
Yeah,
John, you should be able to share your camera now.
Okay, so I have, hold on.
From your speakers. If you could turn them down a bit, that'd be great.
Cheers, Richard. No, I just think, you know, it's just the way it is, isn't it? You know, I think your point is extremely valid. I.e., you know, we could have just made that the last one, but there's just so much. Check phone, Lisa. Thank you very much. Super. Charles, you coming in or what?
Looks like Jarlath actually just dropped off completely.
Right, okay.
So we can't even get the audio right now. I'll keep an eye for him coming back on. There he is. Make presenter. Hopefully this works.
That's okay. Listen, if not, I think we have. You know, certainly we could go and move on to the Connacht whiskey if Jarlath doesn't mind, you know, and we can move on to Connacht, and we can do that if that makes it any easier. So
let's give Jarlath a chance here. I think
one more chance. No problem.
But you should definitely keep talking to fill the dead air.
Oh, I'm sorry, I totally forgot. Yeah, dead air. Dead air. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, people. Apologies. I did promise that we would not have any dead space. I just gave you about 20 seconds of that. Sorry for the whole 20 seconds of not hearing anything. This Jarlath there.
Yeah. Can you see me?
I can.
Can you hear me? Obviously you can. Okay. How's that?
I don't know. Yeah, better. Yeah, better. Excellent. Love your feet.
Are we good?
They can still hear me coming from my headset.
I don't know why that's happening, Paul. But I don't have a headset. I'll try and turn the volume down more.
Yeah.
How's that?
Let me see. Much better.
Okay.
No.
No?
Charlotte, you know what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
I'm going to let you talk.
Okay. Is there a lot of reverb, yeah?
Yes, there's a lot of reverb. I can really hear myself.
Right. Sorry about that. But anyway.
Don't be daft. Just you talk.
All right, guys. I can't believe that I got the job of following up on a John's Lane cash strength. I think that was absolutely yeah, that was someone else. Phenomenal, just phenomenal stuff. For anybody that's got the Dunville's box that we're doing on Wednesday night, Dunville's is Wednesday night, yeah. There's a new PX12 cast strength in that box as well. So all our PX12 cast strengths are single cask. So the one in the box on Wednesday night is a different cask from this. And actually really different characteristics from both the one we put out in February and from this one. And the one that's in the box on Wednesday night is a lot more controlled. It's a lot more controlled, whereas this one is just another big flavour and spice bomb. I think it's 1 or 2 ABVs higher than the one that went out in February. Don't know why that is, and that's just different casks. So anybody that's tasting this and the one on Wednesday night might want to keep some back and try it on Wednesday night just to compare and contrast, because there's a lot of difference in them. But I thought I'd put this one into the worldwide box because it's a bigger, bolder, heavier version, and maybe more like the first one that went out, but maybe bigger and bolder and drier still. So I have I've actually something I poured about an hour ago because I just really like to give these whiskies a chance to get some air into them, especially at 57%. It really needs that time to breathe and get warmed up and get to room temperature and just, yeah, it becomes more syrupy and sweet. So I'll just leave that. Yeah, probably before we start into the liquid, just want to talk a bit about the last 2 or 3 weeks. We've had a sort of, we've been doing a bit of filling down at Actonville, and a lot of the Whisky Club members have been down, and Paul's been there running about just frantic, trying to get everything planned. I don't think anybody's got, really, it's hard to describe the amount of work went into getting this over the starting line. I don't mean that it's ran so smoothly for the first 3 days. We're 3 days into it. And already we've had some absolutely amazing highlights. Brendan and Cologne opened it just with some amazing liquid. Their own stuff's amazing. David and Connaught on Friday night was a really good session. You had McConnell's, and then Joe's 2 sessions last night were just stunning. But the amount of work that went into the club members, even for the last 2 or 3 weeks, from Emma and Johnny and Wayne and all those guys that were down filling, and from Rick that's running about the country with Paul delivering. It's been military in its precision and its effort, and I think that has to be appreciated. I present to a lot of clubs around Ireland. Cork's got a great club, Dublin obviously, Aviators. Dingle's a really great, knowledgeable wee club. But I will say that you put Belfast Whisky Club head to head in a blind taste with any club in Ireland, and I wouldn't bet on anybody else. The guys are just super knowledgeable in the club, super passionate. I think that delivering this festival, Paul will get all the plaudits, and rightly so, because it's his brainchild, and I don't think he slept for a month. I know I get emails at 4 o'clock in the morning, and then he's out delivering at 8, I wrote all the plaudits, and rightly so, but I've seen the club effort behind this, and that has to be called out and that has to be recognised. So I just want to put that out there before we go any further. Because this is a massive, massive event. We're 3 days into an 8-day event, and it's going to really put the Belfast Club on the map, put Belfast on the map whisky-wise, and yeah, just phenomenal. So I think that needs said, and the mention the club for for everything that's been done there. So yeah, PX12 cast round batch 3 maybe is what we're tasting here. If anybody's seen any social media content for the last, I think my sister Anne Marie started putting it out yesterday, jumped the gun a bit. We're actually bottling, we're bottling 2 cast round PXs this week, 2 different casts, cast 1330 and 1326. The one we're tasting now is probably batch 3. We're going to bottle this now because it's ready to bottle, but we're going to hold it back a while. You might see this out in the market sort of October, November time. I was talking to Omar Fitzel last week again about this one in particular because, yeah, the first PX12 cast strength sort of came about through, the Friday night dram, and we done an online tasting probably this time last year, and it was just an amazing night. The response to it was phenomenal, and 6 months later, there's nothing happens quickly about Dunnabills and Exonbills, we're not that organised. But 6 months later, we put out the PX12 cast strength, the first batch again in an online event, and again, just the reaction to it was just super. So Graham and myself just went into the warehouse, went through the cast. We had one more in mind. We found 1 or 2 more, and yeah, we just thought we're gonna, when the time was right, we'd do another PX12 cast strength, and I think you're going to see one hit the shop maybe next week, but it's not this one. It's not this one. We're going to hold this one back actually for a while, and that's where we are with it, So, so yeah, I mean, on the nose, I think what you're seeing with the presenters this week is, that we're all whiskey enthusiasts first and foremost, and we all want to bottle what we want to drink, and I guess for some guys that's not always easy to do, and for other guys, it is easier. It depends, but we're lucky that at Exonbills, that we pretty much have, I wouldn't say carte blanche, we don't have carte blanche, but pretty much, as far as these single cast strength releases go, that we can go into the warehouse and we can pull these casts out and we can get them out pretty quickly. I remember watching a webcast recently with John Cashman, who being St. Glory brand ambassador, but before that he was in Kirkconnell, he was in Tralee. And he was in Tralee whenever, the sort of independent days, and he talked about how, that they didn't have the budget to take on the big guys, and it was all guerrilla marketing and guerrilla warfare, and I think that's what these online events, that's what the Friday night, the talk drams and all these online tasting events allow the smaller guys to do. They give us a reach that we just didn't have before, and that was perfectly demonstrated through the PX12 cast strength release and through the Palo Potatoes that we put out for the last track, maybe 2-3 months ago. So, yeah, I mean, and we're saying there, that I know that Graham and myself, like others, we just want to put out whiskey that we want to drink, that, but if we know that's what people out there want, and for me personally, and I just love big, chewy, syrupy whiskies. I just love a whiskey that lines your mouth, that's oily, that's sugary, that's syrupy, that you just want to chew and your lips smack, and it just stops in your tracks, and for that 5 or 10 minutes that you have it in your hand, you're thinking of nothing else. The world's problems and everything else just go away, and you're just left with this amazing whiskey. We had it 10 minutes ago with the John Bars, the Johnson and cast strength, I mean, I just thought that's a whiskey that I would put out. It's chewy, it's syrupy, it's sweet. It was just stunning and protect, and you just focus on it, and that's what we try and do. with Dunbills, and especially with these similar class releases. In 2020, we're going to do maybe 5 or 6 of these similar class releases. I think we're 3 in. There'll be another PX12 class strength next week. That'll be our 4th, and with 2 or 3 more in the lineup. I think most of those are in the box that we're going to taste on Wednesday night. And I know that some club members, Cork and Dublin, maybe Belfast, have tried some of them. So it's really a big year for us, as far as these smaller similar class releases go. And I really, and that's where Graham and myself are trying to take Dunbills. We're going to try and not have Dunbills synonymous with single class strength releases, but certainly, certainly position is more in that category. We still have to. We still have our core range that that we probably need to give more time to, but we're just having so much fun with these single casts and these big hitting, the single cast and cast strength releases. So yeah, I mean, on the nose, you just get viscosity. You just get viscosity, and I love viscosity in whiskey, and I love viscosity. It's not just about oils; it's about sugars, and I think that really good quality sherry casks can add a lot of that. We had it in the rum cask. We had in our 18-year-old rum release last year. We just had layers upon layers of demerara and molasses and all these different layers of sugar, and it was the sugar that gives. It was the sugar that gave that viscosity to the whiskey, and it made those flavours just linger in your mouth for so long. And we try and chase that in our sherry cask. We try and chase those sugars, because the sugars and the oils work together just to give that viscosity and just have those flavours linger. But they also give the alcohol structure. And those big sherry casks, not every cask works at cask strength. The guys that were down bottling a week or 2 ago, Graham and myself were in with them tasting 4 or 5 casks, and it's amazing how many casks don't work at cask strength, but the ones that do are the ones that just have that flavour, have that viscosity that can stand up to the higher alcohol. And when we find that cask, we're really pleased to put them out. So yeah, I think this is 1 or 2% more ABV than this is 1 or 2% more ABV than the first Cask Strength 12 release. At the start, I was a wee bit afraid of it, because I think it is drier, and maybe the finish isn't as long. I do think that 1 or 2, and I mean 1 or 2 drops of water really benefit this whiskey. And most of the time, but 1 or 2 drops really benefit this whiskey. But at the same time, pour it a while, give it some air, and it really does come through.
Jarlath, I would like to say, I mean, you don't need to start talking just now, but as long as you can hear me. Can you hear me okay? Yes? Okay. So there's a lot of feedback. Whenever I start talking to you, I can hear a lot of feedback. So just for a couple of seconds, I was happy just to listen to you. It was great just to listen to you. And I want to first of all say thank you very much for recognising everybody who came down and helped. They came down and helped. They volunteered their time. We had, and if we're going to individually recognise people, there's a lot of names there. But they're club members. The guys and girls who have put a hell of a lot of effort in. So the guys behind the scenes, admin, the admin team just now, Jason and Niall and Robert and Greg, and then obviously we've got Johnny. We've then got we've got Emma who came down and helped. We've then got Nigel. Who else have we got? Oh, Wayne, Ricky. And then everyone who's been out. So Ricky's wife Helen out delivering. We've had everyone and our dog has managed to get involved. If I've not mentioned someone's name, it's not because it's just that there's so many names. Garth Keevan came down, Mark Quinn came down, Tim Cook came down. all these people, Gareth was down. Lots of people came and helped. You know what I mean? But what made it very important was the patience of the Ecklandville staff, the patience to allow us to come in there and do the job. So, Jonathan, I really want a conversation with you. I want to have a conversation, but I want you to maybe, have you got earphones just to stick into your speakers? That would be really helpful, because I think that would take away the reverb, and it's my voice coming through your speaker which is reverbing.
For some earphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So while Jarlath heads away and tries to find earphones, if someone can mute you, that'd be great. Yeah. So I'm just saying, his liquid's great, isn't it? See, to be honest, I don't know. I'm just thinking that the actual liquid's fantastic. There has been such a rush of people going for these cask strength whiskies that Dunvilles have been releasing. Incredible finish, Joe. I'm thinking there's no comparable at the moment, but is this comparable? He went next to you, and it's not out of it's not out of spite or anything. He's just, it's the running order, it's the pecking order. But this is really good. Someone says voluptuous. That's a great word, but it's a great nose here. Wow, absolutely brilliant. 2 seconds. Oh my God. Is anyone getting blueberries on this? Oh, someone actually wrote blueberries. No way, Gareth, I'm not even reading that. That's blueberries. It is blueberries. This is blueberry. How do you get blueberry? How do you get that into... No, really? Do you see this? Am I right? Were people taking the piss out of me? Are people taking the proverbial? This is 100%. I know you might have put it, Gareth, before you said it, but I'm not. I don't see that chat straight away. I'm having to look at that chat. I'm having to look at the camera, and I'm seeing the chat. But what is this? Blueberry? Am I right, Joe? Is it blueberry? Wow. I'm really good. I'm glad I got that taste like that. It is awesome. Everyone loves blueberries. I mean, if you don't like blueberries, there's something wrong with you. You need your fruit, guys. You need your potions, and it's one of those really healthy berries, isn't it? It's like a super fruit, they call it. Maple syrup is a good shout. Yep, totally agree. Omar, is it Omar's whiskey? Is that what you're saying? Omar, when Jarlath comes back, he needs to answer that, doesn't he? He needs to tell us, is it Omar's whiskey? I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. Have you private messaged me yet in my thing? Because I can't. It's not working on the screen. But I was looking at my wee phone. I have a couple of quick messages there that people are sending me, just to say thanks. But they're not even thanks to me. It's thanks to everyone else. So Joe McGowan just got 1 million thank yous. By the way, that's all that's coming through. Is just 1 million. Joe this. I've just now seen. Is this better than John Slane cask strength? I don't know. This is going to be an interesting conversation when Jarlath comes online here. John Donnelly, is County Down now the capital of Irish whiskey? We are going to discuss that, John. That's a discussion point with myself and Jarlath I want to thrash out. Hopefully his mic will come on and we can do it. Who's still got a reverb? Jarlath might have to, I don't know, but maybe he can take this advice, but he might have to take himself out of this, and then when he connects his microphone and his headset, then it picks that up when you re-enter the room. I have no problem you doing that, Jarlath, if you have to. There's lots of chat in here. Maple syrup, butterscotch, ginger treacle. Oh my God, Kenny, you're on it. You're on the button. It's thick. It's thick. Treacle, it's just dripping off the spoon. It is stunning in that respect. But yes, it's pancakes. It's buttering, melting on pancakes. It's the blueberries that are going with that. This is very much whoever's up at this time in the morning. I know here it's 4:30 in the afternoon, but there's definitely people waking up to this, drinking this, going, "This is my breakfast. This is what I'm going to live on for the next couple of hours." cash strength whiskies. Dark chocolate flapjack. Yeah. I love John's Lane. It's the stuff that gets you out of bed in the morning, but F me. Oh, wow. I think this is a tad better, and I'm baffled. Brendan, big statement there. Big statement. Joe, we need to go and hide. We need to go and hide. Oh, no. Gareth is pickled in some of the finest whiskey money. John, the question is, John, where are you? Because the last time I saw John, shall I tell the world the last time I saw John and where I saw John? Should I do that? John, am I allowed to talk about the last time I saw you and where I saw you, no? Just saying. Were you upright? That's the question. That is the question. Everyone knows that John was my sidekick the other day because he let me use his man shed, and he really, he just absolutely, it was just so much fun having that space to work with. So I really did appreciate that. So thank you very much. Yeah, it was. Yeah, you were just upright. So 10 a.m. in Dallas, and yes, very good. Richard, I'm all over that. I'm all for just whiskey on pancakes. Why not? I've had recently. There's a place in Manchester. And I say recently, it was a couple of years back. But in Manchester, there was a place that served burgers. So meat burgers or chicken burgers, but you could get it in waffles or donuts. So instead of a bap or a roll or bread, it was served in waffles, sweet waffles or sweet donuts, and it was glazed with there was whiskey glaze, there was barbecue glaze, there was all types of glazes, and I am a massive fan of the pancake breakfast. And being to the States, been there, done that. My taxi was paid, indeed, John. My taxi was paid, and I owe someone money for my taxi, and indeed my dinner that night. Someone bought me dinner. Thank you very much, John. The fact that you've got loads of whiskies in front of you, that's enough. That's enough. Hopefully, Jonathan's coming back. Here we go.
Paul, can you hear me?
Can I hear you? Indeed, I can. But
is
again,
it reverb?
Yeah.
Right. I don't think I can fit.
Well, listen, we'll just walk through it. I just want to talk to you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you a quick question, and then you can just actually a quick question. So John from the group has said, listen, what do you make of Northdown being the capital of Irish whiskey? What is your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a wee bit premature. People are talking about, this being the golden age of Irish whiskey and this being the renaissance of Irish whiskey, and I get where they're coming from, but it might be the renaissance, but the golden age is 20 years from now. The golden age is when Actonville has 20 years spirit, Killowen has 15, 20 years spirit, Hinch, Belfast, Rotherham, that'll be the golden age of Irish whiskey, but certainly there's a renaissance going on, and certainly County Down, certainly as far as blending and finishing and cask finishes and putting out releases is punching well above its weight. There's a real camaraderie, in the County Down distilleries, Brendan and Jamie and David down at Shorecroft and everything else, it's just a very exciting place to be at the minute, It's just, whenever you say, and I know that Brendan and myself, certainly, and Jimmy will be the same. We encourage each other. We help each other as much as we can. And we just love to see each other's successes. Because we know that in County Down, a rising tide is going to rise all ships. And the passion that's there. in the distilleries, and then I love the fact that we, even though we're distilling our own liquids in the action world, we have these side projects. We have the experimental series in Cologne, and we have what Hints are doing, and we have the Dunville's project for us, because it's given us 10 years experience in cask finishing and maceration and blending before we get to our own gist. So by the time we get to our own gist, we're going to sort of know what we're doing. As opposed to just coming at it, as beginners. And I think I look at it in that context. That yeah, it's great now, but just really see it in 10 years' time. Just really see it in 10 years' time.
So, and what I would say there, Jonathan, they're great points, super points, and you know what? I think it's jumping the gun, isn't it? It's jumping the gun, and we're jumping the gun if we say that North Down is the capital of Irish whiskey. It's not, but you know what? When we look at the amount of distilleries that are popping up in the north, and that's including County Antrim, it's including County Down, County Fermanagh, lots of different places in the north with distilleries popping up all over the place. It's just a great thing for Irish whiskey. Now, what will be interesting is whether or not those distilleries produce good whiskey, and if that whiskey will stand up against other, brands and other Irish whiskies, and even the brand new distilleries in the south. Will they be able to stand up also against the lads that have been there for a long time? There's a couple of things here. People are making some serious allegations about Dunvilles and about this spirit and about what we're drinking. And people are saying, is this better than the John's Lane? Now, I don't want to say I want Jarlath to answer this because you've had both. But I thought one of the best comments here is Andy O'Day. Getting pine and mint on the palate now, yes. Can't decide between this and the John's Lane. Thank God he doesn't have to. So thank God that we've given enough whiskey there that he can go back and forward and back and forward. But Jarlath, really positive comments here about the liquid, about what this product is. And look, people said questions might have been raised. Should we put John's Lane at the very end? My issue was that we didn't have a choice in that. It was a running order that we've just gone with. We ran with. Didn't care what was going to come. So let's hear. I really want to know your opinion. Is this better? What's your because you have allowed a personal opinion on it. But I know you're very honest because I've heard you say sometimes this is just better than what we have.
I haven't spent much time with the Powers John's Lane. I had a sneaky peek of it last week in the distillery. Don't tell Paul. And I've done, I like the recipe. I'm saving that for later. The Powers John's Lane amazed me because, and I'm not a Powers brand ambassador. I could be wrong here, but I always thought that Powers use a high proportion of second fill bourbon casks compared to some of the other Middleton brands. Powers with more second fill bourbon casks. But the citrus coming through in that John's Powers Lane would just scream really good quality first fill bourbons to me. And then you have that candied citrus notes that you get from the sherry casks, and again, a really good quality cask. So it's sort of confusing me for that reason. I mean, it's a stunning whiskey and it's right up my street. It's candied oranges, it's candied citrus, it's syrupy, it's chewy, it's bourbons and sherries. I mean, it's what we built Dunvilles on. I mean, and I seen that I was following it in this tasting and I thought, I hate Paul because he's putting me after John's, John's Lane cask. And I thought, to hell with it, because it'll be a test. It'll be a test for this liquid. And I wasn't sure about this one, and I'm never sure about any of our liquids, as you know, Paul. I get very nervous before they go out, and I second guess myself, and I'm waiting for the reaction, and I think that's right to be like that, But I do get, an hour ago I was getting quite, not anxious, but so I'm just again delighted to see the reaction. I don't like talking about Dunvilles and Powers or Middleton or Redbreast in the same sentence, because I've, like everybody else in this room, I hold Redbreast and some of the Middleton brands, on a pedestal. And that Powers, that Johnson and craft strength is right up there. We tried the Powers Fennec Hand 14-year-old. I bought 3 bottles of that in 22, and the third one I want to keep, but it just keeps on talking to me to open it, and it's so easily drunk, and a lot of those notes are in there. That Fennec Hand that Johnson and craft strength wouldn't last a week in my house. A full bottle wouldn't last a week. It would just be devoured, because it's one of those whiskeys that you just want to devour, and it's a whiskey you want to spend time over. So, if we're sitting talking about Dunvilles, Acklandville, and Middleton together in 10 years' time, I'd be happy,
Yeah. Jarlath, I tell you what, I mean, it's a very strange question to ask, because it's not very fair. They're not. I doubt very much they're comparable directly, because they're two different types of spirits. But I think that it's caused outrage, and indeed some great comment within the forum here. So Cassandra's 100% right. It's like asking, what's your favourite child? If you have any children, what's your favourite? And then it's like Kenny's saying, it's like asking which is his favourite ex. Both are amazing in slightly different ways, but he can't have either of them. But Mick McGuire just said he's got kids, but he's already saying that this is better than his kids. Fair enough. Mick, 100%. It's a hard one for you, Jarlath. It's a hard one for you to answer, and I don't expect you to answer it again. I want to ask you a couple of quick questions as well, because I want to get something from you. The vision from Ecklandville right now. So this is Dunville's liquid, but the vision from Ecklandville. Let's have a quick discourse about Ecklandville. Let's think about, where are we with the Ecklandville spirit? People want to know that. People now know that you have been producing some great Dunvilles, and the branding is on point. The liquid is on point. You've given us the same liquid at 3 different age statements, which is great. We've seen that. We can see how good you are with the casks. But Ecklandville spirit, what is happening? What we expecting?
Yeah. So to finish the last point, the very fact that you guys are comparing that to John's Lane and craft strength and not being sure is just the ultimate compliment, because that John's Lane craft strength is phenomenal. So that finishes that point off. Ecklandville, in truth, the first distillate is 7 years old, or will be 7 years old on the 5th of August. But in truth, Paul, it's branding. We don't have branding yet. We don't have a bottle yet. In truth, we're really not. I guess what we said at the start of this year was, let's have a really big push in Dunvilles this year. Let's really try and let's really try and show the very best of what Dunvilles can do in 2020. And then in 2021, we'll start talking about action. At some point in 2021, we'll start talking about Actionville. So all of our efforts, Graham, myself, Shane, Peter, Amory, the rest, Suzanne, all of our efforts are on Dunvilles at the minute. Actionville is in the warehouse. It's maturing. It's taking no harm. We make quite a complex spirit. We didn't make a spirit that will be a 4 to 5 year bottler. We were always had that vision of being a 7 to 10 year whiskey. I still hope that our first whiskey we put out, I think our first whiskey we put out could be a 7-year-old pot still. I hope. I know that we're under some external pressures, but we have the luxury of not putting it out until we think it's ready. And not just ready, but until we think that it's of a good enough quality to go out and that, I think that first release is so important for Actionville, and I want it to be. I mean, if it didn't go out till it was 10 years old, I'd be delighted. But we won't get to 10. The malt might be an older one. I think we'll see a pot still 2021, 2022. But in truth, in 2020, we're not really thinking about it now. We're doing a lot of cast sampling. As you know, Bruce, you were down a fortnight ago, and I let you taste a 4 to 5 year old, wasn't it? And that was and that's typical of what we have in the warehouses. And I'm really pleased with it. But I know it would. I just know that it will be better.
Yeah.
And in truth, we're having a lot of fun with Dunfills. We're really enjoying the journey. We're really enjoying what we're putting out and playing with the casks. And the Palo Titano was just an amazing experience for us. They were lovely liquids. We've a third one of those coming. We have some 19-year-olds later this year, and the Oloroso and the others are PX. They're both in the box for Wednesday. And there's not many of us down there, and we'd be spread a bit thin if we were trying to work on the Actonville project as well. So we've just sort of said, we're not really, apart from cast sampling and wood management, we'll not really do a lot in Actonville this year. And in 2021, we can start talking about it, and you might see it late 21, early 22. But there's nothing fixed.
Yeah, no, I think that's good, because I think that, and I keep on saying this, that what you've done with Dunvilles is phenomenal. What you've done with the brand is phenomenal. We're looking at a brand which is iconic. It's iconic, and you have managed to stand that next to iconic whiskey now, iconic whiskies, which has been really, really important.
I guess when we took over the Dunvilles name, we were aware that we were taking an old brand and not creating a new brand that we were with Actonville. But we wanted a standalone brand that was not Actonville juice, that was third-party juice, and so there was no confusion between the Actonville and the Dunvilles projects. But we were aware of the history of Dunvilles. We were aware of, and I guess that we were super motivated not to jump on the bandwagon, not to just take an old brand and turn it into a cask or whatever. We made a statement that we would try and put Dunvilles back at the top table of world whiskies. And with every Dunvilles release, we have that statement in mind. Our ultimate, we always talk about ourselves as being the custodians of Dunvilles. We picked Dunvilles up from where it was. We're looking after it for the time being. Don't know what will happen to it in the future. We're the current custodians of it, no more, no less. The brand is bigger than us. All we can do is, in the time we have it, do it justice, put liquid in it that is worthy of the brand, and that nobody can accuse us of trying to milk an old brand. We really want to take Dunvilles and put it back on top to world whiskies as best as we can. And really that was hence the motivation for only single class releases this year and the really high end liquids. And that's a bit of the truth of it,
Yeah, I think that is truthful. Really do appreciate that, Charles. I've really I don't know what the scores look like, but I'm sure they're great. But what I would say is, I want to just finish talking just about the liquid for a second. The colour on the liquid is superb. It's a heavy whiskey. It's a heavy malt. I love the brambles, the blueberries, the fruit that we're getting, those great fruits. Very sweet, treacly, syrupy. You know what you've done rightly with this, and you picked it. I know you always freak out, you panic, and you're like, oh, is this good enough? I don't know if this is good enough. And the amount of times now, if I'm going to be coy, let's be honest. You were last minute into the boxes. You were we don't know what we're putting in. We don't know what we're putting in. We'll put something in. Don't know what it is yet. And that was great. Because it showed the passion that you have, and it showed the passion of your staff. Because it wasn't just you. Everyone down there was playing a part. Peter was playing a part. Graham was playing a part. Anne-Marie was playing a part. These people were playing a part. They wanted to make sure what you were putting in the box was right, was correct, was spot
on. Every time we do one, and every time it gets well received, the first cask strength release of the 12-year-old or the Palo Hurtados or whatever else, it just puts more prep. you then feel the pressure more. And I know in my mind, Donegal's is not big enough to ride out a bad release. Maybe when we get 4 or 5 more, touch wood, if it's possible, 3 or 4 more really high-end, really good releases, then we can possibly ride out a bad release. But at the minute, I'm super protective because, I don't want to undo any of the hard work. So you just feel that pressure. You feel that more and more, and then you share it. And the beauty of whiskey is the sharing of it. It is, and I love. And it's one thing you don't get when you're online, where you're in a room and you pour the whiskey, and the room goes silent, and you see the faces, and you see the talking to each other, and you just know you've nailed it, and sometimes you miss that, it'll be interesting now to see how people compare this one to the one that's in the box and the wine because they are very different creatures, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that compares. Now I'll try and fix my mic before then. Yeah.
Well, listen, I think you're going to have an easier problem than me. I've just realised that, and if John Donnelly, if you're on, we have an issue here, John. John, give me a call on my mobile because this laptop is deciding it's not going to charge. So if you give me a wee call, that'd be great because I'm down to 5% and it just won't charge. Look, Jarlath, I want to say, listen, thank you very much. I genuinely do. I'm really impressed with this. I'll let you have the last couple of words, but thank you very much for bringing such a really good whiskey to the table for this exclusive. Again, you're going out your way to showcase Dunville's. Thank you very much. I'm just glad that it stood up to the John's Lane, to be honest. Guys, as always, thank you very much for the feedback. Good luck with the rest of the festival, Paul. Stay on the coffee. Thank you very much. More than water. Can I have the admins do me a quick favour? We've got Connacht and Dublin Liberties and the festival bottle still to go. Can we make sure we get just a little bit of music here just now? Try and figure out how I'm going to have this laptop continually to work. So put in some entertainment, and I'm going to be speaking to John here on the phone. Okay, thank you.
All right, guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the continuation of the worldwide exclusive box. So Paul's had the nip out pretty well, so unfortunately you've been left with me again. So we're on to dram number 8 now, which is from Connacht, and we have Gary Bartlett from Connacht Distillery with us here. So Gary, we had a great night on Friday night with the Connacht box, with yourself and David Stapleton. So perhaps for probably quite a lot of people in this particular tasting that didn't make it into the Connacht tasting that night. So maybe want to give us a brief history of Connacht Distillery, who you are, what your role is in the distillery.
So Connacht was opened in 2014. They started making their own spirits in 2016. The Spade and Bushel range is they've sourced products, they've sourced liquids, and then they've essentially matured them a little bit. So the first one they released right here was their Spade and Bushel, the 10-year-old. That was the cask strength. The one that was in the box, this is the 42% one. Mm-hmm. This was an airport exclusive and is also available at the distillery. 10-year-old in all bourbon. Then what they did was they did the 12-year-old. So roughly the same percentage. This one's about 43. This has spent a further 2 years in a first fill bourbon barrel. This one I absolutely love.
Yeah,
and then,
I think on Friday night that seemed to get quite a lot of love. I mean, there was definitely a bit more spice, a bit more caramel and toffee notes that you get on that one.
Because a little bit more of like that oaky flavour.
Yeah, the 10-year-old's a bit of a fruit bomb, isn't it?
Yeah, massively. Yeah. And then you have the 5-year-old aged in Amarone barrels. This one I absolutely love. Like I was saying the last time, when it comes to those wine finishes, it's just red fruits. like intense red fruits. I think this one works incredible. It's only a 5-year-old, but just to show like that barrel with the aging has come through and absolutely massive.
And these three are all single malts, aren't they?
Yes, they're all single malts. And the newest one, which will be the last one in the range, is going to be the Marsala.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Marsala finishes.
Absolutely. So this is a 14-year-old then?
14-year-old, it has spent just over 2 years in the Marsala barrels.
In the Marsala cask.
So it was bourbon first and then finished in the Marsala.
So what can people expect then that the Marsala is gonna bring to this over and above the bourbon?
I personally get a lot of butterscotch off it.
Yeah.
A little bit of banana.
Excellent. Yeah. And just for anybody that's watching as well, just remember you can fire in your nosing notes, because this is what the guys are on here for, is they want the feedback that you're going to be giving. So if you can give any tasting notes or any nosing notes, that would be absolutely brilliant. Any questions that you want to fire to Gary about the Connacht Distillery, about what the project's involved, where it's actually.
Sorry.
Yeah, just
so it's based in Ballina in County Mayo, and we do everything on site. So everything from the distilling all the way to the end final bottling, which is a big thing. Now we have a few differences coming on with us. So we use brewer's malt, which is going to be a little bit sweeter, which is massively going to come through on did you get to try the new make?
I did indeed, yeah. And the double distilled is fantastic.
The double distilled and the triple distilled, I mean, it's just fruit. It's like liquid fruit salad. And with that, then we are going to be launching our own whiskey in November. When it comes to that, we also have 3 different shaped stills, which are going to obviously affect the distillate massively, which would be a really, really big thing.
Excellent. Well, we've got 2 questions first of all. So John Donnelly has asked whether this is your own distillate, which we know it's not actually, because obviously, as you said, you've only been distilling since 2016. So this, I don't know if you're at liberty to say where the liquid's been sourced from or not, but it's not your own distillate anyway for the 14-year-old.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be. And the big thing with this one, I absolutely love it. It's very, very oily, and it has a really, really nice kind of finish. Like it's oily, but it's kind of that light oil, if that makes sense.
Yeah, one of the things I got with it was because the single malt you've been using, I could really pick out the orchard fruit in it. So I think you still get like all the apples, pears, peaches, like you've mentioned banana as well. So that's all underlying and underpinning the whole thing. But then for me, I think that the Marsala gives you like this lovely sticky toffee and toasted almond kind of characteristic over the top, or laid on top. I actually, even the other night, I was actually getting a bit of like Morello cherry off it as well. So I mean, it's a complex whiskey. This one, there
is a lot going on there.
Yeah.
And I think it's like there isn't a massive amount of Marsala finishes out there. There's a few. And I find like it's a really, really, how would you phrase it? It's one of the things that people don't grab onto that much. They're just kind of, it's in the background. And when it's done right, that's the one that stands out. I find the absolute most.
Yeah. I suppose Marsala wouldn't be one of the most recognized fortified wines over in Ireland. Sure, it wouldn't. I mean, people are probably more aware of things like Oloroso and Pedro Jimenez and port, but Marsala tends not to be something that we use terribly much in Ireland. One of the things I liked about this whiskey actually was that sometimes like these wine finishes can like totally dominate the spirit, but that hasn't actually happened in this case. So I don't know if you would agree with that.
Yeah, I find the finish on it is oaky. You kind of get hit with that sweetness, and it just kind of slows down a little bit into that lovely oak kind of. There's almost a very, very, very light hint of like almost smoke off it.
Yeah, a bit of like tobacco, maybe like fresh leaf tobacco or rolling tobacco or something like that. I think maybe more than smoke.
Yeah,
Um,
a little bit of like white pepper almost.
yeah. Someone was asking there as well. Gareth Spence was asking, just off point, what was the crack with the logo? What's the idea with the dragon being on the logo?
I think Ella hit the nail on the head absolutely perfectly there. Just something going into uncharted territory, doing something a little bit different, which you will be able to fully taste in November when we have Burning Things. I can't say much about it, but you'll be in for a surprise.
Excellent. So, can you tell us a wee bit about where you're getting your grain for your own distillate from?
I'm not too sure if I'm actually able to say that. I think we're keeping a lot of it under wraps at the moment.
But it is fairly.
It will be a little bit of hype. Now, it will be. So this Marsala, it's going to be released in September.
Okay.
So only around the corner, and it's going to be exclusive to Irish malts for about 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, and then we'll have a bit of a general release.
Happy days, excellent. I think was there a price point of about €69? Was it that was going to be for this bottle?
69, yeah.
Yeah. Which to me seems like actually exceptional value for money. I think that's like.
I find it is, especially when you're looking at the barrels, and they're not the most popular ones, so they are a little bit harder to kind of get your hands on that way.
Yeah, and I would imagine Marsala casks being a fortified wine, they're probably not cheap casks. No. So maybe we go on to the tasting here and see what we can get. So, guys, if you can do the poll there just to see what you think, we've been nosing and tasting along. I don't know about you, Gary, but I mean, for me, I get like sort of like tartan, that sort of apple flan with caramel.
Yeah.
Bit of apricot going on. It's quite citrusy as well. There's kind of like orange peel and a bit of lemon peel or something going on.
Like grapefruit.
Yeah, there is a slight bitterness there, but like doesn't overpower anything.
It's a little bit dry as well, I find.
Mm.
It's kind of like tart almost.
And you kind of get spices grip on the back of your palate. So there's a bit of like woody spice, a bit of like nutmeg. There's a slight bit of menthol there as well. But yeah, I mean, like for the money, that is an excellent drop of whiskey. Like, I mean, like you have to stand up and take notice at that price point. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I find, especially when you're kind of under the 100 mark and you have something in a different barrel, that's going to stand out, and it can go either way. And I find this one is like, if you've never had a Marsala cask whiskey, this would be the one to go for. Yeah.
I've seen there someone asking. I know sometimes we're a wee bit obsessed with whether distilleries are going to multitask into the world of pot still as well as single malt. So at the minute, are you guys mainly focused on single malts, or do you think down the line you may try that?
We are focused on malts at the moment, but we're playing around with a few bits.
Okay, excellent.
We'll see what will happen with the few releases that we have planned.
Excellent. So can you maybe just even explain, like, because you have a few brands within the portfolio. There's Ballyhoo as well. So can you explain what Ballyhoo is and
So Ballyhoo is a grain whiskey.
Okay.
Aged in port, so very light, very very floral, with that kind of, how do you describe it? It's like it's not so much a red fruit sweetness. It's more of like jam, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Heavier, a little bit more eating.
Yeah.
Coming through on it. We'd have Concolin Gin as well then. A few different brands. One of our biggest ones would be Brothership.
Okay.
Which is a collaboration with our distillery in the States, in Pennsylvania, and then in Ireland, and we actually blend that together. So it's a lovely mixture of Irish and bourbon.
Oh, okay. Excellent. And is that an American specific, or is that for the Irish market as well?
It's for the Irish market as well, yeah.
Oh, see there, Ella's saying that tune in tomorrow for a Ballyhoo review. Excellent stuff. So, I mean, is there any personal favourites that you have in the Connacht lineup?
Ballyhoo, I absolutely love. I'm a very big grain fan. And I'd say after that one, it would be the Emerald, because I'm so biased on wine finishes. And I find it brings, especially with the wine finishes, it's going to bring people that aren't massive whiskey fans that would just drink wine themselves into that, which is a big thing. I mean, I have a lot of kind of family and friends that wouldn't be the biggest whiskey drinkers, and then they'll smell like the Amarone and they're getting the wine off it, and they're going, "Ooh, that's interesting," and they're trying that, just opening up the market a little bit more. Yeah,
excellent stuff. I just think that I want to just see how this has maybe developed a little bit, the 14-year-old, but
it becomes a lot lighter, and the citrus notes come out a lot more when it's been kind of left out to air a little bit.
Yeah. There's maybe like I'm sort of maybe getting a wee bit more like ginger off this now, like a fresh ginger note as well. But it's an incredibly well balanced whiskey.
I get ginger note, like the biscuits, ginger nuts. Like you get the ginger, you get the sweetness on it as well, and you get like that almost kind of biscuity taste coming through in it.
It has a great texture in the mouth as well. So I mean, these are actually at the minute these are demonstrating actually at the distillery a very good knowledge of how to use casks. So that probably bodes well for your own spirit actually whenever it comes out. So whenever your own spirit comes out, is it going to be a finished, or is it going to be fully matured, just saying bourbon, or can you give any of that away yet?
We might have a few different ones. We are going to be releasing something in November, and everybody loves bourbon barrels. You're getting that like kind of vanilla notes coming through on it. So they will have a bourbon influence to it. But whether it is finished or not, once again, it's going to be under wraps, unfortunately.
Well, it's funny because I mean, I know a few people who that write on the website I write for and stuff. I mean, they would be quite keen on, especially new releases coming out in a bourbon maturation only, because they think that allows the distillate to really shine through. But which is true, that's fair enough. But I think like what you're showing here with your ability to manipulate a spirit that you're sourcing at the minute with casks is very good. So it'll be quite interesting to see what you release, and especially after trying the new mic. I say, like, I mean, there was a few of us chatting after that tasting, and the double distilled spirit was definitely a hit with a lot of people. I wasn't quite keen on the triple distilled, I have to say. I thought it was maybe just a wee bit lighter, which is to be expected, obviously, with triple distilled. But on that, whenever you're releasing your new product in November, is that going to be a combination of both those distillates, or is it going to be like a single double matured and a single triple, or double distilled and triple distilled, or are you going to amalgamate both those distillates?
It will be a double distilled.
Oh, okay.
In November.
Right.
And there might be a special finish to it, which as Ella has spoiling the chat. Thanks, Ellen. It'll be in Oloroso.
Well, here, look, Gary. At least you don't have to take the hit for that one.
Yeah, and that's not my fault.
Definitely not. So how did your involvement with Connacht start then?
Just, the way everybody that is in the whiskey essential like circle, everybody knows everybody and kind of is friends. It is a great group. I was working in a bar in Clarny and a friend of mine got on to me and said, "Hey, do you like Connacht?" And I said, "Yeah, why?" And he said, they're looking for someone if you're interested. And I got on to Ella and it just kind of went from there, really.
So was that the Celtic Whiskey Bar that you were working on, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a fine bar down there, so it is. I have a friend down there who actually works in the kitchen as well. So it's been a long time since I've been down that direction, so I'm definitely going to have to try and get down there at some point.
Yeah, have to come down. We'll look after you.
Definitely. So as well, then you have in close proximity to yourselves, you have like Netham and Loch Mask, I think, as well. Isn't that right? So like these guys could probably set up your own sort of Connacht whiskey trail down there. I take it that's part of the plans.
It is. There's a few whiskey societies and things that we were planning to maybe kick off if the interest is there.
Well, I would imagine that. I can't imagine that there won't be any interest in that regard.
Yeah.
To be honest.
But unfortunately, with the way everything is going now, it is fairly difficult to set a few things up at the moment.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, look, I mean, as we said at the start of this, I mean, this was meant to be a physical exercise down in Belfast, and this was meant to be the only online tasting that we had in Belfast Whisky Week. And yet, here we are. The whole thing's went online. Do you have any local breweries and stuff close by that you might be able to do collaborations with, like beer finishes and things like that?
That's what we're looking into with the fact that we're using the brewer's malt. That we might collab with a few of them. But we're just kind of focused at the moment on really making sure that this spirit is going to be good in November. Like Shane said, their White Hag is fairly close to us. There might be something down the line. Not fully 100% on that just yet, but we are just focusing on, the first of our own, which isn't going to be the Spade and Bushel range. It'll be named something different.
Oh, okay.
We'll be going for it that way then.
Yeah. And I don't know if David touched on it on Friday night or not, but is there like any particular reason why you decided to move down the route of using brewer's yeast over distiller's yeast in your production?
I find it's a little bit sweeter. It's more kind of sugary notes. It's a little bit fruitier.
Okay.
And I mean, it is something different that you as you tried the double distilled New Mec.
Yeah.
That really does come through that massively.
Absolutely, yeah. And then even things like malt wise, I don't know if you ever tried like the Bushmill crystal malt, the 1608.
Yeah.
Like that was something that to me, like that particular expression of Bushmill is like a real like burnt toffee kind of note, a lot more sweetness. So I don't know, would you ever be interested in experimenting with like the type of grains that you're using, whether you maybe go down that type of road of crystal malt or something?
Well, we love experimenting, that's the thing. So we're always playing around with different things, everything from different malts, different barrel groups, double and triple distilled, and different aging and different things like that. So we definitely are playing around with a lot of different things at the moment. Right,
okay. And do you have like a base level edge statement that you're aiming for? I know like the guys up in the Slave League, I quite like the way that they've set their things out. They've kind of went down the Kilkerran route, where Kilkerran done a work in progress range until they got to the 12-year-old. So like Slave League, whenever their distillery like eventually opens, they have this plan of releasing something every year up until a 10-year-old, and then the 10-year-old is going to be their base edge statement. So do you have any ideas of doing something like that, or are you just going to go with the flow and see what happens?
I think we're just going to we are going to look into essentially releasing it bit by bit, so you'll be able to kind of notice the difference.
Yeah.
But we want to make sure that the product is good.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we don't want to be releasing a product if it's going to be very similar, you know.
Yeah.
You want to actually be able to have this is really good, you know, something to rate home about, essentially.
Yeah. I think that was one of the things we took away on Friday night was something that I applauded David for, was the fact that initially he was going to send up something that was like a matured whiskey, and then he was like, no, it's not ready, so we're not sending it to you.
Yeah.
Which is something to be applauded, actually, because sometimes, like personally, and I'll probably get shot for saying this now, but like things like the Teeling pot still that came out, the first release, I was just like, why would you put that out? You know, it just wasn't that great. And I think actually it didn't really do Teeling many favours by doing something like that. And fair enough, they put out a decent price point and stuff, but it's been interesting to see then how that has developed though, because it has become a much better product. But yeah, so I think that's a good ethos that you have there to not put something out until it's actually ready.
Yeah, you want to make sure at the end of the day, it's not about the money, it's about the actual liquid. It's about having a good liquid that you can stand behind and be proud of.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so well, I'm going to top up my glass here a bit more. I don't know if there's anybody in the comments section that wants to give us any comments about what they're getting, or if they have any questions specifically for Gary that Ella can't answer.
Putting me up against the big ones here with Dunvilles and the John's Lane cask strength, you know.
Well, to be fair, like, I mean, honestly, man, seeing on Friday night, I was blown away by the quality of this. I mean, I think it stands up really well. Like there is absolutely. I mean, I know I'll be buying about all this whenever it comes out and stuff like that. And like I'm not the easiest guy to please, but I mean, this really, like on the Friday night, I mean, this really stood out as something. And I actually have a whiskey tasting group that I'm friend with some of my friends. We do like a bottle share, and it was like, lads, we're going to get a bottle of this, by the way, as well. So you know, it's that good. So Dathy has said that that's the understatement of the year. So fair play, Dathy. Thanks for the recommendation. Thomas there was asking, are there any cask strength releases planned over 50% for any of your new releases?
At the moment, they're all around the 45 to kind of 47% mark. But with the reaction that we had on Friday, we might be playing around with a few bits on that one. I love cask strength ones. I always find, once again, it gives you the more opportunity to open it up, or even having it at the 46% mark as well. So I find just adding a little drop of water into it.
Yeah.
Just completely changes it.
The fact that you're still bottling even at 45%, you know, that's actually a good benchmark anyway.
Yeah.
And it's one that enthusiasts will pick up on. And I suppose, as has already been touched on by a few people today, like sometimes maybe financially doing something at cask strength may not make sense.
Yeah. And you have, once again, I mean, I've done it a few times. You're going into like an off license or something like that to buy a bottle. You see something you've never heard of, never seen before. It's a good price point. You're going to buy it. It's nice to go in kind of blind.
Yeah.
If that's cask strength, if you don't know that, or if you're not expecting it, it might turn you off it if you're not a whiskey drinker.
Absolutely.
Around that, once again, 45, 46% mark, caters to the people that aren't the massive whiskey drinkers and are also people who've been drinking it the past 10, 15, 20 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now actually in the Irish side of things, like, I think we're all starting to get a lot more used to like seeing whiskies brought out between 43 and 46%. We're getting more used to the higher ABV now. Yeah. More in line with maybe what a lot of Scottish producers are doing. So that's a great thing, you know. And so I totally take your point about it'll appeal to a lot more people.
Yeah.
I mean, as great as cask strength is, it is kind of like a bit of a geek thing to a certain degree.
Yeah.
You know, so the question was asked there as well about are these non-chill filtered and natural color?
Yeah, all natural in this, and they have, once again, they are all non-chill filtered as well.
Mm. I think again, you definitely get that from like the oiliness. I mean, sometimes I definitely find that with chill filtration that you seem to lose some of the body of a whiskey.
Yeah. It's slightly blackluster. It just kind of feels like it's missing something.
Yeah, definitely. And like at the end of the day, you're stripping out oils and fatty acids and things whenever you're doing that. So
yeah,
it stands to make sense that you're going to lose something texturally, you know. So is there any particular way that you like to have your own whiskey served? Do you like long drinks, cocktails, or do you just prefer traditional neat?
Bits of everything, really. I'm not biased when it comes to that. I like. There's nothing like just sitting down and drinking a nice whiskey, just turning off and focusing on the liquid, the history about it, how long it actually took to make, and enjoy it. I'm also not biased to a good old fashioned every now and again.
Absolutely. I mean, I would tend to agree with you as well. I mean, it's all comes down to the moment, doesn't it? Sometimes, like, if you're at a barbecue or something like that, sometimes you want maybe like a highball or an old fashioned or some sort of form of long drink. But you know, there's nothing quite like sitting down on a late Friday night and having especially if you're having something as good as the 14-year-old, like that's just a nice way to end off your week, you know?
The problem is only holding on to just having some of it and not finishing the thing.
Yeah, definitely. That's the thing. So this 14-year-old, can you tell us like what size release this is, or how many, is it a limited edition? How many bottles are coming out?
It'll be limited, but it's not. There'll be a few thousand.
To be fair though, at €69, I don't think it's going to hang about too long.
More than likely not. I might be buying a lot of them.
Yeah, well, fair enough. And that's exclusively through Irish Malts then, that this is?
For 2 to 3 weeks, yes. And then it'll go on general release then.
Right, happy days. Well, look here, Gary. Thank you very much for spending some time with us, for explaining a bit behind the whiskey. Thanks everyone has had a wee input into the chat. Thank you, Ella, for answering all the questions that I was hoping to ask Gary.
And giving away secrets.
Making my life a lot more difficult. But here, look, thanks very much. We'll wrap this one up and we'll maybe play a wee bit of music, and then I'm not sure, have we done the Liberties yet? Because I had to nip out for a bit. So I don't know if we've done the Liberties, if we're waiting on that one, and we still have the festival bottling to do. But Gary, Solange, thank you very much. And I appreciate your time. All the best with Connacht in the future. And hopefully we'll see you down in Ballina at some point.
Hopefully.
When everything's open up. Right. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
For the rest of the tastings.
Thank you. Cheers, mate. Bye. All right. So maybe if the guys could just put a wee bit of music on, just a second, I get myself sorted out. I don't know if Paul is going to do Liberties or whether he wants me to do it. I'll find that out and I'll come back to you. So just bear with me. I'm just going to mute myself.
Wow. A little bit of music and also some battery on the laptop, which has started to charge a little bit, which is great. Thank you very much. Anyway, and people phoning. So listen, we're going to crack on here with Dublin Liberties. So bottle number 5, just to make sure it's the right one. Bottle number 5, Dublin Liberties. Okay. Now, I do not have a co-commentator for this one. So if anyone wants to come and join me for a chat, I am happy for that. Put your hands up if you want to come for a chat. If you have a camera and we can get you in here, then come for a chat, because it's better having a bit of chat, bit of banter. I'll take anyone who wants to come in for this. You know, anyone who's online who wants to come for a bit of banter, you can come on in here. We'll have a bit of crack. I didn't watch any football. No. Definitely not. No, the power on this laptop was starting to drain, and it is draining. So we're just going to have to work out a way in which to have it continuously charging. No one wants to come on. There's some really nice people out there, you know. I take it we are inebriated too much potentially. Where's my fellow friends? Where's my mates? John Donnelly's not coming on. He says no. Okay, John. Well, that's fair enough. What about who have I got in the room? Let me have a wee look. I'm going to see who. I'm going to just tell them to come in. Let's have a look. Hold on. I've got. I have Adrian Quince now. Oh, there's Robert. Robert, hello.
Hello.
You come to join me?
Aye. I feel sorry for you sitting there on your own.
Robert, thank you very much. But here, tell me this. I know you're admin. I know you've been doing all the hard grafting. But have you been drinking all those whiskies?
Yeah. Yes, I have.
Yeah? Good, man. What do you make of all the whiskey so far? Good?
They've been absolutely fantastic.
What's your favourite?
That's a tough choice. The John Powers cast strength was amazing. The Cologne Hungarian was also great.
I know it was. It was great. It was great. You know what I mean? Look, we've got 2 more to go. Obviously, I missed the Connacht one there. I'm assuming Gary gave a great account of himself, like he did last, on Friday. But to be honest, I love that Marsala cask.
Mm-hmm.
At 45% is just great alcohol content. Yeah. The taste is sublime. But there's not been a bad whiskey so far.
No, there hasn't been.
So here we go. This is interesting. So I'm going to apologise on behalf of Dublin Liberties Distillery, who 100%, no doubt, 100% want to be here. Of course they do. However, at the moment, they're down to a very skeletal staff. So they've got their own tasting during the week, which I know for a fact Darryl's involved in from Dublin Liberties. And here, he will blast people away. They've got nine whiskies, which I think they're going to do. I think they're going to split it. I think they might do 6 and 3. There's a couple of brands that are doing, split tastings with their boxes. But when I got speaking to Lisa Doyle, and fair play, Lisa, thank you so much. And I'm sure that at some point she'll see this back. Fair play for getting involved. They were involved last year. Dublin Liberties were involved last year. Came all the way up to take part in the inaugural Belfast Whisky Week. So really appreciated that. Really, it was great just to have them involved. Robert, if you're messaging anyone else want to join the chat, we can bring people in here.
I don't know why I should be here. There's probably someone more qualified that can step in.
It's not about qualifying. It's about having a bit of crack. Gareth Spence, feeding the baby is way more important than coming on here for the banter. Look, this one here that we're going to talk about is only a 5-year. Is a 5-year-old. Okay, so this is a 5-year-old bourbon cask strength. Okay, and it was originally the liquid we're going to drink here was originally going to be and had started to be just before lockdown, literally minutes before lockdown occurred, was going to be the distillery exclusive. And they emptied the distillery exclusive and gave it to us, which I think is great. So we're at 58.5% cask strength. It was meant to be a bottle your own at the distillery. When you go to the distillery and you get the tour and then you can bottle your own. This is what this was meant to be. So it isn't exclusive. It's exclusive because it wasn't going to be anywhere else. And the fact is that it's now been taken out, and they made a big decision, a very bold decision by a lot of companies at the moment. Doesn't matter what industry they're in, but bold decisions at the moment to look at staffing levels, looking at their visitor attraction, and look. The visitor attraction, the distillery, is just operational in terms of liquid production, but in terms of the visitors, it's not happening. And the chances of it happening again, I think, until summer of next year, is pretty slim. I think they've managed to furlough their staff. They've managed to, or I think, in the south it's a slightly different process, but that's what they've had to do. Lisa put a hell of a lot of work in. A painstaking. I don't know if you saw the video that she did, but she put a video out. Don't know, but she put a video out of her painstakingly pouring the bottles for us, from the cask, just for just to get it here.
You don't have it there, do you?
Sorry?
If you had it.
To have that video, it's somewhere in the ether. I know you're like here. You like your links, Robert. You like your links, and so we should have links. So this is the second. Yeah, well, it's not. I mean, is there anything else which is purely bourbon? I don't think so. I mean, this is bourbon, 5 years old. I think it's it's the youngest, obviously, of all the whiskies that we have here just now.
So
how long was the Amarone cask? Did he say? Did Hinchy boy say? Did he?
I'm probably frozen, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Aye, it happens. I don't know what's going on here.
That's okay.
So, how long have Liberty's been operating? Do you know?
Not that long. So it's not their own liquid.
5 years.
No, just short of that. Yeah.
This isn't their liquids. This is their release.
This is their release. Yeah. So it's not their liquid. Let's have a bit of honesty. It's not theirs. It's not their liquid. Yeah. So Hinch was.
You know where it's from?
No, I don't. And I'm looking down here to see where it is from, and I don't have the notes for that. I wasn't. I'm just looking at this saying, how important this is because of what it was. It's a blend, obviously, of malt and grain, Irish whiskey, non-chill filtered, which is important. Aged in first fill bourbon casks. Jamie says potentially it's ex-Bush Mills. Look, Louise, that's absolutely delightful. Ordering a Bunsen and delivery. Is that just for me, a Bunsen? Did you order me a Bunsen? Did you? Because I'll take one. I mean, if you've ordered me food, I'll take food. Like, that was very kind of you. Adrian, I do wish, I pray that someone wants to deliver food to me. That would be great. There's no one else helping. I am spilled after. You mean Friday? John's lost the day. John got me food on Friday, not yesterday. Yesterday was Saturday. There we go. Right. I don't know why that's doing that. Right, okay. So, what do you make of the nose, Robert? Because, I think that I'm going to be bouncing this off you, but here it is big, vanilla.
Yeah.
That sweet vanilla, and there's a grassiness there as well, isn't there? It's like a...
Yeah, there is. It's kind of... Yeah, it's a weird combination of sweet and vanilla. It's like... Yeah, I'm not good with tasting notes here.
Oh, you need to be good with tasting notes. Do you like it?
Oh yeah, it smells pretty good.
And that's what it's all about. It's about liking it. I want to hear people's opinions coming through so we can have a bit of banter. I just look. I mean, I don't know if this place is just a chat all about about how your food delivery got on there, Adrian. But listen, God love you. A cold Bunsen would not be a good would not be a good shout. You know what I mean? It's very easy to drink. I don't know because I've not tasted it yet. I'm going to try it. Okay. It's really sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Like creamy and chewy and sweet. Isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
There's a kick on it, guys. There's a kick on that with the alcohol.
Definitely a kick.
I tell you what, you wouldn't think that was a 5-year-old whiskey. I think the alcohol certainly propels that up the ladder a little bit with what you're expecting. So
yeah, it doesn't taste very young like you would expect from.
Does not taste young. I mean, it's. I mean, I suppose we're appreciating some young whiskies at the moment, But that's really interesting. It's not. It's deep, it's those deep bourbon. It's just bourbon. I mean, it's just bourbon characteristics, bourbon cask characteristics. There's nothing much more on the nose, but actually on the taste, there's like peach and peaches and like grapefruits or something as well. But there's there's
peach. I'm not getting peach.
What?
I'm not getting peach. But then
I don't expect you to get peach. It's my peach. But yeah, definitely lots of creaminess. Yeah, it
is good.
We've got a big discussion going about burgers. Listen, guys, burgers are great. Bourbon infused whiskey is even better.
Burger right now.
I know. Do you know what? While I waited for the battery to go, I just made myself a sandwich. That's what had to happen. Sandwich had to be made. But I've actually got for my dinner, I've got lasagna and garlic dough balls I'm going to make for myself. That's what it's about. Lasagna for one with some dough balls,
Mm-hmm.
Cream soda on the nose. Yeah, Dahi.
Yes, actually. Yeah, you're right.
Sure. Dahi's got a good nose. I mean, have you seen his nose? Quite a pretty nose. He's got a good nose. He's done well. Yes, Dahi. Cheers, Kenny. Is indeed my peach. You know what I mean, though. Kenny knows what I mean.
Right, let's pop the poll for this.
We've got a poll for it. That sounds good to me.
Need to create it.
You create a poll. You're working with. It's like fizzy strawberry sweets or something as well. That's really nice.
Just strawberries today. I haven't.
Robert Alvey is all over the fish and chips. He's just finished fish and chips. Good man. Yeah, I like this.
There's been a lot of talk of strawberries today, and I haven't really got much strawberry off most things. But then maybe it's because I don't eat strawberries enough.
Are you getting strawberries off this? Fizzy strawberries?
No.
I got that. Anyone ever had grapefruit and brown sugar melted on the top? Yes.
No.
He's talking about having ate it like a disease, like a dessert, like a disease. Did you eat that disease? The one with the, yeah, that's lovely. And Brendan was never around in the 80s. There's no chance. He's a 90s kid, if anything. He's a young pop, isn't you, Brendan? Just a young one. Pop rocks, yeah. 1986, Brendan, there's no way you're that old. Really? He doesn't look that old, does he?
Young lad.
Just a wee whippersnapper.
Aye, he's just a wee fella.
Just a wee
fella up there in the mountains with his own distillery.
Had a shave. I had a shave, yes. Indeed you did. Oh. Excellent. No, I'm liking that actually. I'm actually, I'm quite impressed. Now, the issue is we're moving on to, rumour has it, his mum still warms his socks in the radiator. Well done, Pierce. Pierce, do you know what? We could have got you on earlier on. We could have had a bit of crack with you earlier. He said no. I said, come on, get him on. And here, that kind of chat will get you kicked by the moderators, Brendan.
Yeah, I'll kick you. You'll not be able to talk about the next whiskey there, Brendan.
Brendan, you'll have to get booted out. Beat it. Listen, we can
should we get Brendan on?
Well, we're going to get Brendan on in a minute. I want to just finish off by saying I really do want to talk about the DLD. The Dublin Liberties Distilleries. Let's talk about this, right? They came last year. They helped us out. They became part of the festival. I really do feel the industry is in a bit of a shock. There's a shock there. There's 6 months loss of earnings, visitors. It's going to be longer than that now for tourists. We're talking about at least a year, a whole year, maybe longer, that the industry will be shook in Ireland in terms of having those people coming to the distilleries and taking part in tastings, taking part in tours. Do
you think tours is a big part of the industry? Like, how much do you think it affects it? Compared to actual sales.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, it depends on the size of the distillery. doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I think
Jameson doesn't have any bother. They're just selling stuff all around the world, no bother. But for the small places, like how much do you think it does affect like tours against actual bottle sales?
Well, I think what we know from Dublin Liberties is they based a lot of their business plan on cash income generation. Based on the next couple of years, and for that to lose a whole year's income is devastating. Do you know what I mean? It devastating must be devastating for their company. Who are planning ahead. Look, we expect X amount of football. We're not going to get that at all. There's going to be some places. I mean, I'm even thinking of Hinch just now. Hinch must have missed out this whole summer time. We were meant to be there. We meant to have been doing maybe some tastings at Hinch for the festival. They've maybe missed all those weddings as a wedding venue. They would have used the place as a wedding venue. They probably won't have that. Maybe they might have, I don't know, in the future, maybe they might have to look at bespoke stuff, maybe like, I don't know, some sort of fashion, show or something, or like craft stalls or something like that, markets, little town markets and things. For the ones that are in Dublin, those big distilleries, some of them have, I don't know how many people go through the likes of a Guinness, the Guinness factory. I'm assuming, yes, they sell lots of Guinness, but there must be massive money made from people going through the distillery. And I would say it's the same. I'd say it's the same with Bushmills in the north, where people literally come off ferries, ignore Belfast. They don't even come into Belfast. They go straight to Bushmills.
Straight up to the north coast.
Straight up the north coast. Let's have a look at the beautiful north coast, and let's go and go to the Bushmills distillery. So there's distilleries who need that income because it's based on their long-term projection.
Jamie from Hinch there is saying he reckons about 30% of their plan has come from doing tours.
Wow. And is that not heartbreaking?
Yeah.
That is heartbreaking. And I tell you what we need, people, is to support the industry by purchasing bottles like from maybe from their own shop or online and doing things like that, because quite frankly, we want to see all distilleries surviving because it's great for us as the punter, isn't it? So I don't think there'd be anyone in this room going, yeah, I hope someone fails. I hope that distillery doesn't. That's not the case. We want everyone to do well. Some good competition.
The more variety, the more competition, like the better for Irish whiskey in general, right?
Yeah, exactly. Robert, I think what we're going to do, we're going to come out of this. We're going to get Brendan ready. We're going to play. Did we have a comedian on?
We can put on a comedian. Didn't know who to pick. I don't know who's family friendly.
Is any of the girls there? No, any of the girl comedians, we had them on, Brona?
No, I don't see any female comedians in this list.
Well, there's at least two, but we could go with David. Is David there? David Jebb?
No.
Really?
No.
You know what? What about William? Have we had William Thompson on already?
No, we haven't had William yet. Let's get him on.
Let's get William on. A wee bit controversial, but I'm going to take myself off just now. Robert, you take yourself off. We'll have the comedian. We'll bring in myself and Brendan, and we'll talk about the final one of the box. Yes.
All right, dead on.
Of course, it's a family show. Of course, it is Mark Quinn.
Well, you might want to
for
their ears for this one.
Oh my lord, Mark Quinn. You asked the question, is it a family show? And I said yes. I hope that there were not little ears literally burning at that point. Do you know, we have a lot of young comedians, a lot of guys and girls in Belfast making their name for themselves as comedians. And some of them are extremely funny. And listen, fair play to William Thompson for stepping up and having something to say. Jimmy, I'm sure you are, but you know what? We're all adults. We're all over 18. We're all drinking and having a bit of crack. We are going to finish up this session just now, specifically with this bottle here. Okay, so it is the 2020 official festival bottle number 9 in the pack. Robert, I'm glad you found him funny. So, I mean, how do I describe this whiskey? This is, and where's Brendan Carty when you need him? Get the man on. Yours says 6, John Donnelly. Oh yes, John, yours says 6, but that's completely, it's because you got a different one. Somewhere bottled as 6. That's correct. But most people should have it as a number 9, official bottling number 9. Brendan Carty's coming. Is he coming? Wow. I like that. Jeebus. No, maybe he's taking. It's a 6 after a bottle kill. Somewhere bottle 6, yeah. I'm going to go out and then do what you need to do there, Brendan. I don't care. But it'd be nice to have you on. If not, I'll take on Shane or Liam or Pierce or whoever wants to come in for the crack. But look, we need to talk about this because this is the festival bottling. This is what, we are super proud to have an actual bottling for ourselves. And anyone could have done it. There's no doubt any of these distilleries that we've been working with could have done something. But Cologne offered, and Brendan offered. He said, do you know what? What can we do? We want to pull out all the stops. And I said, Brendan, if we're going to do something right, we need a good liquid, we need a good cask, and we need to make sure the branding's on point. So we know that the festival branding's on point, and Johnny, by pure chance, happens to do both. He happens to do the labelling for Cologne, and he happens to do the branding for Belfast Whisky Week. So, Brendan, you're looking sharp there with the blazer.
I get dressed up for the special occasion. I haven't seen you in such a long time. This blazer, my other half, she gives me a hard time about it. She said I shouldn't wear it because it makes me look like a digestive biscuit. So she's not here today, so
Here, look, shove your digestive biscuit up your armpit. You know what I mean? Because it looks great to me, Brendan. It looks great. And here. So this is a 10-year-old single malt.
Indeed, it is indeed. So, do you want me to start talking about the cask at the moment?
Please
yeah. So, obviously, we haven't got the big stock to be thrown about right now, and we wanted to try and do this as cost efficient as possible for Belfast Whisky Week as well. So, what we done was we got some of our most treasured aged stock at the minute, which was County Antrim 2008 single malt, and we wanted it to be influenced very quickly because we had a short enough window as well to get this ready. Yeah. So we got a rum cask from Jamaica. Are we allowed to say what distillery it came from? Yeah. Appleton, and it was given to the good guys at Speyside Cooperage, and they cut it down for us and recouped it and recharred it. So we wanted to get a big punch in a short period of time. Before that, I was getting this malt, and we were playing around with it, and we were sticking in wee bits of red wine, a bit of chocolina again, a bit of all these different drinks, and we're trying to see what would work with Bushmills, and trying to pair it, and none of them really worked. And we tried a bit of dark rum from a different distillery, of course, and it worked really well. And we didn't want to revisit dark rum because that's how we started off our recent series and stuff. But unlike all of our other ones that are blends, this is a single malt.
Yeah, single malt. And it's labelled as a 10-year-old, but we know it's not. But it's labelled as a 10-year-old. The labelling just, is just on point. It has that beautiful Cologne label with the speckle on it from the festival,
Yeah, it's lovely. This isn't shown to anybody yet, but we can show it here now. So again, as Paul said, Johnny done a cracking job. It's got the Belfast Whisky Week style with the little spots on the side. And the back as well, it follows through with the spackles.
So Robert, it's not a 10-year-old. It's closer to an 11/12-year-old, isn't it? 11 years old.
Yeah, it is indeed. It is indeed. So again, you'll notice here there only is 111 bottles.
No,
Andy,
don't lie. Don't lie, you wee bad, you bad boy, you.
Andy from East London Distillery came to visit us the other day and came out of the bathroom and knocked over one of the bottles. Now there's only 110 bottles. Plus, Paul cracked open about 30 because for this tasting and a load of thirsty bottlers up in Ecklandville.
Yeah, I had to crack as many bottles as possible for the festival, which I think you'll get people out and let them taste it. That's what this episode is about. We're going to bottle, Brendan. We've got 70 odd bottles. We've got 70 odd bottles to go on sale, but I think I really want to smell it. I'm really interested in responses from it too.
And the volume down a wee bit.
I want to hear people's responses. I've got things.
You can see Phil there just said that that's a tropical delight. Phil, we know he loves his rum. He loves rum influence, so he keeps that banana and burnt sugar straight away. Pineapple.
Yeah. And also, it's chill filter, so I've got bits in my bottle. I've still got the bits. The char's still there. You know what I mean? Which is great. We've not taken away from what Brendan's doing. We've tried to stay exactly the same. We wanted to keep it so it's coming out of it's coming out the same way, non-chill filtered, non-messed about with. Let's get it just straight from the cask. Really, really this.
That's the first time I've tasted it in a very long time because even after bottling it, before bottling it, I haven't tasted it. So it's been a couple of months and I didn't get to put taste notes together or anything for it, but it's smashing. I think it follows in line with the ethos of what you're doing with other parts of this festival, out of respect for a particular distillery.
Yeah.
And the caliber of spirit that they have and maybe how they could be doing things if they wanted to go that direction, that it would work for them. And they probably get more respect that they deserve from people who appreciate whiskey. Maybe they don't need to do that because they're financially viable as they are, but I think they deserve the credit, for what they have.
I spoke. I think it was last night when I was talking about. I collect whiskey, but I am pushing on collecting that big distillery from up north whiskey, and I'm a massive fan of all the different types of expressions that come out of there, particularly the independent bottlings. I really am a massive fan. So I'm glad that we have this as a nod to what they're doing there, but it's not really, because it's actually us saying, people can manipulate the whiskey. This is great. I mean, if this was released by that big, massive company up there, surely this would be selling right around the world, in mass quantities. We're going to put this online tonight. Now, the system is quite fair, okay? So it's going to be going through Irish Malts. We're going to put a link on here in a minute. Once I finish talking, we're going to put a link on here. But you'll also get a link sent to your email if you have been a participant in the festival, i.e. you bought a pack to be here. And if you bought a pack, then it gives you the right to purchase the bottle through a lotto system, which means you'll be able to purchase the bottle, and then you will be shortlisted into a ballot. And at that point, your name will be crossed off. If you're on this list, you'll be crossed off. If you're not, you'll be refunded straight away. But once you're in there, you will be through a ballot. We're going to do the ballot. I assume we're going to do the ballot on Wednesday night, I think. And if we do the ballot on Wednesday night, then what we'll do at that point is we'll be refunding people who are unlucky. And if they are, lucky, then they'll be going through, and we'll be getting the bottles hopefully to you before the end of the festival. That's the idea, Do staff get one? Asking for staff, LOL. Jamie's so cute. Jamie, you know what you have to do? You have to bust your balls and actually do some work, which is really good. You know what I mean? Actually, did Andrew not break his? Blame your man from London.
Exactly. I'm going to be trying to buy one too.
Yeah, demerara and banana fritter and syrupy fruit salad. Yummy. Yes. 100%.
I've got photographic evidence.
You know, is anyone drinking this and thinking this needs to be on sale regular? Is anyone thinking this just needs to be sold? You know, as a regular expression from maybe that big distillery. But you know what's interesting, Brendan? And I forgot that we talked about these casks. And look, the cask is interesting. That experimental cask project that we're doing. You know, I've used the Appleton rum. You know, to go alongside, specifically to go alongside the Buckfast and to go alongside the 30-year-old cask strength Bushmills.
Yeah.
You know, so it's interesting that this has been part and parcel of the festival. You know. Do you know what? I'm really, Brendan, thank you very much for this.
It's like your After Dark series as well, just ties in very well with this. Like it fits nicely. God save us. Lovely stuff. Obviously, I can't take credit, you know, for the quality and caliber that went into this 12 years ago and since. It arrived us after only being in bourbon barrels. And again, credit to Actonville for helping us out with that. And we had a little bit left. We were going to do another series, but we thought, no, it's gone into this. So the cask, if anybody doesn't know what a recooked cask is basically you get a 200-litre bourbon cask. Used to hold bourbon, then they give it down to the people down in Jamaica. They put their rum into it. Ages for a few years in a rum cask, probably twice. You never know, because there's no good. The records aren't great, and then they're finished with it, so they ship it, you know, ready to get scrapped. So cooperages buy up these casks for finishing, or else just for playing around with, and they cut the staves up to make it smaller. So this is where real cooperage over here gets back into play again. So the guys cut in, you know, the cooper's crews and put smaller heads on it again, just recoup those staves. And they have to, every stave has to be cut so they're at a different angle because the wood's now smaller. So it's breaking, it's nearly doing like a full cooperage again, all over again. So you get this beautiful little cask. So right now, I know Paul's looking for a back, but in the meantime, I stuck some cologne rum into it.
Don't be stressing.
Better get used out of it for a few weeks first, you know.
I've got your little 2-litre Hungarian oak sitting here, just mellowing out with some Buckfast in it anyway, just for you.
Perfect.
Share these. I mean, that's what it's all about. Kenny says a couple of drops of water helps this along nicely. Yeah, there's a lot of alcohol at 100%. Yeah, I'm glad you like it, Thomas. Mark, thank you very much. Yeah. No, listen, do you know what? I've not seen anything negative yet, which is good. I don't mind criticism, you know what I mean? But it's a festival bottling. What I would say, cask strength is 100%. What I would say is that be nice next year and I know there's a couple of distilleries already have approached me and said we'd like to do festival bottlings, but it'd be nice to see a couple of festival bottlings that people get. You know, I know there's a lot of festivals out there that have too many bottlings, but I would like to see a handful of bottlings that people can appreciate from. But some of the guys are putting an effort into this festival, you know. And they can make, you know, they can do something from it. You know what I mean? But I really do think it's the way forward. So yeah, I want people to have this bottle. That's why it's gone out there. Do you know what I mean? I want people to taste it, and that's why there's such a big measure of it as well. It is the exclusive. It is the one for the festival. Brendan, I think I kind of hijacked your bonded experimental series with the label, but I think for the collector out there, they're going to love that label. You know what I mean?
It says on it as well, bonded exclusive series. So it is slightly different, just so that people aren't disappointed. You know, people who have been, you know, enjoying the brand and maybe wanted to collect one as well.
It will have a Hessian stack. It will look pretty. Do you know what I mean? That's what it should be. But also, it's I want you, Brendan. I want the Cologne brand to stand out. I loved it. That's why I wanted it to remain the same. You know, I love what Johnny's done with the back of it. It's given that colour pop. It's given that colour pop on the back. It's given the Belfast Whiskey Week the actual, the logo on there as well. You know, there ain't enough bottles. Tony, do you know what? You're quite right. There's not enough bottles. Sorry about that. Apologies. We should definitely have done more. Do you know what, Brendan? I think guys have been on here since 12 o'clock today. They've been on. I've
Okay.
appreciated. I've had loads of crack. Can I have one of the admins? We'll keep us here just now, but can you put up the link that I sent? Does that work?
Have you been talking? Have you been talking to Irish Moss about this today yet?
Yeah. So John has sent me a link.
Were you talking to him today though? Because I was talking to him today, and he was like, "This isn't happening."
I have it here just now. We have a link.
Brilliant. Right. Very good. But have you got that ballot thing sorted with him?
I have. He's not. Well, he's going to get a list. He has 2 lists that he has to pick from. So.
Oh, that's brilliant. No, perfect. Yeah. That's great. Brilliant news.
Yeah. So I'm sure that'll be dead on. But I think that people, if they're in this chat just now, then they know what's happening. So let's get them that link. Hopefully that link then shows what the bottle looks like, a little bit of information on the bottle and how to purchase the bottle. Okay. But,
so the people go on now, is that right?
Well, you need a link to it. So the link I think is coming into this site. Hopefully.
Just give me a second.
And also you get an email. Courtney, I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Thank you very much. There's the link there. It's in the chat. If people can click on it. There you go. Don't crash their site, whatever you do. But you're going to have the opportunity to go on there and be part of that. Look, hopefully we get it out to people at the end of the top 3 of the day. Really, Tim? Have we got a poll? Have we got a poll to taste this? Wow.
Yeah, Tim, stick up yours. Would be a bit of crack as well. The personal Tim. Appreciate his. Let's see.
Dahi, cheers. Your boy Brendan's dead on, isn't he?
Sorry, am I ignoring the? Am I trying to buy a bottle instead?
Go ahead. Does it give you the link, Brendan? I can't.
Yeah, no. I'm just trying to. I'm filling in my details here.
Good man. Good.
Once you already have an account and you forget your password, and you're like, "Oh Jesus, dog's name or something."
But yeah, go ahead. Oh, look at all the people. Go for it. Listen, what I would like the admins to do is play out some music, maybe just for about 5 minutes, and then shut this session down. Okay, after a couple of strings, and then reset it again for the next session. And listen, reset. The entertainment will be kicking off about 7. I'll be back on at 8 o'clock with okay. I hope people come back for that. It'll be a bit of banter between myself and Samuel.
Brilliant.
And look, it will be good fun. Anyone who wants to come on and chat is more than welcome. Okay.
What a day!
I enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
It was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it?
Kenny, not a bother at all. I had great fun dropping stuff around. No problem. And with you, Jason, thank you. That's great. Cheers, Jason. Thanks very much. So run until 7 o'clock, and then we'll move to the next session. That's really good. Thank you. Been a banging day. Indeed, Jamie.
Perfect.
Oh, Cassandra here. Thank you. Thanks. Cheers, girl. Listen, Brendan, thank you, big man.
Slán,
here. Get in there.
As they say in India.
Cheers, Brendan. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you. Good man. Excellent. Yes, thank you. Oh yeah. All over that.
Lovely stuff. All right.
Here, Tim, just before I go, Tim, what did you make of this? Was that great? Tim Cook? Did you enjoy that? That's good, man. Thomas, cheers, Thomas. I'm glad it was a long day, but here, that's what we needed. 5.5 hours, 9 cast strengths. I don't know how much sleep I had. I'm not sure about that. Cheers, Daniel. Great. And I had great crack as well. Good man. Excellent. Oh yeah. Here, Brendan, quickly.
Yeah.
See.
Oh yeah. Good fun. I
just want a quick question on this one. What did I put in it?
You just take take it cold. The better cold with ice. That's the idea with seltzers. You just drink them as they are with a bit of ice, or else just out of the fridge. Take them cold, drink it out of the can or out of the glass. The better cold. Yeah.
Good. Good to me. Good. Just in case I was missing.
It's crazy, but they're not meant to be too sweet and they're not meant to be too bitter either, so they just have to be a tiny bit of flavour. Yeah, all natural, only 70 calories, so we probably consumed about 5,000 calories today already, so put that in the context.
Andy, the two Andy, Andy Porter, Andy O'Day, listen, thanks very much. And cheers, Daniel. And Pierce Carr. Pierce, Brendan is shameless, and he's great. No, he's great at being shameless. And we're going for some music again. Get me off the screen. Get music on now. Thank you very much.
Good stuff. All right, guys. Over and out. Thank you.